This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of The Road to Love is Covered in Ice and Slush by wannabelilybriscoe, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. Chapter 1, Patchwork City.
Santa Claus came down my chimney late into the night. Said something about me don't feel quite right. My heart is feeling heavy and my suit is feeling tight. I said right now you're lucky just to be alive.
Excerpt from So Long Toronto by R.J. Lupin, the final installment of the Toronto Voices series, The Griffin, March 2022, final issue.
So long, Toronto, patchwork city of mishmashed dreams, city of discordant voices and serendipitous harmonies, global city, with the best that every country has to eat, city of high-rises and cramped laneways below, city of pavement, stinking in the summer heat, city of slush and gravel and gridlocked streets. So long, city of music, city of art, city of off-leash dog parks, city of graffiti alleys and designer boutiques, city of record stores and cocktail hotspots, city of basement bathrooms and crowded bus stops. So long, Bay Street bros and Young Street bums. So long, shoppers and slam poets. So long, young hipsters and old hippies. So long, drag queens and sports fans. So long, beaches and breweries. So long, boats and red-winged blackbirds. So long and good night. Tonight, our voice goes silent, and tomorrow, a new voice will rise.
2024, early November. This can't be the right address. Remus looks down at the map on his phone and back up at the row of residential houses in front of him. He must have the address wrong somehow. Frowning, he pulls up the email again. The subject line reads, Marketing Writer Interview at Pawpath, and the address listed is, in fact, the one he's standing in front of. They must have made a mistake then. Should he send them an email? Or, horrors upon horrors, call them? He'd wondered about it when he saw how close it was to his apartment. He'd been able to walk here. With all the warehouses being converted into offices in this area, he'd figured it must be something like that. But, nope. He stands before a semi-detached house on Salem Avenue, a nondescript residential street bisected by a park. The houses on this street have the same look as all the houses in this area. Century homes, renovated to different degrees of modernity, mismatched and discordant, yet somehow still harmonious. Not the considered cohesion of a Parisian street, not the winding whimsy of London, not the stony nobility of Rome, not quite like New York. These houses are quieter, more unassuming. These are Toronto houses. They stand side by side, stitched together down the middle with visible seams, the seams being part of the charm. These houses have been battered by snow and ice and face-melting humidity. These houses have been a refuge from the cold and the heat for human and pet and vermin alike for decades. These houses have cracks and laugh lines and chipping paint. Number 12, Salem Avenue has a red brick facade, while its attached neighbor has been painted white. There's a bay window jutting out from the second story and what appears to be the window of a third-story attic under a gable roof. The house has a small front porch with a precarious set of stairs leading up to it. Feeling foolish, he climbs the steps covered in gritty salt to the front door of number 12. There's a digital keypad above the door handle. He takes a grounding breath and presses the doorbell button. Immediately, there's an eruption of dog barking on the other side of the door. With a creak, the door opens a crack, and a girl with red hair and bottle-green eyes set in a sweet round face peeks through. Below her, a black snout pushes through the crack in the door, snuffling and whining. Below that dog, a small bug-eyed pug looks up at Remus as though it's searching his very soul and is not particularly happy with what it finds.
I'm sorry,
Remus stammers.
I must have the wrong address.
Here for Pawpath?
The girl inquires with an amused smirk.
Yeah.
An interview?
Yeah.
The girl looks back over her shoulder.
Someone's here for an interview. Get back, Padfoot.
She pushes on the shaggy dog's face, struggling to move the whining, overexcited animal aside. A long, musical whistle sounds from the depth of the house and the dog stops immediately, ears perked in alert, before turning and charging to follow it. The pug scurries after it, looking back over its shoulder distrustfully at Remus. The red-headed girl shakes her head with a wry smile and opens the door wider for Remus. Now that he can get a better look at her, she appears to be in her early 20s like he is.
Come on in.
He blinks dumbly for a moment before stepping over the threshold and into the welcoming warmth of the foyer. The entryway is small and cramped, with a row of wall-mounted hooks already holding a cluster of winter coats. Instinctively, he hunches his shoulders so his tall and lanky frame won't take up too much space. Directly off the foyer is a staircase leading to the second house's upper floor. There's a closed cupboard door under the stairs. Beside the staircase runs a narrow hallway leading to a partially obscured kitchen at the back of the house. Through a doorway opening off the hallway, he can hear muffled conversation and the clacking of keyboards.
Shoes off, please. You can hang your coat on one of the hooks,
Says the red-headed girl, closing the door behind him. She gestures to a mat under the coat hooks where multiple pairs of near-identical Blundstones in varying sizes and one foolish pair of Chuck Taylors are lined up. He obligingly removes his own pair of Blundstones, setting them slightly away from the rest, so he will hopefully save himself the embarrassment of forgetting which pair is his upon leaving. Then he shrugs off his coat to reveal his charcoal button-down shirt and brown corduroy slacks.
I'll let Mary know you're here.
The redhead says mildly, turning to leave. She must be referring to Mary McDonald, the CMO who emailed him to set up the interview.
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, it's Lily.
Without offering him anything more than that, she turns to leave again.
Sorry.
He fumbles again, fucking hell.
Are you, in HR?
Lily pauses, eyebrows shooting to the ceiling. Then to his mild horror, she starts laughing. A sweet round face, yes, but with teeth.
HR, ha. Fuck me, eh? Don't let Sirius know you said that. I'll never hear the end of it. Heh, HR. Oh man. No, I don't work here.
Sirius. She must mean Sirius Black. A photo of a handsome guy with wavy black hair and a self-assured smile manifests in his mind's eye. He's sure he must be beet red right now with how hot his face feels.
Oh, sorry.
Lily waves a placating hand.
No, don't be. It's understandable. I mean, who wouldn't expect HR? Ha.
Shaking her head again in amusement, she turns and pads down the hallway to the kitchen. Feeling like a complete fucking moron, Remus shifts awkwardly in place. What should he do now? Follow Lily. Wait here. That entire exchange has thrown him hopelessly off kilter. Luckily, a moment later, he's approached by a short girl with light brown skin and bouncy ringlets. She's dressed in a form-fitting pink sweater and blue jeans, a MacBook Air in the crook of her elbow. A pair of fuzzy pink slippers cover her feet.
Hi, Remus.
She extends her hand toward him. He accepts it, hoping his palm isn't clammy and gross, and gives her what he hopes is a firm, confident shake.
Yes, Mary.
Her voice is bright and friendly.
Pleased to meet you. Sorry about the loud welcome. We're a pet-friendly office, as you can see. Now, we'll have our chat in the breakout room. But can I get you anything first? Coffee? Water?
Oh, no thanks.
She leads him up the creaky old staircase to a room just off the landing. It's small, but the bay window casts the bright mid-morning light across the wooden floorboards. There's what appears to be a dog bed laid out in the bay window, where an orange tabby cat happily snoozes in the direct sunlight.
That's the neighbor's cat.
Mary says as if that explains everything. In front of the window seat, a lived-in red velvet couch is positioned. In front of the couch stands a live-edge coffee table with a deck of cards scattered across its surface, and to the side of the table sits a couple of folding camp chairs. A whiteboard hangs on the wall. Someone has drawn a blobby face with glasses and a bow tie, and James written above it. A bubbling sound draws his attention to a small cabinet pushed against the wall, atop which a covered aquarium sits. Two silver-striped fish flit hither and thither. Dunked in the aquarium's substrate is a pretty rad-looking Medusa head, with ruby-red eyes and a long tongue sticking out.
Please, sit.
Mary's voice draws his attention back to the task at hand. He follows her to the couch, where he sits on one end, and she makes herself comfortable on the other end, laptop perched on her lap.
So, Remus, I thought I'd tell you a bit more about PawPath and the content creator position first. Then I can hand it over to you. Sound good?
Yep, sounds great.
Awesome. So you already know that PawPath's mission is to connect people with their perfect pet. We do that by leveraging advanced algorithms and fostering relationships with shelters.
Yes.
Remus nods. He thinks of the tagline on their homepage, helping pets find their perfect home.
Well, we're at a very exciting growth stage right now. We're doing a round of Series A fundraising, and an investor group has expressed major interest in PawPath, but on one condition. They want us to demonstrate a fully functional mobile app. We've been working on one anyway for a while now, since it's going to be key for PawPath's accessibility and user engagement, not to mention our scalability. It's really going to help us reach a wider audience and solidify our position in the market.
Remus nods along.
Yes, that all makes sense.
Mary smiles.
Yep, but here's the thing. They've given us a tight deadline to deliver. They want it by the end of January.
Remus isn't familiar with how long mobile apps typically take to create, but that does sound like a short timeline.
Wow, you must all be busy.
Mary throws her head back and laughs, vibrant and ringing like bells.
Yes, that's putting it lightly. But that's where the marketing writer position comes in. A key part of the mobile app launch will be the marketing campaign. We want to drum up as much hype leading up to the launch as possible. Collaborative content will be a big part of that. Partnering with shelters who are early adopters of the app to create co-branded campaigns featuring real success stories of pets matched through our platform. I'm thinking short video clips, testimonials, before and after adoption stories, content that showcases how the app benefits both the shelters and the adopters.
She speaks at a mile a minute, and it takes a moment for Remus's brain to catch up.
Right, so you need someone to write human interest stories.
Mary nods enthusiastically.
Exactly. That's why your portfolio stood out to me. I really love the pieces you wrote for the Toronto Voices series. We need someone who can uncover the stories that PawPath makes possible.
He feels a pang of sadness at the mention of Toronto Voices. That series had been his baby. He'd pitched it early on in his role as a staff writer for The Griffin, an independent arts and culture magazine. Fresh out of university with a journalism degree, it felt like a dream come true. Sure, the pay was next to nothing, but it didn't matter to him, because there he was, working for one of the coolest magazines in Toronto, writing human interest stories that he cared about. That inspired him. But a dream it ended up being, ephemeral and too good to last.
Thank you.
He says, trying to keep his voice light.
That means a lot to me.
Hey, you deserve it. I really think your writing is great. That's why I'm honestly curious to know why you applied for a copywriting job instead of doing more journalistic writing.
Remus smiles ruefully. He's prepared for this question, considering the lack of marketing experience on his resume.
Well, the pandemic wasn't good for print media. After the Griffin closed down, I decided it was time to take my career in a different direction.
A direction with a steady income and health benefits. But he doesn't add that part. Mary nods along sympathetically. Remus decides to round out his thoughts and ignore the acid churning in his stomach.
There seems to be a big demand for content right now, and I thought it seemed like an opportunity to apply my skills in a different way, to broaden my horizons.
He pictures all of the great writers of the last century rolling in their graves. He pictures Ezra Pound rising from his grave to point an accusatory finger at Remus and shout,
"In a station of the metro, the apparition of this asshole in the crowd, a sellout on a wet, black bow."
But shit, Toronto's cost of living is insane and a man's gotta eat. The conversation flows for the next hour without any major mishaps. He stumbles when Mary starts asking him questions about content, performance, conversion optimization, but she smiles reassuringly and moves on to the next question. Eventually, she finishes typing a few notes on her laptop.
Well, that's all the questions I had. Do you have any more questions for me?
Remus hesitates for a moment before asking,
When do you want this person to start?
Oh, as soon as possible.
Mary says, then chuckles.
Of course, we know most people will need to give their current workplace at least 3 weeks' notice. But if we could get someone in here as early as Monday, that would be the best case scenario.
I can start Monday.
The words fly out of Remus's mouth before he can stop them, like watching a hapless bird fly into a window. He may as well have just said, I have nothing going on in my life. But to his relief, Mary smiles.
Awesome. Well, Remus, I've really enjoyed our conversation. I'd love to call in our CEO and CTO now to meet you.
That has to be a good sign, right? He nods, feeling more like a bobblehead than a competent and employable man at the top of his career game.
Sounds good.
Mary leaves him alone with the cat and the fishes. He wipes his sweaty palms on his pants. Unsure what else to do with himself, he turns in his seat to look at the cat. Sensing his attention, the cat raises its orange head and blinks at him with sleepy eyes. Slowly, not wanting to startle it, He lifts his hand and holds a finger in front of the cat's nose. The cat sniffs his nose delicately and, deciding him worthy, nudges his finger with the side of its face.
Hello, you.
He murmurs. He gives the cat a little scritch on its cheeks, the way cats like. Cat person. A male voice spoken with a British accent startles him. He spins around, hastily rising to his feet. In walks a young man with wild, jet-black hair and a pair of round glasses perched on his sun-kissed nose. Dressed in a maroon Henley and a pair of gray slacks, hands tucked into the pockets, and an easy smile. His whole appearance is well-tailored, effortlessly cool in how pared back it is. Then Remus looks down at his feet and notes the fuzzy reindeer slippers. In a flurry of scuffling feet and panting breath, the shaggy black dog from earlier bolts into the room, cutting the bespectacled man off and nearly tripping him in the process.
Christ, Padfoot.
The dog runs up to Remus, sniffing him excitedly. Remus chuckles, trying to get a hand on the spastic dog so he can give it a pat.
Ha! He's just keeping you on your toes.
Another, lower British voice calls through the door. Shaking his head and giving Remus a long-suffering smile, the bespectacled man steps aside to make way for one of the hottest men Remus has ever seen in the flesh. He would indisputably be the hottest if Remus hadn't passed Ewan McGregor on the street once while TIFF was happening. Here's the thing. Remus is a diligent researcher. It's a skill he learned from his parents, both academics in their own right, and further honed by his journalism studies. So Remus has seen both these guys before, not in person, but in a TechBite article from a year and a half ago that he'd found when searching about PawPath. The article profiled some of the most promising startups to come out of a Toronto incubator. At the top of PawPath's blurb had been a photo of the two men who stand before him now, James Potter, CEO, and Sirius Black, CTO. Two Cambridge dropouts who decided to transplant to Canada to put down new roots in the Toronto's burgeoning global tech scene. Their mission is to create a world where every animal finds a loving home and every human finds the perfect furry or scaly companion. That's how the article described them, at least. But when Remus had leaned in closer to his computer screen to get a better look at the photo, he'd seen two friends with a shared history. It was visible in the comfortable way they stood not side by side, but together. James Potter, dressed smartly in a sweater vest and slacks with his arms crossed in a power pose and a confident, winsome smile on his face. Sirius Black, with his arms slung around James's shoulders, dressed in a pair of ripped jeans and a plain black long-sleeved t-shirt. He had wavy black hair that curled just below his chin, pushed back behind his ears and fine features. The intriguing tip of a black ink tattoo peeked out from the collar of his shirt, but it was his full lips, pulled into a roguish smile that caught Remus's attention. His smile gave the impression that he was in on some joke with the photographer. The photo hadn't done Sirius Black justice. Standing before him, Sirius Black looks loud, not in the volume of his voice, but in the magnitude of his presence. He has a presence that screams, "I am to be looked at." A star quality, as they say, that a photo would be hard-pressed to capture. His midnight hair is longer now than in the photo, brushing the tops of his shoulders. He's wearing a pair of black jeans with rips in both knees, a silver chain hanging from the belt loops, and a faded Led Zeppelin t-shirt. Remus can spot a beauty mark above his left eyebrow and one on his jawbone. The dark stubble on his chin only further defines the fine cut of his jaw. The short sleeves on his t-shirt reveal two full sleeves of tattoos, all done in black ink, stark against his pale skin. It's his eyes, though, blue-gray like the pale winter sky. They look like they could capture light, have already, and decided to keep it there. Remus realizes that while Sirius stands almost a head shorter than him, he takes up space comfortably in a way Remus has never been able to feel so effortlessly present in his surroundings.
Dog person.
It takes Remus's addled brain a moment too long to register Sirius Black's question.
Sorry, what?
Sirius smirks.
Are you a dog person? I just asked him if he was a cat person.
James laughs. Feeling like a cartoon character, Remus looks down at the happy dog he's been petting absent-mindedly, then back up at the two men.
Oh, I'm both, I guess. I just like animals.
James and Sirius exchange an amused look. Remus supposes they must know each other well enough to do that communicating without speaking thing some really good friends do. Remus has never had a friend like that. Not even his ex-girlfriend, Emmeline.
Well, you're definitely in the right place.
James offers a hand.
James Potter.
Remus shakes his hand, trying to match the firmness of his grip. Then Sirius extends his hand.
Sirius Black.
Remus accepts his hand, doing his absolute best to not be weird and to focus on the simple mechanics of handshaking. But it's hard when his stomach swoops and his pulse quickens because, good lord, this guy is attractive.
Remus Lupin.
He says through thick lips.
We've heard.
Sirius says with a quirk of his mouth. Remus realizes with horror that they're still shaking hands. He quickly lets go.
Take a seat, Remus.
James says amiably.
Mary has already sung your praises. We're just here to get to know you a bit, for culture-fit purposes.
Culture fit, right? He can do this. He can fit the culture. Remus sits back down on the couch, perching awkwardly at the edge of the seat. Padfoot hops up onto the couch and makes himself comfortable beside Remus, which means putting his head in his lap.
He likes you.
Sirius smiles, showing off a row of straight teeth. He slumps into one of the camp chairs, entirely at ease. James settles into the other camp chair, resting his ankle on his knee.
He's very friendly.
Remus says bashfully.
He's rather a good judge of character.
Sirius rests his chin in his hand, gazing at the dog with a soft smile.
Is he yours then?
We've been together for almost 2 years now. Found him through my algorithm.
James barks a laugh.
Yes, Sirius would marry that dog if he could. He's my soulmate and you're just jealous. Do you have any pets, Remus?
Oh, not personally, no. My parents have a cat.
He scritches Padfoot behind the ears. The dog looks up at him appreciatively. He looks up to see Sirius watching him closely.
So, Remus, what does a writer like to read?
Cool. He's prepared for this question.
Well, I like to check out Forbes, Business Insider, HubSpec's blog.
Sirius nods along, arching a dark eyebrow.
Right, HubSpec. They're best in class, after all.
Remus feels his face heat.
Yes, yep.
Sirius and James exchange another amused look. Leaning so far back in his chair that the front legs lift off the ground, Sirius fixes Remus with a challenging look from under his long, dark lashes.
Brilliant. Now, what do you really like to read?
Well, there go his intestines, dropping right out of his butt.
Excuse me.
Sirius pitches forward again, resting his forearms on his knees and clasping his hands.
You gave us the bullshit answer. Now I want to hear the real one.
Remus opens and closes his mouth, swallows. Sirius tilts his head, narrowing his eyes. Then he sits back in his seat, stretching his torso distractingly and clasping his hands behind his head.
I guess I'm wrong then. I suppose a bloke like you really does read HubSpec for pleasure. I'll bet you just love cozying up in bed with a cuppa, reading through their latest post on the top 5 strategies to supercharge your sales funnel. Isn't that right?
A bloke like him. What the heck does he mean by that?
Yes, well, gotta keep the funnels unblocked. Don't want them getting backed up.
He winces. Sirius and James just stare at him, eyebrows raised. Well, he's blown it. Time for one final last-ditch attempt.
Listen,
Remus takes a steadying breath, settling into his confession.
I do read all those sites. I've just only started reading them recently. All right.
Very recently, as in last week, when he decided to apply for this job. He winces and waits for the disdain his confession deserves. Now that they've figured out that he's an imposter, this interview should come to a quick close, any second now. But to his surprise, Sirius grins. He leans forward again, elbows on his knees.
Thought so. So what did you read before recently?
Furrowing his brow, Remus decides there's nothing left to do but tell the truth. He looks down at his hand, his fingers carding through Padfoot's fur while he speaks.
Well, I like the new journalism movement a lot. Wolf, Capote, Mailer. I'm a big fan of Joan Didion. I'm rereading Slouching Towards Bethlehem for probably the 5th time now.
He looks up furtively and catches James cocking an eyebrow at Sirius. For his part, Sirius looks elated.
I love Joan Didion. What is it she wrote? I know something about dread myself and appreciate the elaborate systems with which some people fill the void.
Well, Remus hadn't been expecting that. In fact, he finds himself utterly disarmed by this ridiculously good-looking man rattling off the quote from memory in his fancy James Bond accent. Remus continues on autopilot.
Yeah, alcohol and heroin and promiscuity are hard to come by, like faith in God or something like that.
Then he clamps his mouth shut with a barely suppressed, panicked whimper. Not only has he just completely butchered whatever quote he was going for, but he's also blabbed about drugs and promiscuity in a job interview. Oh God, Did Sirius set him up on purpose? Is this some kind of test of his character? But Sirius only chuckles delightedly.
You said it.
James looks back and forth between them, his head swiveling comically.
I have no idea what you're both talking about, but it sounds like a party. So, Remus, do you like football? I mean real football, where the ball is round, not pointy.
It takes a beat too long for his brain to catch up from the whiplash of what just occurred.
Oh, not really. Sorry. I watch hockey sometimes.
James seems unperturbed by his obvious flounder, nodding enthusiastically.
Who's your team?
Remus doesn't really have a team, as he doesn't really watch hockey except for when he visits his parents, but he feels obligated to say,
The Habs.
Brilliant. A shame they couldn't beat their losing streak against Minnesota last night.
Remus nods, doing his best to give the impression that he knows what James is talking about.
Yep, well, there's always next year.
He glances nervously at Sirius, who's staring at him with a grin that is equal parts shit-eating and devastating.
Remus, would you like to stay for lunch?
Remus had been absolutely 100% certain that he'd blown the interview once James and Sirius walked into the room. Yet, here he now sits crowded around the kitchen table with Pawpath's eclectic team members. They seem more like a group of friends than a company. All of them are in their early 20s, and none of them are dressed professionally. Everyone helps themselves to a spread of takeout jerk chicken, rice and peas, coleslaw, doubles, and plantains. The food smells really good, especially considering all Remus has eaten today is a pizza pop. If his mom knew that, she'd be in a fit, but, well, she's not here right now. Sirius sits beside him, clearly intent on wringing a few more questions out of him. Across from Sirius, James has taken up a spot beside Lily, scooting his chair closer to hers like a boy with an elementary school crush. Except they are apparently dating and have been for close to a year. Lily explains with an impish smile that they met at a Chinese bakery, both reaching for the last curry beef bun.
I offered it up immediately like a proper gentleman.
James says fondly.
Yeah, but you didn't look super pleased about it.
Lily counters.
That's because I was getting it for Sirius, and I knew he was going to give me shit when he found out I'd offered it up to a pretty girl instead of him.
Yes, and just look what happened.
Sirius exclaims, slamming his hand on the table in mock indignation.
It's a slippery slope. First, you give her a curry bun. Next thing you know, she's walking around our house in hair curlers and fluffy slippers.
Lily points her fork threateningly at Sirius.
First of all, I helped you find this house. Second of all, James wears fluffy slippers, not me.
James lifts his foot, showing off his reindeer slipper proudly. Sirius points at the fork theatrically.
Careful, she's armed and dangerous.
That's the other weird thing about this office. This not office. This notfus. Number 12. Salem Avenue isn't just an office, it's also James and Sirius's home. They're leasing the whole house, operating Pawpath from the main and second floor, and living in the 2 bedrooms in the basement.
At least she'll be able to stitch you back up after she shanks you.
Mary says brightly as she tucks into her rice and peas. She's referring to the fact that Lily, true to her word, does not work at Pawpath, despite how integrated she seems to be with the group. Rather, she's a med student at U of T, studying to become a pediatric surgeon.
Yeah, you'll be good practice for her. You know, 'cause you're such a child.
Says a tall woman with blonde hair cut in a shaggy mullet that makes her look like Debbie Harry. A black bar cuts across one of her eyebrows and black spacers create little see-through holes in her earlobes. A tattoo of a cartoonish green alien stares with gaping eyes from its place on her bicep, just under the sleeve of her Beaches Band t-shirt. Remus blinks in surprise, quickly doing his best to hide his amazement. This woman, Marlene, is a senior developer making Sirius her boss. He's never seen someone talk to their boss that way, but Sirius merely slaps a hand over his heart in exaggerated woundedness.
Babe, finish chewing before talking, please.
Says the woman beside her, Cass, Pawpath's UX designer. The quip is made fondly, accompanied by a full-lipped smile below a septum piercing. Her black hair is buzzed short, and her eyebrows are elegantly shaped above her dark brown eyes and high cheekbones. She looks like the type of girl you'd see manning the bar at one of the hip hole-in-the-walls on Dundas West, with her crochet crop top, baggy cardigan, and big dangly earrings. The pug from earlier,
Kingsley.
Kaz coos, sits on her lap, bug-eyed but at ease. At least, Remus is pretty sure he's at ease. He's still staring deep into Remus's soul. On Remus's other side sits a short, quiet boy with sandy hair and a round face. He'd introduced himself as
Pete, QA engineer.
to Remus when they sat down and immediately turned his attention to the food in front of them. In a gray hoodie and baggy jeans, Pete would look totally unassuming among the rest of this boisterous lot. But for one detail, the gray rat sat on his shoulder like a parrot, its long tail curling around his neck like a hug.
Chai's ready,
Says the final member of their motley crew from her station at the kitchen stove. Willowy and pale, with braided blonde hair piled in a bun atop her head. Pandora, customer support. She ladles steaming cups of spiced chai into mismatched mugs and flounces over to the table, her peasant skirt swishing against the floor. James cups his mug appreciatively with both hands.
You're a gem, Panda.
Cass takes a sip.
Is there coconut?
I use condensed coconut milk.
Panda answers breezily, a diamond-piercing glints on her nose.
Want one, lovely?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Remus accepts the mug carefully with his knobbly fingers. It has a picture of Gizmo on it.
I love gremlins.
He says to no one in particular.
Me too.
Lily says with a warm smile.
My favorite Christmas movie.
So Remus,
That smooth accent pulls his attention away from Lily. He turns his head to look at Sirius and does his best not to blink stupidly, because he's not really looking into a blinding light, but it kind of feels that way.
you mentioned your parents have a cat. Where do they live?
Sirius asks, tearing off a piece of the double in his hands and popping it into his mouth in a way that feels a bit too sexy for so mundane a gesture.
Oh, Gatineau. I grew up there.
Is that in Quebec?
James asks with interest.
Yeah, across the river from Ottawa.
And what brought you to Toronto?
School. Toronto Metropolitan has a good journalism program. And
Remus pauses to consider the next part.
I wanted to tell people stories. What better place to do that than a city with 3 million voices?
That's fucking beautiful.
Marlene proclaims through a mouthful of food. Cass sighs.
Babe, chew, swallow, then speak.
But Remus barely acknowledges Marlene's comment. He's too busy watching a mischievous smile spread across Sirius's face.
Alors, tu es français?
Once again, Remus is caught off guard, but he supposes it makes sense. Of course, this handsome, worldly man speaks French with a perfect Parisian accent.
Ouais, dis brave à mon père.
Sirius's face lights up in a brilliant smile.
Mon Dieu, j'adore ton accent.
Remus immediately feels his face flush with what he knows must be a deep blush. The others at the table watch the exchange with interest.
Goodness, Sirius. What did you say to the poor lad?
James laughs.
You better not be flirting with him.
Cass points her finger at Sirius accusingly.
This is why we need HR.
Flirting? No way, no how, not possible. Sirius looks like an actual rock star and Remus looks like Scott Pilgrim at best.
Hey, that's enough, guys.
Mary cuts in. She glares at Sirius, then gives Remus an apologetic look.
I'm sorry. Please ignore them. I promise we're a respectful workplace.
Sirius's eyes widen in indignation.
All I said was that I like his accent.
But then he shoots Remus a nervous look.
I'm so sorry if I made you uncomfortable.
Remus quickly waves his hands in front of him, laughing nervously.
No, it's fine. I just wasn't expecting you to speak French. You speak it well.
Sirius bites his lip over a tentative smile. The effect is, well,
I'm French on my mother's side, from Ile-de-France.
Remus is pretty sure that's the fanciest part of France.
Cool. And what do your parents do?
Sirius pulls his hair over his shoulder, drawing Remus's attention to his neck. It's a very nicely shaped neck.
Nothing interesting. So how about your mum? Where's she from?
She's from Guelph.
Oh, I love Guelph.
Pandora says airily.
It's so green.
Yes, very green.
Marlene grins, miming taking a toke.
Are your parents writers as well, Remus?
Lily asks. He shakes his head.
My dad works for Parks Canada, and my mom's a teacher at one of the English-speaking schools.
Oh, that's cool.
Lily says kindly.
You must have gone camping a lot growing up.
This makes Remus laugh a little.
Yeah, we actually lived out of an RV for a while when I was really little. Traveled all over the country.
That's wicked.
Remus turns to Sirius again, surprised by his beaming smile. His mouth feels all crooked and dopey as he smiles back. They end up going around the table, sharing stories about where they all grew up, what life was like there. Marlene is from Newmarket, about an hour outside of Toronto. Cass grew up in Scarborough, one of Toronto's biggest suburbs. They've been dating for about 2 years. Marlene started working at Pawpath first, then recruited Cass when they needed a UX designer. Pete's from Markham, another suburb near the city. Lily is a proud East Coaster, hailing from Perth Andover, New Brunswick. Meanwhile, Mary is a proud West Coaster, born and raised in Vancouver. Pandora doesn't say where she's from, and Remus doesn't ask. Then, there's Sirius and James, of course. Childhood friends from London, and from what Remus gathers through numerous clues, both from wealthy families. They decided to go to Cambridge together, and then decided to drop out together to make their own way as entrepreneurs. It was James's parents who gifted them the seed money to start their company. James tells Remus this plainly, without any pretense, which Remus appreciates.
Why did you decide to come all the way to Toronto?
Remus asks curiously. The TechCrunch article had said that the duo wanted to join Toronto's burgeoning global tech scene, but he has an inkling that there's more to it than that.
We needed a fresh start.
James says simply. He and Sirius share another secret smile.
What better place to do that than across the pond, in a small town of only 3 million people?
His mind is still a whirl with the day's events when he turns the knob on his front door and finds it unlocked. Zeno must be home then. Sure enough, as soon as he opens the door, he's hit with the unreasonably strong stench of weed. The air in the cramped apartment is hazy with smoke, and the smooth sound waves coming from the Tame Impala record that spins on Remus's turntable, which they keep in the main space so they can both use it. It takes Zeno a delayed moment to notice Remus. His roommate reclines, odalisque, on his mattress on the floor, underneath his poster of the evil eye in the center of an open palm.
Oh, hey, Moo.
Hey, Zeno.
He greets his roommate, letting the stupid nickname slide. After all, Remus is already a stupid name on its own. Not that Xenophilius is any better, but Remus's parents gave him his name, while he isn't entirely sure that Zeno didn't name himself. He wonders bemusedly if the smoke has drifted into the apartment upstairs. Remus had gently suggested that he use a bong or a vape, but Zeno insisted that nothing compares to the mouthfeel of a good old-fashioned joint. And well, Remus does have to agree with him on that one. It's what his parents like to smoke after all. Besides, he likes to think that if the smoke ever did start to trigger his migraines, Zeno would understand. Hopefully. Kicking off his Blundstones into the wet pile of shoes at the door, he slouches past Zeno to drop his bag off in his room. The single-bedroom basement apartment they share is cramped, but they make it work. Remus has the small, windowless bedroom, which he pays a bit more of the rent for, while Zeno sleeps on a mattress in the open-concept living room, dining room, kitchen. It's not Remus's ideal situation, but you get what you can afford, especially when you're freshly single and apartment hunting during a pandemic. The apartment is nestled into the side of a hill under one of the century homes lining the streets of St. Clair West Village, with a pavement walkway and a windowless steel door. When he'd first viewed the apartment after finding the listing online, he'd been reminded, rather whimsically, of a hobbit hole, if the hobbit hole stank of weed and had a degenerate already living in it. Okay, that thought isn't totally fair. Zeno isn't a degenerate, per se. He's more of a portfolio worker, a side gigger, overemployed. He works a seemingly endless and rotating roster of jobs. Remus is pretty sure he currently works as an ice rink attendant, a bicycle delivery driver, and a part-time graphic designer for some nonprofit. He also produces a sporadic zine on the occult called Quibbler and sells copies at pop-up markets from time to time. Remus has read a few issues, and it's actually pretty cool in a weird, far-out way. He'd inexplicably offered to profile Remus once, but Remus politely declined. It's certainly more than Remus can say for himself these days. At least Zeno seems happy with his life. Unlike Remus, who is 24 and barely managing to scrounge together his portion of the rent every month since the Griffin shut down. His freelance writing gigs and the part-time job he'd landed at the independent plan shop on St. Clair Avenue West don't quite cover it, and in the last few months, he's had to dip into his meager savings. Remus emerges from his room, closing the door behind him to fend off as much of the weed stink as possible, before flopping down onto the mattress beside Zeno and extending his hand to ask for the joint. Zeno passes it to him amicably, reaching into a bag of party mix. He stuffs the chips in his mouth and wipes his hand off on his ratty old Billabong t-shirt.
How'd the interview go?
Remus takes a deep toke as he considers his answer.
I'm still not sure it's a real company.
Zeno chuckles, the corners of his eyes crinkling. His white blonde hair falls in stringy waves around his face. He's really a pretty good guy, Zeno. Remus feels a little guilty for calling him a degenerate in his mind a moment ago. He takes another toke, then passes it back to Zeno. The heavy smoke in his lungs helps to put him at ease. It's a small miracle that cannabis doesn't seem to trigger his migraines.
Anyway, they invited me to lunch after, which was weird.
Oh, true.
Zeno raises his eyebrows, nodding thoughtfully.
They probably liked you then.
Remus shrugs.
We'll see, I guess.
Sirius Black's gorgeous, shit-eating grin materializes in his mind's eye again. He shakes his head to clear it away and suppress the embarrassing flutter in his stomach that accompanies the image.
So listen, you cool if my band comes over tonight?
Shutting his eyes, Remus suppresses a groan. Zeno is also in a band. They're called the Nargles, and they're sort of ska meets grunge meets shoegaze, and they're god-awful.
Sure, man.
Tight.
Zeno holds up the party mix bag. Remus reaches in to take a handful.
Oh, by the way, are you going home for Christmas?
Yeah, planning on it. Probably going to head there a few days before, if my new job lets me. If I even get a new job.
He mentally amends.
Why?
Me and my buddy are thinking of going to Maine for the holiday. Think your parents would let us crash at their place on the way.
When Zeno says my buddy, he could mean literally anyone that he has known for any length of time.
I'll ask them.
Thanks, man.
Remus pauses to consider if he'll regret asking.
What's in Maine?
The Cryptozoology Museum. You can also roll down a hill of frozen blueberries.
Okay.
As if on cue, Remus's phone starts buzzing in his pocket. He pulls it out and looks down at the screen. Mom.
Gotta take this.
He mumbles, standing on stiff legs. He ambles over to his room and shuts the door.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, baby. I wanted to check in. We haven't heard from you in a while.
Sorry. Been busy job hunting.
Oh, and how is that going?
Remus winces.
I had an interview today.
That's great. Where?
This company called PawPath. It's a software company. They connect people to different animal adoption agencies.
Oh,
He can hear the surprise in her voice.
that sounds interesting. What's the role?
He winces again.
Marketing writer.
Oh,
How many more times is she going to say, oh?
that's what blogs.
Yeah, blogs and other stuff. Website copy, social media.
How interesting.
Bless her, she's trying.
I can't say I pictured you going into marketing, but if that's what you want to do, does it pay well?
There it is. He knows that tone. What his mother is really saying is,
I didn't raise you to be a corporate drone, but if this is what you feel you need to do to keep living in the big city, then so be it.
see, the thing about the Lupin Howells is that they may be in their 50s now, but they never gave up the fight. Lyle Lupin and Hope Howell met at an Earth Day protest at Parliament Hill back in the 80s, both long of hair and flared of pants, and, in his mom's case, braless. At least that's how they tell it. Remus doesn't like to think about the details. In any case, it was love at first sight. The early years of Remus's life were spent traveling across Canada in an RV, following his dad's work as a conservation field researcher, before they'd eventually settled down more permanently in Gatineau after his accident. Being an introverted kid, Remus hadn't minded the nomadic lifestyle. The changing landscapes from rolling mountains to sprawling fields to wide open lakes had been great fodder for his young imagination. Even if it was lonely at times, his parents were and remain his best friends. That's why it hurts to hear his mom's obvious disappointment.
Yeah, it pays pretty well. Other than the Griffin, they're a startup, just getting it off the ground, doing a lot of partnerships with local shelters.
Well, it sounds like a nice company. Marketing with a cause, right?
God, this is painful.
Right.
There's an awkward pause as they both look for a way to salvage the conversation.
How have your migraines been?
His mom ventures.
Haven't had one in a while.
Good.
She says with breathy relief.
Make sure to get good sleeps and keep drinking lots of water.
Yes, Mom. Is Papa around?
No, he's on site in Killarney until Saturday. They're monitoring the migration patterns of caribou. I'm sure it's very exciting for him.
His mother always speaks about his papa and his work with such evident fondness. While it normally gives Remus a feeling of warmth and security, like an old woolen blanket, today it only makes him feel weirder about the entire interview.
You should give him a call.
His mom continues.
I'm sure he'd love to hear all about your new job.
Well, I haven't actually gotten the job, Mom. They said I'd hear from them later this week.
Yes, right.
She says quickly. Remus closes his eyes and massages the bridge of his nose with his thumb and pointer finger.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to keep looking around in the meantime. I mean, well, do you think you would really be happy in marketing?
He sighs, looks up at the stain in the ceiling's drywall from under his furrowed brow.
I don't know, Mom.
All I'm trying to say is, you're more than welcome to move back home for a while. Give yourself the space to figure out what you want to do next.
I know. I probably won't get the job anyway. I don't think I was a good fit.
The next day, Mary calls him shortly after 10 in the morning.
Hi, Remus. I'm calling to offer you the marketing writer job. We all think you'd be a great fit. What do you say?
Chapter 2. Do you want to play Mortal Kombat?
Hey, maybe I'll learn to sew, or maybe I'll just lie low. Maybe I'll hit the bars. Maybe I'll count the stars until dawn. Me, I will go on. Maybe I'll settle down, or maybe I'll just leave town. Maybe I'll have some fun. Maybe I'll meet someone and I'll make him mine.
Really, what is he supposed to do? As Mary talks him through their offer, a salary and benefits package he tries to be cool and collected about, unlimited paid time off, a budget for skill development training, and of course the opportunity to bring your pet to work, he starts running a rapid-fire list of pros and cons in his mind. Pro, more money than he's ever made before and health benefits. He could go to the dentist again, which would make his mother so happy. Con, he'd be selling his soul to do marketing, which would make his mother sad. Pro, he might eventually be able to afford his own apartment, or at least a nicer apartment for him and Zeno. Wait, why is he thinking of bringing Zeno with him? Con, he's already so broke. Is he only prolonging the eventuality of moving back in with his parents? Pro, the office has lots of animals, and animals make him happy. Con, he doesn't have a pet himself, so is he really qualified for this job? Does Zeno count as his pet? Pro, he would see Sirius Black's face every day. Con, he would see Sirius Black's face every day.
I'd love to join your team.
He spends the weekend trying not to vomit from anxiety. When Monday finally comes around, he wakes, wired, at 6 in the morning. It's too cold this early in the morning to go for a walk and too early to walk around the apartment while Zeno is still sleeping. So he stares up at the ceiling and frets over whether or not he should pick up a treat for the office on the way to work. On the one hand, it might seem like he's trying too hard to get everyone to like him, and he doesn't really have cash to spare for that kind of thing. On the other hand, his mom drilled into him from a young age that you should never show up to a party empty-handed. Does your first day at a new job count as a party? He already feels like a fish out of water, and he hasn't even started yet. Things simply felt more organic when he started at the Griffin. A few contributing articles had led to a position on their staff. Then the pandemic hit, and he held all of the interviews for his articles by phone and video chat from the comfort and safety of his apartment. What is he supposed to do at a tech business? Is there a protocol he should be following? Their office is a house and they don't have HR. The rational part of his brain reminds him, this isn't your typical corporate workplace. Because it's a half-hour walk to the office from here, he starts to get ready at 8:15. Enough time to get there early, but not too early. On the bright side, now he knows how everyone dresses at the office. Casual. So he forgoes the stuffy button-up and opts for a cozy earth-toned sweater, knitted by his mom, so the sleeves are the right length for his gangly arms. He pairs it with his brown corduroy pants, casual, but put together, he hopes. He pulls on his woolly toque, mom-knit scarf, thrifted coat, and Blundstones, and deems it time to face the music. By the time he arrives at 12, Salem Avenue, he's talked himself up to the day ahead of him. No one will expect much from him on the first day. He'll ask lots of questions and pay attention, so he only needs to be told the answer once. He'll make the effort to get to know his teammates, who are just young people like him, and therefore, not scary. He expects the uproar of dog barking when he rings the doorbell this time. He doesn't expect Sirius to open the door. Looking slightly bleary-eyed in a black pullover hoodie, dark-washed jeans, and white socks, he looks like he's bumming around the house rather than starting the workday.
Hush,
He says to Padfoot, placing a placating hand on the back of the dog's neck. Padfoot sits, gazing up at Remus with what can only be described as a big smile. The pug is nowhere in sight.
Oh, good morning.
Sirius says a little hoarsely, running his fingers through his midnight hair. Remus follows the motion with his eyes before catching himself and snapping his gaze back to Sirius's face.
You're here early. Come in.
Sirius steps back to make room for Remus. Stomach flip-flopping, Remus does as requested. Sirius watches him step into the foyer with a small smile.
Don't you look cozy?
Remus blinks.
Oh, yeah, it's chilly.
He awkwardly takes off his toque and ruffles his curls a bit to try and fix any hat hair.
Sorry, it's almost 9, so I thought I should get here for now.
Padfoot sticks his snout into Remus's hand, demanding he be greeted. Remus obliges, giving the dog a good scratch on the side of his neck. Sirius's smile widens.
Ah, suppose we forgot to tell you. We don't have strict rules for when the day starts or ends. Most of the team filters in between 10 and 11.
Something behind Remus catches his eye.
Except for... What ho?
A jovial voice announces. Remus jumps, spinning around to see James jogging toward the steps, dressed in lycra running gear and a windbreaker.
Remus. Bright and early, I see.
Remus shuffles out of the way so James can trot into the house.
This maniac is up at the crack of dawn every day.
Sirius says fondly, crossing his arms over his chest.
Healthy body, healthy mind.
James says, sounding about 30 years older than he is.
Help yourself to coffee and breakfast, Remus. I'm just going to pop in the shower.
He bolts up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time.
The nicer bathroom is upstairs.
Sirius explains, watching Remus's reaction with unfiltered amusement.
Great.
Remus says before wincing because that's a stupid way to respond. Sirius laughs, nodding towards the kitchen.
Come on, I'll get some coffee brewing.
Hanging up his coat and kicking off his boots, Remus and Padfoot follow Sirius down the hall to the kitchen. He hovers awkwardly by the fridge while Sirius boils water and grinds beans for 3 pour-over coffees. It all feels strangely intimate, like he is in Sirius's home and not their workplace. But then again, for Sirius and James, it's both.
So how was your weekend?
Sirius asks politely. He pours the hot water from the kettle into the waiting carafe with practiced ease. Gray eyes flit up to look at Remus.
You can sit down, by the way.
Right. Huh.
Remus hastens to the table and sits down. Padfoot looks back and forth between Sirius and Remus, unsure who to follow, before sitting his butt down equidistance between them.
My weekend was fine. Had my last shift at the plant shop I've been working at part-time.
A plant shop. Sounds very cozy.
That's twice now that Sirius has used the word cozy concerning him. He's not sure what to make of that, so he ignores it.
Yeah, it's nice. The owners are this cool older couple. I like the smell.
Of the old couple.
Remus chokes on his own spit. He coughs, feeling his face turn red.
God, no. The store. The plants smelled nice.
Sirius barks a laugh, his whole face alight with it.
Whatever you say.
He knows, rationally, that Sirius is joking, but there's still a part of him that now worries this hot man thinks he's some kind of pervert. Quickly, he deflects.
My roommate also had his band over for practice.
Oh yeah, what kind of music do they play?
They're sort of ska meets grunge meets shoegaze.
Ace, are they any good?
Good God, no.
Sirius throws his head back and laughs again, even louder this time. Remus finds himself smiling reflexively. Sirius has a fantastic smile, dangerously contagious. Sirius pours the coffee from the carafe into one of the mugs. He walks over and hands the mug to Remus.
Milk, sugar?
Just some milk.
Sirius grabs a carton of milk from the fridge and pours a bit into Remus's mug. Remus smiles appreciatively and brings the mug to his lips for a sip.
Well, I won't tell him you said that when I meet him.
Remus spits the sip of coffee back into the mug before he can choke again.
Why would you meet him?
You've already met my housemate. It's only fair.
Sirius sits in the chair opposite Remus and takes a cheeky sip from his own mug.
Think of something cool and clever to say fast. Now, hurry up. What are you doing?
Luckily, said housemate interrupts them by strutting into the kitchen, his hair damp from the shower.
You darling.
James coos at Sirius, grabbing the third mug off the counter.
Where's Lily today?
Remus asks, hoping his voice sounds nonchalant despite his suddenly hammering heart.
She had an early lab this morning.
James takes a seat beside Sirius. The three of them chat idly over 2 rounds of coffee. At a little before 10, they hear the sound of the door unlocking, and a moment later, Mary bustles into the kitchen.
Oh, Remus, you're here already. Were you waiting long?
Not really.
Remus says. He glances at Sirius, who smiles into his coffee. The room off the hallway before the kitchen is the home's living dining room, but rather than housing a dining table and a couch, 8 desks are pushed together in 2 rows of 4 in the center of the room, with ergonomic rolling chairs pushed up to each workstation. Monitors and keyboards create a mess of wires in the middle of the desks, and some of the desks are elevated so whoever uses them can stand while they work. Each desk is covered to varying degrees with notebooks, dirty mugs, and tchotchkes belonging to whoever sits there. There's a big whiteboard on one of the room's walls, covered in flowcharts and post-it notes. A couple of framed posters of kitschy artwork decorate another wall. On the third wall, big paper calendars for November, December, and January are pinned up, with red X's marking off each day, counting down to D-Day, scrawled on January 31st. Light streams in from the windows in the wall at the front of the house. All in all, the room has a busy, comfortable feel. The morning is a blur of Mary helping get him set up on his workstation and laptop, and then walking him through their marketing processes. He takes diligent notes while she speaks, asking questions that don't sound too dumb to his own ears. True to Sirius's words, the rest of the team filters in over the next hour, welcoming Remus as they arrive. First Pandora, who flits over to the desk opposite Remus and offers a breezy hello. Soon after, Pete plops down at the desk beside Remus and takes his pet rat out from the front pocket of his hoodie, setting it on the desk to sniff around.
Hope you don't mind if Wormy does her thing. She helps me find bugs. Not at all. Does this house, have a lot of bugs? Bugs in the code. Oh, right.
Finally, Cass and Marlene enter just after 11. Kingsley trots in with them, sporting a red parka with a fur-lined hood and little black booties on his feet. He freezes in his tracks when he spies Remus, his bug eyes staring Remus down like he'd just caught him stealing from them. Sirius and James join the cluster, taking 2 side-by-side standing desks at the far end from Remus. He's both relieved and disappointed. After a while, the chatter dies down and the clacking of computer keys fills the room as everyone settles into their work. James goes upstairs to take a call in one of the breakout rooms, and Sirius puts on a pair of giant headphones that cover his ears. He looks like he's getting into a groove, eyes narrowed with focus, tongue poking out the corner of his mouth as he types at rapid speed. He looks a little bit deranged. Cute, Remus thinks before banishing the thought and focusing on the task at hand, familiarizing himself with Pawpat's website content and social platforms. Shortly before noon, a pair of owlish eyes peek at him from over their monitors. Then the rest of a face emerges, revealing Pandora.
When is your birthday, Remus?
She asks in her airy voice.
March 10th. Why?
Oh, another water sign.
Sorry.
Sirius is a Scorpio.
She says lightly. Against his will, his eyes flit over to Sirius, who is still deep in work mode. His first instinct is to demand, "One wonders what you are implying and how dare you be so presumptuous," before he remembers that he is not in fact a Jane Austen character. His second instinct is to be deeply embarrassed that he has clearly been so obvious in his attraction to the CTO, only 1 day into working here. He acts on this third instinct, which is to say,
Okay.
What's your time and place of birth?
What? Why?
Don't answer that.
Marlene cuts in.
You're not obligated to give her any more information about yourself.
I just want to add his birthday to the calendar so we can get cake.
Pandora says innocently.
And I want to look at his birth chart. Have you used the CoStar app, Remus?
Again with that app.
Marlene grouses.
The last thing you need is businesses sending you targeted ads based on your star sign, on top of everything else. When does it end?
Babe, you literally work for a for-profit company.
Cass intones without looking away from her screen.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I have to hand over every last bit of my personal data to these stupid apps.
Mary crosses her arms.
You know all our phones are already listening to everything we say, right? I bet there's already a bunch of your information on the dark.
ixnay on the arc de ebwe.
Cass cuts in, eyes wide and imploring. Marlene takes an audible breath, but before she can launch into what has the potential to be a spectacular rant, the clanging of a bell cuts her off.
Jesus Christ.
She says instead.
Hear ye, hear ye.
James calls as he descends the stairs, waving the offending handbell with zeal.
Town hall shall commence 2 minutes hence.
Remus watches him in astonishment as he lowers the bell and strolls off to the kitchen.
It's like he wants me to kill him.
Marlene deadpans.
It's like he's holding a megaphone up to my ear and shouting, "Please kill me, Marlene. I so want to die."
She says the last part in an imitation of his accent. They all get up, grumbling, and make their way to the kitchen. Sirius is already there, casually slumped in his chair like he always seems to be, rapping a rhythm on the table. Padfoot's head rests faithfully on his lap, looking up at his human with adoring eyes. Remus joins the rest of the team around the table, all turning to face James, who stands in front of a TV screen mounted on the wall beside the table. His laptop is hooked up to the screen, showing a visual timeline.
Right then.
He claps his hands together.
First off, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the newest member of the Pawpath family, Remus.
Sirius whoops, and the rest of the team chimes in with their welcomes. James claps with exaggerated zeal before continuing.
I thought I'd take this opportunity to review our long-term plan. With D-Day fast approaching, we all find ourselves a bit in the weeds. I think it's important that we keep the bigger picture in mind. We are currently on Phase 3 of our meteoric rise, public launch.
He points to Phase 3 on the timeline.
We're well on our way to launching Pawpath to the general public and expanding partnerships with shelters nationwide. The partnership we just closed with the Toronto Feral Cat TNR Coalition is a big win and will set us on our way to onboarding more large-scale shelters and rescue networks. Another round of applause for Mary for spearheading that.
The table erupts with boisterous applause. Mary covers her mouth in mock bashfulness.
Oh, stop it. No, wait, keep going.
She grins.
Now it's time to scale up user acquisition. We're going to need to use aggressive digital marketing and shelter collaborations. Maybe even get some of those pet influencers on board.
Mary nods.
Working on it, boss.
James beams at her.
That's where our writer-in-residence, Mr. R.J. Lupin, comes in. We need to get the message out to as many people as possible, on as many platforms as possible, about how Pawpath is helping to make a difference. Sorry to put you on the spot, Remus, but do you have any initial thoughts?
Okay, Remus anticipated this and made sure to give it some thought over the weekend. He sits back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, trying to affect an air of ease and confidence.
I want to go to a shelter as soon as possible. Talk to the people who work there and the people looking to adopt. I want to understand the challenges the shelters are facing and what the barriers to adoption are.
He glances at Mary for affirmation. She nods encouragingly. He continues.
I was thinking we could do a few profiles showcasing the entire journey of an adopter from profile creation to adoption. I could interview them before they fill out their profile, learn about them and what their situation is. Then I could follow along when they meet their matched pet for the first time. I'd film it since that would probably make for compelling content. Then I could do a follow-up interview with them a few weeks later to see how things are going. Hopefully they're on their way to a happy life together.
By the time he finishes, James is nodding his head so emphatically that he kind of resembles a bobblehead.
Yes, I love it. That's the kind of story that will really resonate with people.
I think so too.
Says Mary.
Let's go to a shelter tomorrow and get the ball rolling.
Remus feels a happy flush bloom on his face. He glances over at Sirius, only to catch Sirius already watching him with a soft smile. His smile widens and he gives Remus a thumbs up.
Brilliant. After we successfully launch our mobile app and secure our funding, we will be able to move into Phase 4, expansion, partnerships with international agencies, and providing services for exotic animal rescues. We're getting closer every day, team, so let's keep up the momentum.
The next day, Remus meets Mary at the office in the morning. He shows up at 9:45, unable to stop himself from being early. His need to be on time is deeply ingrained, thanks to his papa's opinions on respect and tardiness. He uses the key code Mary gave him yesterday, feeling a bit weird as he lets himself into the office. A little thrill runs through him when he walks into the kitchen to find Sirius standing at the counter, already preparing 3 mugs of coffee.
Had a feeling you might show up early again,
he says with a cheeky smile. After Mary arrives, the two of them head to one of their partner shelters.
It's called the Burrow Cat Rescue.
Mary explains as they sit side by side on the bus.
They were the second shelter to start using Paw Path, and they're very happy with it. The owners are this really lovely couple named Molly and Arthur. They've got like a football team of kids who help out at the shelter. We've shared testimonials from them before, so I'm sure they'll be happy to be profiled.
It definitely sounds promising. When they meet Molly and Arthur Weasley, the middle-aged couple greets them warmly.
You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Molly tells them as she leads them through the building.
If you need anything, just ask one of the gingers running around. I mean my family, not the cats. Ha.
Sure enough, a pair of red-haired twin tweens bowl through the room, followed by a disgruntled older teen with glasses who must be their brother.
Hi.
He says sullenly.
Hello.
Mary replies cheerfully. The Burrow Cat Rescue occupies a unit in a converted warehouse building in the Stockyards neighborhood. The area is quieter and less dense than neighborhoods closer to the downtown core, but gentrification is creeping in. A hip coffee shop called No Mondays has also taken up residence in the same building, as well as a shop that seems to specialize in beekeeping paraphernalia called All the Buzz. Mary and Remus spend some time exploring the shelter. The unit has several rooms, all of which are filled to the brim with cats. The smell of kitty litter and cat food permeates the air. As they look around, Arthur points things out to them.
That room's for kittens. They need to be adopted in pairs. That one's for the cats with behavioral issues. We keep them separate from the rest. That one's for the old folks.
Remus asks Arthur about the history of the shelter.
A passion project that ballooned into a full-blown nonprofit.
And how many cats come through their shelter in a year?
Oh, hundreds.
He spends a fair bit of time greeting the many cats who cross their paths, finding himself particularly drawn to a little black lady cat with beautiful green eyes. He feels a pang of yearning, but knows that he can't afford a pet at the moment. He leaves Mary to coo over a pair of rowdy kittens and walks into a room lined with cat towers. Standing in the middle of the room is a woman who appears to be in her late 50s. Her hair is pulled back in a severe bun, and a pair of spectacles perches on the bridge of her nose. She turns when she hears Remus approach.
Hello.
She greets with a polite nod.
Hello.
He replies. She looks back down at the cats ambling on the floor around her. Remus thinks she looks a bit lost. He finds himself suddenly curious about this woman.
Looking to adopt a cat.
He ventures softly. The woman looks up at him with an irritated quirk of her brow.
Do you work here?
Remus wonders if maybe he should just leave her alone. After all, it's none of his business. Only, he can sense there's a story to this woman, and his curiosity wins out. He shakes his head.
No, I worked for a company that partners with the shelter to connect people looking to adopt with a pet that suits them.
I'm not interested in using your service.
She says snippily. Remus smiles apologetically.
That's all right. I won't bring it up again. Today's only my second day on the job anyway, so I'm still learning about all of this. I was just curious. You seemed a bit unsure.
The woman huffs quietly and looks down at the cats around her.
Well, that's because I am. I've never had a cat. I always wanted one, but my husband was allergic. He passed away in the spring, and I thought...
Her mouth pulls into a thin, hard line.
I thought now was the time.
Her words tug on Remus's heart.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yes, well, thank you.
The woman doesn't go on further than that. Remus waffles a moment more, unsure if he should keep standing here or just leave her to it. But she looks quite sad, really.
Do you want me to help you pick one? Without the app. I had a cat growing up. Not that that makes me an expert or anything.
He trails off, feeling very awkward and stupid. The woman gives him an assessing look through her spectacles. Unsure what to do, he looks back at her, shuffling his feet awkwardly under her scrutiny. The corner of her mouth twitches.
What's your name?
Remus.
Minerva. And fine, Remus. You've caught me in a moment where I must admit I am feeling a bit overwhelmed.
Time passes in that unobtrusive way it does when you're deep in conversation. They greet the cats together, observing their temperaments, and musing about what it would be like to live with them.
I'm fine if the cat hides from guests and doesn't want to be held all the time.
Minerva says with deep-rooted pragmatism.
I want a cat that knows it's a cat. not one that thinks it's a dog.
Remus finds himself utterly charmed by her snappy wit. Remus learns that Minerva is a high school English and history teacher. She and her husband were married for 33 years before he passed away, but they never had children. Now she lives alone in their Roncesvalles home, and the quiet is starting to get to her. In turn, Remus tells her about his journalism studies and short career at the Griffin. Minerva warms up to him considerably when he tells her about his writing. She tells him about some of her own stories, published in literary magazines, and the poetry chapbook she published a few years ago. Eventually, he confesses his fear that he's made the wrong choice by going into marketing.
Well, I don't think the platform matters so much, as long as your intentions for what you write are true. And the wonderful thing about writing is that you can always come back to it, and you'll only have more perspective to bring to the table when you do.
She tells him kindly.
Creativity is a muscle. It may take some work to get back into it after not using it for a while, but you can always get it back.
Mary finds them deep in conversation while they pet a fluffy gray cat into a blissful stupor.
There you are. I'm thinking we should probably head back soon.
Remus looks down at his phone and balks at the time. He and Minerva have been talking for close to an hour.
It's been really nice talking to you.
He tells the older woman honestly. She smiles warmly.
Same to you, Remus.
Then she pauses, hesitates.
Oh, what the hell. I'll give your app a try.
Things take off from there. Mary and Remus invite Minerva to the Pawpath office the next day so they can set her up with the beta version of the mobile app and help her create a profile. Remus wonders, privately, if they've made a mistake inviting her there. His worries are affirmed when Padfoot comes bounding up to greet her, a thundercloud of black fur, big paws, and lolling tongue. The look on the older woman's face can only be described as disapproving. Then Sirius comes strutting over, all tattoos and artfully tousled hair, and Remus is sure it's game over. Until...
Apologies for my associate. He's a bit of a dog around charming women.
Sirius gives Minerva one of his patented roguish smiles. The corner of Minerva's mouth twitches.
Flattery won't get you anywhere with me, young man.
Sirius's face alights with delight. There may even be little hearts in his eyes.
Madam, you simply must let me make you a tea. I promise it will be up to your standards.
Minerva affixes Sirius with the same assessing look she'd given Remus the day before.
Very well.
Marvelous. Right this way, Minnie. May I call you Minnie?
She allows him to usher her toward the kitchen, a small smile playing on her stern features.
You may not.
The algorithm pairs Minerva with what is, quite simply, the fattest cat Remus has ever seen. Molly and Arthur Weasley have lovingly named him Dumpling, because with his remarkably rotund figure and short tanned fur, really does look like a dumpling. Remus and Mary take Minerva to meet her match at the Burrow. He hadn't been at the Burrow when they'd visited yesterday because he was away at the vet. Dumpling was rescued along with 38 other compatriots from a hoarder's house. In their dire environment, only the most proactive cats got to eat, and Dumpling is indeed proactive. But the poor critter can barely walk, so hard is his own weight on his joints. Remus takes notes on his phone while Mary films the meeting on her phone.
He needs loving rehabilitation.
Molly explains to Minerva cheerily, giving Dumpling a little scratch under the chin.
He's on a diet plan and will need a firm hand to keep him on track. Someone who won't fall for his dramatics and sneak him extra treats. If he can get down to a healthy weight, he'll have many good years ahead of him yet.
Dumpling gives a pathetic little mewl as if to prove Molly's point, but Minerva simply fixes him with a stern look.
There will be none of that.
She tisks, but then a small mischievous smile breaks out on her face.
My late husband always tried to sneak extra dessert too, even when the doctors told him not to. I know all the tricks.
They film Dumpling and Minerva getting to know each other, including Minerva encouraging Dumpling to use a little treadmill that the Weasleys have leased for his rehabilitation. Dumpling is a mouthy cat and he makes his displeasure known. Minerva watches, a stern and unflappable coach. Remus writes up a sweet little story about Minerva and her first week with Dumpling for the Pawpath blog. While it may not be a piece for an indie magazine, he still puts his whole heart into it, determined to do right by Minerva. They embed the video of the two fated souls meeting and cross-post it to TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. The video goes viral. The comments section floods with people losing their minds over Dumpling and what a hilarious and lovable duo he and Minerva make. One of the city's biggest newspapers, the Toronto Prophet, syndicates Remus's write-up on their website. Seeing R.J. Lupin at the top of the article is surreal. He sends the article to his mom, who calls him as soon as she receives it to gush at him. This causes a spike in traffic to Pawpath's website, which they are ultimately unprepared for. The website crashes, sending Sirius, Marlene, and Pete scrambling to fix it.
Thanks a lot, Lupin.
Sirius barks at him, but he does it with a huge grin. Remus's stomach does a whole Olympic gymnastics routine at that. After the website is back up and running, James announces that they should celebrate their success by getting dinner and drinks at an arcade bar on Dundas West. There's the shuffle of everyone putting on their bluntstones.
Oops, these aren't mine.
I think you've got my pair, Petey.
Can you pass me Lefty over there?
Then the inevitable drawn-out goodbyes with the dogs, particularly between Cass and Kingsley.
Don't look at me like that. You'll have fun with pads. Oh, my baby.
Kingsley fixes Remus with a penetrating stare like he knows it's his fault they're leaving. Pete locks Wormy up in a cage he keeps for her in one of the breakout rooms on the second floor. Then they all pile into 2 Ubers and they're off. In Remus's opinion, Dundas West provides some of the best of what the city has to offer. While several 10-story-plus condos have popped up like tumors in recent years, the street remains mostly close to the ground. It doesn't have the world-renowned reputation of Ossington Avenue, nor does it attract the out-of-town crowds like Queen Street West. Dundas West still belongs to the locals. Hipster cocktail bars and cafes stand side by side with ancient Portuguese bakeries, grungy corner stores, and hidden art galleries. The street borders Trinity Bellwoods Park, meaning it's always pulled into whatever festival or theater of life performance transpires there. You can spend a whole night on Dundas West and trust it to lead you somewhere wonderful, an old and trusted friend with new tales to catch you up on. The arcade bar is called God Mode, and when they enter, they're met with an onslaught of light and sound. Half of the joint is dedicated to the seating area, and the other half is a kaleidoscope of colorful game machines ranging from retro to new.
Over here.
Lily calls from the table she saved for them. They gather around the table in a flurry of hellos and coats coming off. James throws an arm around Lily's shoulders and plants a sappy kiss on her lips.
Hello, beautiful.
Hi.
She smiles and gives him another peck. Then she turns to Remus.
So Remus, sounds like things are going well.
Yeah, so far so good.
Remus says ruefully as he folds himself into his seat. To his secret delight, Sirius flops down into the seat next to him.
No need to be so modest. Lupin came out with guns blazing.
He shoots Remus a blinding grin, and Remus smiles back appreciatively before averting his gaze to the menu. They order a round of drinks and food for the table. Everyone orders pints of beer except for Mary, who orders a vodka soda, and Pandora, who orders an iced tea. They settle into easy banter as they eat and drink. Lily makes an effort to pull Remus into the conversation, which he appreciates. All the while, he shoots furtive glances sideways at Sirius. Everything about him is animated, from the way his face quickly shifts from one expression to the next, to the way he talks with his hands, to the way he seems to bounce his knees constantly, bumping into Remus's every so often. When he does, Sirius mumbles a quick apology through a half smile before launching into whatever his next thought is. His entire being seems to hum with frenetic energy, like a live wire sparking and crackling with an intensity that can't be contained. In the middle of telling an anecdote about one of her labs, Lily pauses.
Oh shit, is that one of the Property Brothers and Riz from Kiss 92.5?
They all turn around in their seats to look in the direction she subtly points at. Sure enough, local radio host and half of the Riz and Matcha show and one of the Property Brothers sit at a table together, sipping martinis and deeply engrossed in conversation.
It is.
Have you ever actually seen both Property Brothers together in real life?
What are you implying, Pete?
I'm just saying, do we have proof there are really 2 of them?
What?
Mary guffaws.
Like a Lindsay Lohan Parent Trap thing.
I think he's on to something.
Marlene says through her mouthful of fries.
Do you think Riz and Matcha are a couple?
Kaz muses while shooting an unimpressed look at her girlfriend.
No way.
Pete shakes his head. Remus tilts his head in thought.
Could be.
Pete gawks at him.
Nah, They've said in interviews that they're just really good friends.
What are you, some kind of super fan?
Marlene chirps.
Yeah, they're really good friends like James and Sirius.
Mary grins, holding the straw from her drink between her teeth.
I beg your pardon.
Sirius scoffs.
You better not be implying something. James is like my brother.
You mean nothing has ever happened between you?
No, that's gross.
Sirius declares at the same time James hums.
Well, when you're 15 and curious.
Sirius's face turns to horror. He slaps a hand over James's mouth while the rest of the table dissolves into hysterics.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. It was a mistake. You swore you'd never bring it up again.
Marlene leans forward on her elbows, a wolfish glint in her eyes.
Okay, now I'm dying to know what happened.
James primly removes Sirius's hand from his mouth.
Sorry, Miles. My lips are sealed.
Oh, now they are.
Sirius grouses. Everyone's eyebrows shoot up toward the ceiling. Lily brings a hand to her mouth in faux scandal.
Oh my.
Sirius realizes his fumble and grabs at his hair.
No, that's not what I got.
Lily snickers at his expense.
Man, you guys really have no boundaries. I feel bad for whoever does end up working HR for you.
Well, that won't be for ages. We don't need HR cramping our style.
Sirius crosses his arms over his chest mulishly.
I don't know. Some boundaries would be good.
Cass says lightly.
Says the one who lives and works with her partner.
Sirius points out.
Yeah, and we're a goddamn dream team, so suck it.
Marlene throws an arm around Cass's shoulder to drive the point home.
I'm just saying.
Cass continues.
There was that one time that guy you brought home came wandering up from the basement after we'd already started the workday.
Ha!
Marlene slams the table with her hand.
That was hilarious. The poor guy was shitting bricks.
It was a bit scandalous.
Pandora agrees airily.
What the fuck is this? Take the piss out of Sirius Knight.
Sirius demands.
I was perfectly nice to him.
Sirius glances at Remus with something like nervousness on his face. At least, that's what Remus thinks at first, before banishing the thought. Why in the hell would Sirius care what he thinks?
Well, imagine it from that guy's perspective.
Pete says dryly.
You crash at some strange man's place and wake up in an office. That takes walk of shame to a whole new level.
Look,
Sirius says, voice verging on shrill.
I know I was a bit of a wanker, but I didn't do it on purpose. The answer to a bug I'd been trying to fix came to me in the middle of the night, and I just had to work on it. I genuinely forgot he was there. By the morning, I'd already had 3 cold brews, and I'm pretty sure I could see through the dimensional fabric. I had the shakes. All right, the shakes.
Marlene snorts.
Yeah, okay, and whose fault is that?
I'm not proud of it, and it will never happen again. And you know what? I thought Canadians were supposed to be nice, but I have to say, you're one of the meanest people I've ever met, Marlene.
She's the exception that proves the rule.
Cass says brightly. She pecks her girlfriend on the cheek.
Just look at Remus. He's sweet as they come.
Sirius does then look at Remus. He fixes his sharp, clear eyes directly on him. Sirius smiles apologetically, a light blush dusting his cheekbones prettily. Needing an out, Remus checks his phone. There's a text from Zeno.
Where Mumu?
At God mode with coworkers.
He sends back. A moment later, Zeno's reply pops up.
On my way.
Oh God, why? It is way too early to unleash Zeno on them, but he can't exactly tell him not to come without sounding like a jerk. And so he sits and frets, and half an hour later, when they're almost through their second round of drinks, there he is. Zeno spots Remus and strolls lazily to their table, his hair pulled up in a ratty bun on top of his head and sporting a coat from an army surplus store.
Sup, fam?
Is the baffling greeting he chooses to go with.
Remus's roommate.
Sirius greets, shaking Zeno's hand heartily.
I've heard you're in a band and that you sound phenomenal.
Oh, Mumu.
Zeno coos, ruffling Remus's hair. Remus thinks now would be a good time to melt into the floor like a slushy sidewalk puddle.
Mumu.
James gasps delightedly.
Fucking hell.
Remus grumbles. Zeno opens his mouth to say something else, but stops when his eyes land on Pandora. She stares at him with heated focus.
Hello?
She says in a wind chime voice.
Hello.
Zeno echoes.
Jesus, it's like I'm seeing double.
Marlene mutters to Cass.
What are your big 3?
Pandora asks in the tone of someone asking for the weather.
Gemini sun, Aquarius moon, Sagittarius rising. You.
Sagittarius Sun, Libra Moon, Aquarius Rising.
Sick.
I'm Pandora.
They smile at each other, seemingly oblivious to everyone watching the exchange in astonishment.
Pandora, would you like to play Mortal Kombat with me?
I would.
She stands in one smooth motion, and Zeno leads her by the hand to the arcade side of the bar.
They are going to have the weirdest kid.
Pete intones. They all murmur their agreement, but they decide to follow Zeno and Pandora's lead, ordering another round of drinks and joining the arcade side to play some games. Time passes in a whirl of flashing lights, campy video game sounds, and laughter. Lily and James pull him over to the whack-a-mole with them, then to the air hockey table where they play 2-on-2, Remus and Lily versus James and Pete. Sirius orders everyone a round of whiskey shots, which they all take with exaggerated grimaces, before ordering another round of drinks. Remus feels himself loosening up thanks to the alcohol and the boisterous energy of the group. When Sirius approaches him with a devastatingly handsome smile and asks,
Remus, would you like to play Mortal Kombat with me?
Remus is drunk enough that he agrees easily. They stand side by side in front of the game machine, battling it out. Their shoulders brush again and again, sending little zings of electricity through Remus's arm. Sirius turns out to be very good at this game, but Remus is no slouch. They play a few rounds, ending up in a tie. It looks like Remus might have a chance of gaining the lead when Sirius uses an entirely underhanded tactic and brushes his hair off his shoulders, throwing a crooked sideways smile at him. Remus fumbles and hits the wrong button. On the screen, his character freezes mid-move, leaving him wide open for Sirius's fighter to hit him with a brutal combo. The screen flashes red as Remus's health bar drains to 0, booming.
Finish him!
Sirius delivers a gleeful fatality that leaves Remus defeated and flustered.
Ha! Take that, Mumu.
Remus drops his head into his hands and groans.
What do I have to do to stop this from becoming a thing? I'll do anything.
He looks up to see Sirius eyeing him with a perfectly arched brow. Immediately, his heart kicks into high gear. Luckily, Sirius saves him.
You're pretty good at this. Do you game a lot?
Oh yeah, I did a lot growing up. I was sick quite a bit.
Sirius tilts his head curiously but doesn't press. Remus appreciates that.
I guess you gamed a lot too.
Sirius nods.
Spent a lot of time stuck in my room. My parents were strict.
Oh, that's too bad.
Sirius shrugs but doesn't elaborate either. He taps his fingers on the side of his leg, glancing around for a moment. It strikes Remus as an almost nervous gesture, but that's ridiculous. Sirius is probably the least nervous person he's ever met.
Fancy a refill?
Sirius says, nodding at Remus's mostly empty pint glass.
Oh, sure.
He tips his head back and finishes off the last sip. When he lowers the glass, he catches Sirius watching him. His neck starts to feel hot again.
Right, well...
He gestures towards the bar.
Right.
Sirius echoes. Remus wills his heart to slow down as they wait for their drinks at the bar. Sirius leans his elbows on the bar top and begins drumming out a rhythm with his fingers. At a loss for words, Remus watches his fingers with growing interest. The taps seem to follow a deliberate pattern, syncopated and complex.
Do you play music?
Sirius looks at him with surprise.
What?
Just the beat you're tapping with your fingers. It seems like you know what you're doing.
Something hard to read crosses Sirius's face before he schools it into an easy smile.
Well spotted. I'm classically trained on piano, but don't play much anymore. James and I picked up the guitar in secondary school, and I kept it up.
Remus nods. Yes, that fits his impression of Sirius somehow.
Do you play jazz?
Sirius scoffs quietly, then bites his lip over another sideways smile. It makes Remus feel a bit ill, like a million butterflies are losing their shit in his stomach.
I'm more of a progressive rock kind of guy.
Right, I can see that.
He watches, transfixed, as Sirius's eyes flit over his face before landing on his eyes.
You're good at seeing things, aren't you?
Remus pokes out his tongue to wet his lips, which suddenly feel desert dry.
What do you mean?
Sirius smiles softly.
You just seem good at seeing people. It's why you're a good writer. You saw Minerva McGonagall, and you saw all those other people you profiled for your Toronto Voices series.
God, the butterflies in his stomach are staging a full-blown mosh pit. How is he ever going to calm them down now?
You read my series.
Yep.
He seems to hesitate before continuing.
I'd actually read some of your work before you applied to Paw Path.
Oh, wow. And did you like it?
Sirius laughs, eyes crinkling at the corners. He really is ridiculously nice to look at.
Didn't I just tell you that I did?
Oh, right.
He's still looking at Sirius, and Sirius is still looking at him, and the space between them feels pulled taut in the way it does when two people are only seeing each other.
Sorry, excuse me.
Someone says to them. The tension snaps. They notice then that their new pints have been sitting in front of them for long enough that they've started to sweat.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Sirius says to the guy waiting behind them. He and Remus shuffle out of the way to let him get to the bar. They take that as their cue to rejoin the rest of their group. Eventually, everyone decides they are tired of the arcade games, and it's time to decide what to do next. Zeno and Pandora bid them all farewell with matching mysterious smiles, though it's painfully obvious to the rest of them that they're going off to have weird tantric sex or something. To Remus's bottomless relief, Zeno informs him that they will be going back to hers. The rest of them stumble in a jumble of limbs and laughter to a nearby Japanese rockabilly-inspired bar called Snake Eyes Cafe. There, they sip on cocktails served to them by a bartender who looks like Jared Leto. The cafe is cramped and cozy, with very few tables and a retro jukebox pushed against one wall. They take over the joint, pushing two tables together, and Sirius takes the seat beside Remus, which is something. They cue up songs on the jukebox and argue passionately over whose taste is better. They all agree that Sirius's selection of Rock Lobster is the winner of the night, and most apropos for the setting. When Jared Leto informs them that it's last call, Remus can't believe they're already in the wee hours of the morning. They all share one more round of drinks, and then there they all are, shrugging on their coats and trudging out into the frigid November night. They all bid each other a merry goodbye. Pete heads toward the annex, Mary toward the junction, and Marlene and Cass back to the office with James and Lily to pick up Kingsley before heading home to their Liberty Village condo. Remus and Sirius stand near each other, bodies sort of tilting in the other's direction, shoulders hunched against the cold. Remus notices they're both doing that awkward shuffle you do when you know you should go but you don't want to. It all feels rather out of body, since there is no way someone like Sirius could want to spend more time with Remus. That's just wild. And yet, there has been an undeniable vibe between them since the arcade bar.
Hey.
So,
they break off with an awkward chuckle. Sirius pokes his tongue into his cheek, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. They're both drunk. Remus knows that, but it doesn't stop a little flame of hope from flickering to life inside him.
I sort of don't want to go home yet.
Sirius tells Remus like a confession. Remus does his best to mask the relief in his voice when he says,
"Me neither."
Sirius's face lights up like that's the answer he'd been hoping for.
Ace.
He turns to James and the others, who are all watching them curiously.
I'll meet you back there in a bit.
James gives Sirius a knowing look.
Oh yeah, don't stay out too late.
Yes, Mum.
Sirius blows him a kiss. Then, he grabs Remus by the arm and pulls him down the sidewalk in the opposite direction, ignoring the heckles from their coworkers. Remus knows he should feel more uncomfortable about this, but right now he doesn't care. After checking over his shoulder that the others are gone, Sirius stops and turns to face Remus.
So what should we do?
Remus pauses for a moment to consider. In his drunken state, the streetlights glare and blur his vision a little, giving Sirius a halo effect.
Have you ever had cold tea?
Sirius gives him a skeptical look, like he's thinking,
Okay, how plastered are you?
It makes Remus laugh, loud and unguarded.
Trust me.
Sirius bites his lip over a smile.
All right then, cold tea. In this bollocks freezing weather, sign me up.
Chapter 3. Cold Tea and 5 a.m. Wishes.
This season, bells ring out on the street, snow falling at our feet, lights glowing in the trees. Will you dance with me? Have I been good enough to ask for your love?
They say that nothing good happens after 2 a.m., but those are words spoken upon reflection, in the clarity brought by the morning light and the thickening of your blood. What they don't say is that while you're out in the wee hours of the morning, breathing the sharp, icy air, and in the company of someone who excites you, it feels like everything good happens after 2 a.m. Like the rest of the world has exited stage left, and the night belongs to only those who stay spotlighted in the present moment, the ones who are restless, the dreamers awake, with alcohol and twinkling lights running through their bloodstreams, the decadent and the daring, who dance and collide on sidewalks as though the stars are their audience. In the wee hours of the morning, in the space between yesterday and tomorrow, you can believe that wishes will come true. It's 3 a.m, and the restaurant in Chinatown is bustling with patrons. The little bell above the door jingles when they enter, and the door swings shut behind them, blissfully cutting off the cold air from outside. Remus and Sirius blink against the harsh fluorescent lighting of the restaurant. The smell of oily, savory foods hits him next, and his stomach growls longingly. A short, older woman with curled hair and an apron shuffles up to them, holding 2 menus.
Two.
She shouts over the chatter around them. Remus and Sirius nod, momentarily dazed. There's something particularly disorienting about being drunk and walking into a brightly lit room. They follow the woman to an empty table for 2. The table is round and covered in a beige plastic tablecloth. On the wall beside the table is a poster for some kind of hair product, or alcohol. Remus isn't quite sure, but in any case, the model in the poster looks very happy. Before their butts have fully touched the seats, the woman asks,
Cold tea.
Yes.
Remus says. The woman shuffles off to help the table beside him. Remus rests his elbows on the table and looks at Sirius. It's really quite unfair how good Sirius looks, even in the harsh fluorescent lights at 3 a.m. He's looking back at Remus with a perfectly arched eyebrow and a playful smirk. He must have removed his coat while Remus was talking to the server. His charcoal sweater-clad elbows rest on the table, mirroring Remus's pose. Remus shrugs off his own coat and hangs it on the back of his chair, but keeps his hat on.
So this cold tea business, is that why everyone is here?
Remus glances around the room. Virtually every table is surrounded by a group of young people, drinking from white teapots and chowing down on big plates of savory food. The only exception is a table for 2, where 2 graying men are engaged in a deep conversation.
Yep, I'd say so.
The server is back already, thunking a uniform white teapot in front of them, along with 2 teacups.
Food.
Remus shoots Sirius a questioning look. Sirius picks up one of the menus, nodding emphatically.
Yes, please. Could we get the beef and broccoli, the dan-dan noodles, and...
He looks up at Remus over the menu. A strand of dark hair falls across his forehead, and Remus can't stop himself from imagining what it would feel like to brush it behind his ear.
Anything else?
The server demands, with obvious impatience at Remus's mooning.
The chicken dumplings and 2 waters.
The woman nods and shuffles off again. Remus reaches for the teapot, but Sirius grabs his hand before he can reach it. His breath stops somewhere halfway between his throat and his lungs.
Isn't the younger one supposed to pour for their elders?
Sirius's hand is warm and surprisingly soft for a man's, narrower than Remus's, with elegant tapered fingers and a strong grip. Piano-playing hands. Remus tears his gaze away from their joined hands and back up at Sirius's face, only to be met with a look of cheeky anticipation.
Huh? Why do you assume I'm the older one?
Are you trying to tell me you're not? With the cozy jumpers and the creased paperbacks and the huffing and puffing.
Remus huffs.
Should I be insulted?
Sirius's smile widens.
Not at all. C'est charmant.
Remus squirms a little in his seat but keeps his hand still. Sirius is still holding it, and Remus doesn't want to draw attention to that, lest he let go.
Well, I'm 24. How about you?
With an exaggerated groan, Sirius hangs his head. He glances up at Remus from under his long, dark lashes.
I just turned 25 on the 3rd.
Remus uses his victory cry as a distraction to squeeze Sirius's hand a little. Just a bit. He's unsure if Sirius's responding grin is because of the hand squeeze or his outburst.
Well then, pour me some of this cold tea, youngster.
He lets go of Remus's hand and it feels like ripping off a warm blanket. But Remus pretends that isn't the case, pouring Sirius a cup, then himself. Sirius peers down into the cup, his eyebrows shooting up.
Cheers.
Remus says, unable to stop himself from grinning, and raises his glass.
Salud.
They clink their glasses and take a drink. Sirius laughs.
It's beer. Oh, very sneaky. Is this the only restaurant that does this?
Remus smiles and takes a satisfied sip.
No, a few others around here do as well. It's just a Chinatown thing, as far as I know.
I wouldn't have taken you to be the sort to.
The server interrupts them by plunking their food down between them. She seems to have forgotten the waters. They thank her, and she shuffles off again.
I'm not really.
Remus says, serving them both some from each plate.
Just a couple of times in university and with Zeno.
How did you end up living with him? He's a real character. I never thought I'd meet another Pandora, much less one with a willy.
Remus snort laughs, covering his mouth with his hand.
Yeah, they really hit it off. That was
He pauses to consider, shaking his head.
astonishing.
Truly.
Sirius agrees. He somehow manages to make slurping noodles look elegant.
As for how I ended up living with him, well, it's not a very interesting story.
Remus hesitates for a beat.
I was living with my girlfriend, but we broke up during lockdown. I had to find a new place that I could afford fast. I found Zeno's posting looking for a roommate on Facebook, and the rest is history.
Remus does a little flourish of his chopsticks, but stops short when he sees the surprised look on Sirius's face. His own chopsticks paused midway to his mouth. He seems to catch himself, setting his chopsticks down abruptly and draining his cup of beer in one swig.
Right.
Sirius clears his throat.
Well, it all worked out then, didn't it?
Sirius laughs a peculiar laugh. Remus furrows his brow in confusion.
I guess.
Remus's voice comes out weird. Why do things suddenly feel weird?
Anyway, what about you? 25 with your own company. Seems like it all worked out for you too.
By the time Sirius refills his and Remus's cups, he seems to have recovered.
Suppose you could say that. Though, really, it's been a lot of hard work.
Remus nods in understanding, tucking into his food as Sirius talks. The noodles are warm, springy, and coated in a spicy sauce, and the beef and broccoli taste heavily of garlic.
So why did you and James decide to come all the way to Canada to start your business?
Well, aside from the fact that it's an ocean away from the UK, it was also easier to get a Canadian work visa than an American one.
Remus laughs at his honesty.
And are you glad you chose Toronto?
So glad. I love it here, even if the weather is shite.
Sirius grins at the chuckle. This pulls from Remus like he's won a prize.
Everything feels newer than in the UK. It's the perfect place for a new beginning. Moving here really felt like a blank slate.
Remus remembers what James said on the day of his job interview. We needed a fresh start. He wonders how much he would be overstepping by asking Sirius what he'd meant.
I felt kind of similar when I moved here too.
He muses.
I didn't know anyone.
Sirius nods enthusiastically.
Yes, so you have the chance to be anyone you want. Make a life you choose, not one you were born into. Now I get to build something from scratch with my best friend, work with a bunch of my other best friends, and have Padfoot at the office, my bestest friend, and we're building something that will make lives better. It feels like I'm living the Canadian dream.
Remus snorts at that last bit, but Sirius's excitement is dangerously contagious, enough to make you grin like a maniac back at him, no matter whether or not you have garlic in your teeth. Sirius smiles back at him, and it feels like the air between them is pulling taut again, like at the arcade bar, pulling from somewhere deep in his chest, enough to make him ache.
That's amazing.
He tells Sirius honestly.
You're lucky you get to live your dream.
Sirius's smile falters.
But it's not your dream, is it?
Remus laughs, only this time it's tinged with bitterness.
Well, nobody dreams of being in marketing when they're little.
A crease forms between Sirius's eyebrows. It sends another pang through Remus's chest. He wants to smooth the crease out with his thumb.
But I mean, Pawpaw is great. Everyone's been so welcoming, and you all work really hard. You're really building something special.
So are you.
Sirius says softly.
You're building it too.
Right, you're right.
Remus takes an awkward sip from his teacup, only to find it empty. He pours himself some more beer as he continues to blab, hoping that if he doesn't have time to take a breath, he won't have time to let any of the awkwardness reach his brain.
And it's cool to work at a place that's so welcoming to queer folks. The Griffin was like that too, so I feel really lucky in that regard.
Sirius nods, but he's giving him a puzzled look while he does. It makes Remus pause.
Oh, I'm bi.
A complicated sequence of expressions passes over Sirius's face in the seconds that follow that statement. First, his eyes widen a bit. He exhales like he's been holding his breath and smiles. Then he chuckles, which turns into a cough, before looking away from Remus and gulping down the rest of his cup of beer.
I thought, well, I'd figured you were, at least based on who you profiled for the Griffin and your general, you know.
He waves a hand in front of Remus's face.
Vibe.
In the 2 weeks that he's known Sirius Black, He's never seen him ramble like this.
Yeah, well,
Remus shrugs sheepishly.
ding, ding, ding.
Sirius bursts out laughing, a loud bark that draws the attention of several neighboring tables. He runs a hand through his hair and shakes his head. At what, Remus isn't sure, but he finds himself laughing too, more relieved than anything. Laughter trailing off, Sirius's face turns pensive.
So then, what is your dream?
Remus doesn't hesitate.
To be able to keep writing people's stories, especially the people that are overlooked, whether that be in a magazine or a blog or a book someday maybe. I just want to write about things I care about. It feels important, like something I should be doing.
Sirius tilts his head and looks at Remus. His smile has gone all soft again, a little quirk at the corner of his lips like a comma, the promise of something more to come. A smile, and...
Well, Remus, I'm glad you're on the team now. Without you, Minnie and Dumpling would have never met, and wouldn't that have been the greatest tragedy of our time?
Warmth washes over Remus at Sirius's obvious attempt to lighten the mood. He smiles appreciatively at Sirius and accepts a refill of his cup of cold tea. They order another pot from the haggard server. Sirius picks up a dumpling between his chopsticks and holds it up to Remus.
To Minnie and Dumpling, and to finding love in the dead of winter.
Oh no, that woke up the butterflies in Remus's stomach. They are a-fluttering like they're at an after-hours disco club. Remus picks up his own dumpling and taps it against Sirius's. They talk about growing up on two different sides of an ocean. Sirius tells him about the pranks he and James pulled at boarding school. Remus tells him about living on the road and how big Canada is. Sirius tells him about exploring winding London streets and holidaying in the Lake District with the Potters. Remus tells him about mountains and sugar shacks and skating on the Rideau. Sirius tells him about lively bonfire nights and messy pub crawls on Mill Road at Cambridge. Remus tells him about how Nuit Blanche isn't what it used to be, and about the time he accidentally stumbled on the nudie beach on Toronto Island. Sirius tells him he has a brother but doesn't tell him about his parents. Remus tells him about his parents but doesn't tell him about his accident. This isn't a night for sad memories. This is a night for wishes. It's 5 a.m. when they stumble out into the winter air together. The cold hits them like a slap across the face, and yet Remus welcomes the lower light and volume of the Chinatown street. The fluorescent lighting of the restaurant and the early warnings of a hangover were starting to make his head ache. Chinatown is colorful at any time of the year, with big shop signs, neon lights, and ornate sculptures decorating the streets. But as it's mid-November, many of the stores have added Christmas lights and sparkly baubles to their storefronts. Remus and Sirius set off down the sidewalk at an unhurried pace, neither wanting the night to end just yet, even though they're both tired and sluggish.
It's official. You could shatter my balls with a hammer.
Sirius shivers to emphasize his proclamation. Remus can't help it. He laughs at him.
Okay, it's not that cold.
Sirius looks aghast.
Are you joking?
Remus laughs again.
Oh man, you would never survive in Quebec.
Is it worse than here?
So much worse. It gets way more snow. Toronto barely gets any, just ice and slush.
Sirius scoffs, crossing his arms against the cold and shivering. Snowflakes tumble gently from the sky, whirling and twirling to land on Sirius's hair and eyelashes like twinkling stars in a midnight sky. The effect is ethereal, a boy from outer space.
You should really wear a hat.
Remus chides. Sirius bites his lip over a smile.
Maybe I'll just steal yours.
They stop under the soft glow of a streetlight. Remus wonders what they look like together, standing face to face like two characters in a snow globe.
Look at you,
Sirius murmurs.
You've got the moon in your eyes.
Like a big pizza pie.
Remus blurts out. Sirius laughs brighter and more effervescent than the twinkling lights in the shop windows, and Remus just really likes his laugh. He's pretty sure he leans in first to kiss Sirius, but then again, maybe Sirius clasps the back of his neck and pulls him down. A first kiss is a strangely liminal place to be. There's the before you kissed, which you've just stepped out of, and the after you've kissed, which you're about to step into. There's the not knowing and the right now, where you're in the middle of finding out. At least that's what runs through Remus's head before he stops thinking about much at all beyond Sirius's lips, soft tasting of beer, and Sirius's smell, nice, tinged with cold, and Sirius's hands, chilly, cupping his neck. Wouldn't it be nice if there didn't have to be an after? If you could only exist in the scene where two bodies press together, in the happy hums and laughing breaths between the soft, wet smack of lips and tongues and the low hum of the cars passing by, and the gently falling snowflakes, and the hazy streetlight glow. Remus wakes up blind. He starts to freak out and lifts his fingers to his eyes. Oh, they're just crusted shut. He rubs vigorously at his lids, flaking away the crust so he can open them like peeling back the skin of a dried-out orange. Thank God he can see. Good God, he feels like trash. Without taking his eyes off the stain on his bedroom ceiling, he fumbles beside him, searching blindly for his phone. When he finds it, it takes him a couple of blinks to register that the screen reads 11:04.
Fucking shit.
He jolts up in bed and is immediately hit with a wave of nausea.
Fuck.
He groans, dropping his face into his hands. His palms feel blissfully cool against his pounding head. Everyone will be at work by now. Should he call in sick? But it's only his second week at the job, and everyone will know it's because he was out late with Sirius. The memory hits him like a sledgehammer. Sirius, haloed by the streetlight, Remus bending down. Sirius, holding the back of his neck with steady, sure fingers, meeting him halfway. The soft heat of Sirius's lips, his tongue, and oh yes, his teeth.
Oh my God.
He drops back onto his pillow and contemplates his life moving forward.
Good fucking work, Remus. 2 weeks into the job and you've already gone and made out with the CTO. You think the others aren't going to hear about this? 2 weeks in and you've become the office hussy. Don't you have any self-respect?
For some reason, the voice chastising him in his head sounds a lot like Marlon Brando in The Godfather. He stumbles to the bathroom and pukes in the toilet. Knowing in his bones that this is one of his all-time lows, he hauls ass into the shower, throws on some clothes, and staggers out the door into the punishing late November air. When he walks through the door at 11:45, Padfoot bounds down the hall to greet him. The chatter of his colleagues in the other room comes to a halt. He takes a deep breath, ruffling the fur on Padfoot's neck absent-mindedly as he steels himself. Sure enough, all eyes are on him when he walks into the room.
Damn it.
Marlene takes a $5 from her wallet and slaps it into Pete's waiting hand.
Told you.
Pete says through a victorious smile. Kaz rubs Marlene's back soothingly.
Good morning, Remus.
Mary shuffles into the room behind him, holding a mug of coffee.
Remus, there you are.
I'm so sorry I'm so late.
He says hastily.
I missed my alarm. I'll work late today to make up for it.
Remus, it's fine.
Mary laughs.
It's Friday, and anyway, we were all a bit slow going this morning. Drink this and we can have a quick touch base in half an hour.
She hands him the mug with a cheeky little smile. He accepts it gratefully, knowing his face is flushed from how hot it feels. Feeling sheepish but placated, he drops his backpack to the floor and sits down in his chair. A quick look around the room confirms that Sirius isn't there. Unsure whether he feels ill from just the hangover or his nerves, Remus turns his focus to checking his emails and drinking his coffee. At noon, Sirius finally trudges up the stairs from the basement, somehow, unfairly managing to pull off the hungover look.
Well, well, well. Look who finally decided to join us.
Marlene grins. Sirius points a threatening finger at her.
Too early.
It's the afternoon.
Fuck.
Then his eyes land on Remus. His face goes through a complicated and rapid-fire series of expressions before he settles on something resembling a deer caught in the headlights. Remus wonders if he just experienced the same memory montage that Remus had this morning. Is there a voice chastising him in his head? If there is, it probably sounds like someone classy and British, like Sir Ian McKellen.
Coffee?
Sirius mumbles, then turns and walks toward the kitchen. Everyone's eyes shift to Remus. He pretends they don't exist and goes back to his work, but he can still feel them looking at him, and it makes the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The day drags on at a punishingly slow pace. The elephant takes up a lot of room in the office as Remus and Sirius avoid making eye contact, and everyone watches on like spectators of a slow car crash. By lunchtime, Remus has pieced together that most of the team has no idea what happened between Sirius and him. He knows this because they keep prodding at them, trying to get them to spill. Even James. They order burgers and fries for lunch, and when Remus walks up to the kitchen table to grab one, He's unsure if he's sick at the thought of eating while still hungover, or due to the 7 sets of eyes on him. He locks gazes with Sirius and doesn't know what to make of the little lines between his eyebrows or the way his lips part slightly.
We're gonna eat at my desk? Got something to finish?
He mumbles before turning heel and retreating. He slumps down into his desk chair and puts earbuds in to drown out the hushed whispers of his coworkers in the kitchen. When the rest of the team returns to their desks after lunch, he pretends to be engrossed in his work. Things finally come to a head in the early afternoon. Seeing that the coast is clear, he goes to the kitchen to make a cup of coffee. He's getting the hang of making pour-over and finds he enjoys the soothing ritual of measuring and grinding the beans and gently pouring the water over the grinds. So lost is he in the blissfully uncomplex act of making coffee that he jumps when Sirius speaks from behind him.
Remus.
His hand jerks to the side, pouring a stream of water onto the counter.
Shit.
He mumbles, looking for a tea towel. Sirius reaches for the one hanging off the handle of the oven and hands it to him.
Thanks.
Remus says quietly, avoiding his gaze. He keeps his eyes trained on the coffee mug in front of him, even as Sirius leans against the counter, arms crossed. Remus closes his eyes, taking a fortifying breath.
Listen.
Look.
Remus cuts Sirius off.
I know things got a bit weird last night, and I said some stuff about, working in marketing that. Well, I just want you to know that I really value working here, and I really need this job. So, can we just, I was really drunk. I was just rambling, you know how it is.
He glances at Sirius to gauge his reaction. The look of abject disappointment on Sirius's face makes his stomach plummet through the floor, right down into the basement.
Fucking hell, Remus. Is that how you think I am? That I'm going to, what, hold it against you?
Wide-eyed, he runs a jerky hand through his hair, tousling it in a lovely way. Remus is quite certain he's going to throw up.
I'm not like that, Remus. I would never do that.
It's like Remus is trying to keep hold of a rope, but it's quickly being tugged from his grasp.
No, I know you're not. You're great. I like working with you. It was just some kissing. So can we just keep it simple?
Sirius's eyes dart back and forth across Remus's face in rapid motion, like he's reading a line of code, searching for an elusive bug.
Simple.
Yeah, like we were both drunk, So, are we cool?
Sirius's shoulders slump. He tilts his head as he looks up at Remus, tongue poking into his cheek. And okay, Remus knows he's handling this poorly, but he can't deal with this. The awkwardness, the complications. Yes, Sirius is gorgeous and fun to talk to, and yes, kissing him felt like one of those pivotal life experiences. And yes, under different circumstances, Remus would date the shit out of Sirius. Really, it's a miracle that someone like Sirius is even giving Remus the time of day. And now he wonders if he's making an enormous, potentially catastrophic mistake.
Yeah, we're cool,
Sirius says flatly. Remus exhales like he's been punched in the gut.
Okay.
Okay,
Sirius echoes. Then he pushes off the counter and walks out of the room. November passes into December. Every day, a red X is added to the calendar on the office wall, bringing them closer to D-Day. James and Sirius hang Christmas lights along the house's eaves through. Lily and Mary put up a Christmas tree in the corner of the office and decorate it with thrifted ornaments, and at James's behest, little Ninja Turtle figurines. Remus pours all his energy into getting a handle on his job, drafting blog post after e-blast after Instagram caption, until marketing writing starts to come more easily to him. Under Mary's guidance, he learns about conversion optimization, content distribution strategies, and performance analysis until the concepts are less intimidating to him. It helps that the metrics show his content is performing well. Maybe he's getting the hang of this marketing thing after all. The members of the Pop-At team work at a relentless pace, but by mid-December, with the holidays approaching, their momentum begins to wane. Despite the winter wearing on, some of the tension between Remus and Sirius thaws. For the first week following their conversation in the kitchen, Remus had skittered around feeling like the axe would fall on him at any moment, but it never did. In fact, Sirius acted like their hazy 5 a.m. kiss never happened. Things went back to how they were before. A few stolen glances here and there, some lingering eye contact over the kitchen table, and the occasional round of stomach butterfly athletics. And nothing more than that. Which is good. After all, Remus expressly requested that it be that way. So, props to Sirius. Decent guy, that Sirius. So why does it feel like someone's squeezing his intestines whenever their lingering eye contact breaks? Whenever he catches Sirius looking at him, only for those winter gray eyes to dart away as soon as Remus catches him. And if Remus ever catches James eyeing him with a puzzling out expression similar to the one Sirius gave him in the kitchen the day after their pivotal kiss, he pretends not to see it. The week before Christmas, things start to go a bit sideways. The first signal that something is off balance in the universe comes on Monday, the week before Christmas, when James bolts upstairs to the breakout room, taking the steps 2 at a time as always. Remus glances at him doing this, before looking back at his screen, at the document where he's drafting another customer profile. Suddenly, a shriek sounds from upstairs. Padfoot and Sirius are both immediately on alert, the latter whipping his headphones off his head.
James,
he calls, hurrying to the stairs.
Grindelwald is eating Dumbledore.
James calls down the stairs, voice high and panicked. Sirius looks down at Padfoot, who tilts his head up at his human in an approximation of a shrug.
What?
Sirius calls back. James's head appears at the top of the stairs.
Grindelwald has Dumbledore pinned up against the side of the tank and appears to be eating him.
Mary gasps, bringing a hand to her mouth.
Oh, the fish!
Remus says, more to himself than anyone else.
Yes, the fish, Mumu.
Remus grumbles. They rescue Dumbledore's body from his traitorous companion and stage a little wake for him before flushing him down the toilet. Padfoot looms over the toilet bowl, his head going round and round as he watches Dumbledore circle the drain. The second signal that something is amiss happens on Tuesday of that same week, when Remus, sitting at his desk, catches a whiff of something that smells an awful lot like a fart. He rubs his nose, frowning a bit. It happens. Whoever did it probably thought no one would notice, best to ignore it. But he continues to smell it, worse it gets stronger. He casts a surreptitious look around him, Mary on his left, Pandora across from him, and Peter on his right. Okay, look. He doesn't want to be sexist, but if he had to pick, of the three of them, who is most likely to try and sneakily pass gas, well, he pinches his nose a little and glances sideways at Pete, only to find Pete glancing sideways at him. Quickly, Remus looks back at his computer screen. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Pete shift a little in his seat. Unbelievable. He could at least go to the bathroom if something's bugging his stomach. He frowns deeper and tries to focus on his work, but the smell is distracting, and worse, it's making his head ache. He looks sideways at Pete again, only to catch Pete looking at him again, eyebrows raised a little, nose crinkled. Remus narrows his eyes at him, and Pete does the same before they both look back at their screen. Heat shoots up Remus's neck. Indignation burns in his chest. Is Pete actually doing what Remus thinks he is? Is he seriously farting up a storm and trying to act like Remus is the one doing it? Looking at Remus and trying to convince him that he's the one dropping nuclear bombs as if they don't both know who the real culprit is, using some kind of Aulian doublethink tactic to try and make Remus doubt himself. Remus considers proving his innocence by leaving and going to work in one of the breakout rooms. But then that would leave Pete to tell the others whatever falsehood he likes to cover his own ass. Quite literally. But before Remus can waffle any further, Marlene stands up.
Okay, what the fuck is that smell? It smells like a fucking outhouse in here.
Remus turns to look fully at Pete, and Pete does the same to him. Your move. Gasps.
There's a shit under the desks.
Remus and Pete both blink in surprise. In unison, everyone looks under their desk. Sure enough, right between Pete and Remus's desks, there's a pile of poop.
Miles, Cass, your dog took a poo in the house.
Sirius points his finger accusingly at the couple. Marlene slams her hands on the desk and stands up.
Hey, how do you know it wasn't Padfoot?
My dog is properly house-trained. Besides, that isn't a Padfoot poo. Pads' poos look like little pyramids.
We call him King Tut.
James chimes in.
Precisely. That stinking turd belongs to your pug.
As if on cue, the sound of small shuffling feet sounds from the hallway. A moment later, Kingsley waddles into the room. He stops in his tracks when he sees everyone looking at him. Kingsley turns his bulging gaze on Remus.
Nope, no way.
Remus crosses his arms and stares the pug down.
You are not pinning this one on me.
On Thursday, the 19th of December, as Remus gets ready for work, Zeno informs him that he and the lovely Pandora will be spending the Christmas holiday together in Maine. They leave tomorrow.
What about your buddy you were going with?
Remus asks.
Who?
Zeno pauses as though searching his memory.
Oh, that guy, he's in jail.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you and Pandora will have fun.
'Tis the season for falling in love, Moo.
Zeno gives him a deeply unsettling, deeply knowing smile. Remus pretends to ignore it as he pulls his tuck on and hurries out the door. Disaster strikes shortly before lunch. They're all working away when suddenly Pandora utters an airy,
Oh dear.
What is it?
Cass asks.
We're getting multiple complaints about customers being charged twice for this month.
They all glance nervously at Sirius, who is still deeply engrossed in his work with his big headphones on.
Better ping him.
Mary sighs. She types out a message. A beat later, Sirius's eyes widen and he whips off his headphones.
What? How did this happen, James?
James comes bolting down the stairs from one of the breakout rooms.
What's going on?
They fill James in, and he immediately joins the engineering team in looking for the root cause.
Mary, Remus, put together a communication for customers acknowledging the error and informing them that we're working on fixing it.
James instructs hurriedly before returning to his conversation with Sirius. Sirius looks crazed as he clicks his mouse and types as a mile a minute, eyes darting back and forth across the screen.
Already on it.
Mary says. She and Remus set to work drafting a communication for their email and social media audiences. The hours that follow are a pressure cooker of the engineering team trying to find the root cause of the issue. The room is filled with urgent chatter and the clacking of keyboards.
It's sending duplicate requests to the payment gateway when users complete transactions.
Seems to be resending the request without verifying whether the original went through successfully.
We're already getting bad Google reviews.
By dinner time, they still haven't solved it, and morale is dwindling.
What I'm really failing to understand.
Sirius snips. Remus can already tell that what comes next isn't going to be good.
Is why there wasn't a test case for handling retries when the server doesn't respond. Isn't that why we have QA?
Everyone grimaces and looks at Pete. The shorter boy stiffens.
If our QA engineer isn't QAing, what exactly is the point of view?
Pete's face turns bright red. Immediately, James steps back from his desk.
All right, mate, too far. We're going for a walk.
He grasps Sirius by the shoulders and steers him away from his desk toward the door. Sirius digs his heels in.
I think it's a fair question.
Pete stands up, slamming his palms on his desk.
Well, if you didn't keep deprioritizing bugs I reported.
Nope, no more. Everybody take 15 and calm down.
James barks, pushing Sirius bodily to the foyer. Padfoot trots nervously behind them, whining low in his throat. The sounds of Sirius's ranting can be heard right up until the front door clicks behind them. A pregnant pause follows.
He's such an asshole,
Pete exclaims.
Everyone's just stressed.
Mary says placatingly, holding her hands up.
He always blames me for shit when it's his sloppy code.
Cass stands up, placing a comforting hand on Pete's shoulder.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen and order some dinner.
James always takes his side.
Cass steers him to the kitchen, much like James did to Sirius. Pandora stands up from her desk.
I'm going to burn some lavender incense.
No.
Marlene snaps.
The last thing we need is your stinky incense.
The look that flashes across Pandora's face is the most affronted Remus has ever seen her be. Without another word, she turns on her heels and flounces upstairs. Mary and Remus share a long-suffering look.
They'll all calm down,
She assures him. Unsure what to do with the oppressive awkwardness in the office, Remus checks his inbox. He does a double take. At the top of his inbox is an email from an address belonging to the Toronto Prophet. It takes 3 rereads of the email for the words to sink in.
Hi, Remus. I've been following your work since the Griffin, and I love what you do. An opportunity for a senior staff writer position just opened up on my team, and I would love to tell you more about it. Give me a ring at the number below if you're interested. Arabella Fig, Senior Life Editor. The Toronto Prophet Media Group.
Unsure if he's being punked, Remus decides to sneak to the bathroom and give the number a call, just to be sure. He pinches himself as he waits for Arabella Fig to pick up. When she does, her tone is crisp and professional.
Remus, I'm so happy you called. Yes, a position recently opened up on my team. The previous writer got into a situation with the Chinchilla cartel. I won't bore you with the details. Anyway, we're looking for a new writer to join the team ASAP. I thought of you right away.
They chat for a few minutes about what Arabella is looking for. Someone who can bring a fresh voice to their team, with an ear for finding stories in unlikely places. She would even like to discuss bringing back Toronto Voices as a monthly column. When she asks him what he's making at Pawpath, he stumbles over the number, and she tells him that they can match that number and offer him a competitive benefits package as well. His heart feels fit to hammer right out of his chest. It's all too much, like a dream come true. But then he thinks of Sirius and the rest of the Pawpath team, how hard they've been working, how close they are to their deadline. Could he really leave them in the lurch when they're so close to hitting a goal that will bring them just that much closer to achieving their dreams? He thanks her for the offer, but tells her he would like some time to think about it.
Of course, take some time to think about it over Christmas, but Remus, this is a competitive position, and we do need it filled by the beginning of next year. Could you let me know your decision by the end of the month?
He tells her he will. His mind is still reeling when the front door swings open and Sirius storms back in. James follows him in, looking haggard.
Okay, who else is planning on just up and leaving tomorrow?
Everyone blinks at him in confusion.
James here has informed me that even though our reputation is at stake, 1 month from D-Day mind, he still plans on flying off to the UK tomorrow.
James sighs heavily.
Sirius, we've had the tickets booked for months. It's the first time my parents are going to meet Lily. We've been through this already.
Sure, but given that we have a big fucking problem on our hands, surely you can move a few things around in your schedule.
They're excited to see you as well.
Well, tell them I'll be arriving late, because I'm not going to let this ruin everything we've worked for.
James straightens his back.
Neither am I. I'm going to work on this at the airport and on the plane, and when I get there until it's resolved, but I'm going serious, and you're just going to have to accept that.
Crossing his arms in defiance or self-protection, Remus isn't quite sure. Sirius rounds on them.
And the rest of you?
The silence stretches on painfully. Finally, Mary sighs.
Yes, Sirius. I'm flying home Saturday.
I'm leaving for Maine tomorrow,
Pandora adds.
but I'll keep answering tickets while on the road.
Clenching his biceps with his fingers, Sirius turns his gaze to Remus. But under the weight of his gaze, Remus finds himself unable to say anything. It's like something comes over Sirius, some latent lordly discontent that runs deep in his blood. He sniffs in disgust, grabs his computer from his desk, and storms upstairs. The decision of whether or not to accept the job at the Toronto Prophet weighs heavy on Remus's mind. That night, when he finally heads home shortly after 9 o'clock, he's racked with guilt. His coworkers have been so kind and welcoming to him, not just as colleagues, but as friends, of which he doesn't have many. When he and Emmeline broke up, she kept their apartment and their friend group. They'd been her friends first, after all. Now that Remus has friends of his own, how can he betray them when they took a chance on him at his lowest point? He's booked a plane ticket to fly home on the 21st. But now, with the payment issue not fixed, and Sirius still working like a madman, he feels like he's running away. Can he really leave Toronto in the middle of all this, only to return and tell the team that he's leaving? The headache that started on the day Kingsley took a dump under the desks only grows. What began as a throbbing in his sinuses and at the back of his skull grows until every thought about leaving Toronto feels like a hammer driving nails into his temples. The ache worsens until finally, on the morning of Friday, the 20th of December, it's snowballed into a full-on migraine. He can't get out of bed. He can't look at his phone screen. The thought of food makes his stomach churn with nausea. Every inhale of breath seems to put more pressure on his temples, to the point where he wonders if his head will simply explode, blasting his brains across his pillow. So overwhelmed is he by his pain that he barely even registers Zeno calling goodbye through his bedroom door that morning. The hours blur together as he drifts in and out of sleep on a constant wave of pain. He misses work. The next day, he misses his flight. On Sunday, the 22nd, he wakes to the sound of someone rapping on his front door. In the haze of sleep and pain, it takes Remus a few moments to register the sound as reality. He's barely eaten or drank anything in almost 3 days, certainly hasn't showered. Whoever is at his door is about to see him at his absolute worst. Summoning every ounce of strength he has left in his stores, he pulls himself out of bed, bracing against his bedroom doorframe as a wave of nausea rolls over him. More staggering than walking, he makes his way across the short distance to the front door. When he opens the door, he thinks he must surely be dreaming.
Christ, Remus.
Sirius exclaims,
"What's happened to you? You don't show up to work and no one's heard from you since Thursday. I wondered if maybe you'd just gone back home without saying anything."
Sirius must see something pass across his face because he trails off.
"Remus, are you—"
He doesn't get a chance to finish before Remus pitches forward and vomits at his feet.
"Crikey."
Sorry.
Remus groans, feeling truly, miserably pathetic.
"You're sick."
Migraine.
Remus closes his eyes against the bright light from the outdoors. He's painfully aware that he has puke on his shirt.
Happens sometimes.
He sways a little, and Sirius steps forward to catch him, holding his shoulders steady.
I'm gross.
"Shut up. Is there anyone who can come take care of you?"
Remus shakes his head.
I'm fine.
"Clearly."
Sirius deadpans.
"Even so, best you come stay with me."
Remus's eyes open in shock.
I can't.
But Sirius is already ushering him back inside, urging him to lay down on Zeno's mattress.
"Nonsense. Pads and I have got the whole house to ourselves since James and Lily left yesterday. You can have his bed, he won't mind. You need someone to make sure you don't get dehydrated. Besides..."
He casts an intrigued look around the apartment.
"This place smells like a hippie commune. No offense."
Remus is too nauseous to take offense. He cracks one eye open to watch Sirius bustle about the apartment, gathering together a bag of clothes and toiletries for him. When Sirius hands him a change of top, he accepts it without protest, stripping off his soiled shirt and pulling on the soft, clean sweater. Feeling like he's floating in a dream, he allows Sirius to lead him into an Uber for the short ride to the office. He's embarrassed beyond all reason, but also so tired and secretly relieved to have someone taking care of him, even if it's a very handsome someone who he has been on awkward terms with for the past month. Sirius all but carries him up the front steps, through the door, and down into the basement of the house. Despite having never been in the basement before, Remus barely takes in his surroundings as Sirius leads him to James's bedroom. Remus nestles into the soft duvet, thankful to be horizontal again.
"Drink this,"
Sirius tells him, handing him a glass of water. Remus drinks half and hands it back to Sirius, who sets it on the bedside table.
"I'll be upstairs if you need anything,"
he tells Remus softly.
Thank you.
Remus replies, meaning it. He shivers in relief when Sirius places a cold, damp cloth on his forehead. Then, there's the quiet click of the bedroom door closing, and Remus is plunged into soothing darkness. That night, an ice storm hit southern Ontario, a tumultuous gyre of freezing rain and snow. The next morning, the citizens of Toronto wake to find the trees, streetlights, phone lines, and cars encased in glittering ice like a city made of glass. On the morning of the 23rd of December, Remus wakes in the dark and cold of the basement at 12 Salem Avenue, in a bed not his own. Chapter 4. No warmth without the cold.
I could have never imagined you'd say to me that night, behind the rumble of the snowplows on the buried streets of Hawaii. Always be my baby. I'll always be your
Remus has woken up chilly many times in his life. It comes with the territory of living in the Great White North. He's woken up in drafty buildings, camper vans and tents, in snowstorms and cold and clear days where the air smells sharp. It's why, come November, His mom would always make up his bed with flannel sheets for extra coziness. Why Remus would pull his chair up to the warm spot beside the vent to do his homework. Why he has a special pair of thick socks for sleeping in. It's something he's accustomed to. When the air in your bedroom is cold, a cocoon of blankets feels extra warm. He's wondered, now and then, if you can really appreciate warmth without the cold. When Remus wakes up on the 23rd of December, the room isn't just chilly, it's freezing. He shivers and pulls his blanket up under his chin. The pillow is cool against his face, despite having been slept on all night. The room around him is so dark that he can barely make out its contents. It takes a moment for his brain to fully turn on and remind him that he isn't in his apartment, but in the basement of 12 Salem Avenue. He sits up and finds that the intense pain from the day before is gone, leaving in its wake a familiar ache in his neck and shoulders, but muted by comparison. Sweet, syrupy relief spreads through him. That had been a bad migraine attack, the worst in a while, probably stress, or who knows, really. His tongue feels like sandpaper. He reaches for the outline of the glass on the bedside table and greedily gulps down the remaining water. Then, he searches around for his phone. It's on the bedside table as well. Did he put it there, or did Sirius? The details of how he got here yesterday are fuzzy. The entirety of the last few days feels like a bad dream. He wakes his phone up, wincing against the bright light. The time reads 9:12 a.m. His eyes widen when he sees the veritable flood of notifications waiting for him. Heart in his stomach, he opens the most recent message. Mom.
Sirius called and told me you're with him. My poor baby. I'm glad you're not alone with the big storm coming. Call me when you have the chance.
Sirius called his mother. Heart racing, he scrolls through the rest of his messages, from his mom, his papa, Mary, Sirius, James, and Zeno, all asking where he is, why he missed his flight, who he's with, asking him to call, begging him to call. But he'd told his parents he missed his flight. He'd sent a... Then he notices his message still in the text input field, unsent.
Shoot.
He calls his mother, only for his call to go straight to voicemail. Anxiety clenches in his stomach as he checks his screen. No service. Is there something wrong with his phone? He hits send on his message, unsure if it's gone through. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he tries to orient himself. 4 days ago, he had a call with the Toronto Prophet about a dream opportunity. He missed his flight home. He's in the basement of 12 Salem Avenue, James's bedroom. Somewhere outside this room is Sirius. They are, presumably, alone. Somehow, Sirius called his mother, which he can't quite wrap his head around that one quite yet. With a groan belonging to someone far beyond his years, Remus gets out of bed and searches around with the light from his phone for a light switch. When he finds it, he flicks it on and off several times, only for nothing to happen. The power must be out then. Casting his phone light around the room, he sees that Sirius has left his backpack for him at the foot of the bed. He rifles through the bag, his stomach fluttering when he sees that Sirius packed his favorite sweater knit by his mom. He pulls the sweater on over the one he's wearing for extra warmth. Finally, he decides he's probably stalled enough. Better poke his head upstairs. With care, he opens the bedroom door as quietly as he can and peers into the dark room outside. The basement is dark, but less so than the bedroom, and the ceiling is low enough that Remus couldn't jump without bumping his head. Yesterday, he'd been too out of it to take in his surroundings. Now, 2 small windows along the outer wall of the house let pale morning light into the room, tracing a picture of Sirius and James's living space. A squishy burgundy couch with a fuzzy throw blanket and a couple of cushions sits against the wall under the window. In front of the couch is a standard IKEA coffee table, and under that, taking up a good chunk of the floor, lies a shaggy light-colored rug. Beside the couch is a big, well-worn dog bed. On the opposite wall, in front of the stairs, they've mounted a widescreen TV. Under the TV is what looks to be a fairly high-quality cabinet with a record player sat on top, and rows of records lined up on the shelves. Remus's fingers twitch with the urge to flick through the records. Propped up on 2 stands are an acoustic guitar and an electric guitar, beside an amp and a mess of chords. Those must belong to Sirius. All in all, the room is fairly sparse. Remus can't quite place what he'd been expecting of their living space. But then again, Sirius and James both have a larger-than-life quality to them that makes it hard to place them in a space as mundane as a living room. He creeps past the still life to the stairs. The moment Remus's foot lands on the first creaky step, there's an excited woof from above, and Padfoot comes charging down the stairs. Remus laughs and clasps the railing to steady himself as the shaggy dog greets him with exuberant snuffles against his legs and hands.
Morning, Pads.
He croaks groggily. He gives Padfoot a good ruffle behind the ears and neck.
Okay, let's go find Sirius. Let's go.
He ushers the excited dog back up the stairs. When he emerges into the hallway at the top of the stairs, he searches for Sirius's slim frame and head of black hair. But the kitchen is eerily quiet. A coffee mug sits on the table in front of a pushed-out chair, but Sirius is nowhere to be seen. Frost covers the windows in a mandala, through which Remus sees a flurry of snowfall. A layer of snow already covers the railing on the small deck in the house's tiny backyard, the slightly dilapidated detached garage behind the house, and the phone lines running above them. He tests the kitchen's light switch for posterity, but they're not working either. Padfoot hovers around Remus, shuffling this way and that in constant motion.
Where's Sirius?
Remus asks him. Padfoot turns his head down the hallway and trots to the stairs leading up to the second story. Remus follows him to the breakout room at the top of the stairs. He pokes his head through the door to find Sirius fussing around the aquarium with a battery pack in hand. There's a blanket wrapped around the aquarium. When he hears Remus and Padfoot enter, Sirius pauses, head turning toward the sound in a comically similar way to his dog.
Morning,
Sirius says with a smile. Something so mundane shouldn't steal the breath from Remus's lungs, and yet he finds himself discreetly bracing a hand on the doorframe.
Morning,
he replies. Sirius's hair is pulled back into a little ponytail, showing off the fine bone structure of his face and the elegant line of his neck. With his hair pulled back, Remus can make out a small diamond in his helix, glinting as it catches the light through the window. He's wearing his black pullover hoodie and a pair of rumpled flannel pajama bottoms. The effect is one of soft intimacy. It makes something in Remus's chest clench, and he holds back a wistful sigh from escaping. Because he can imagine walking up to Sirius and wrapping his arms around his waist so easily, can almost feel the warm weight of Sirius sinking back into him. He knows what Sirius feels like pressed up against his body, even if it's in a distant, hazy way, dulled by time and the drinks they'd had. Now, in the quiet of the morning, with the soft snow-filtered light streaming in through the window and the quiet blub, blub, blub of the aquarium, he can picture another version of this moment, where he's able to put his arms around Sirius, where he didn't completely mess things up by being an anxious wreck, where he isn't considering abandoning Sirius and the rest of the team who have been so good to him, right when the goals they've been working so hard for are finally within their reach. Padfoot huffs and hops up onto the red velvet couch, shifting around until he's comfortable. It helps to break some of the tension that has started to pull taut between them again. Sirius smiles at him, tired and fond, then turns his smile back to Remus.
How are you feeling?
Sirius asks, eyes darting back and forth like he's taking in every part of Remus's face.
Better.
Remus takes a furtive step into the room.
I'm, sorry that I didn't call in sick to work. It came on kind of suddenly and then I couldn't really look at my phone or anything.
Sirius tuts, shaking his head.
Why are you apologizing? You had a migraine so bad it incapacitated you for what? 3 days?
Remus nods sheepishly. He toys with the frayed sleeve of his sweater.
I guess what I mean to say is thanks for checking on me and bringing me here. I don't want to be a bother, but I was, in pretty rough shape. So.
He looks up to see a little line has formed between Sirius's eyebrows.
How often does that happen?
Remus shrugs, feeling embarrassed.
It hasn't happened in a while, actually. Maybe 3 or 4 months. That's why I haven't gotten around to refilling my meds.
The look on Sirius's face makes him trail off, makes him feel breathless all over again. Because how can Sirius look at him with so much concern, like he's unhappy, even troubled by this information?
You're my boss.
He wants to tell him.
You barely know me, and what you do know is dull in comparison to your light. So why are you looking at me like I matter?
Instead, he asks,
What are you doing?
He nods his head at the aquarium. Sirius looks back at the aquarium, then down at the battery pack in his hands, and then back up at Remus. Now that Remus has gotten a better look at him, Sirius looks a bit frazzled, actually. There are purple bags under his eyes and his skin is pallid, though it all only seems to make the blue in his eyes stand out that much more. Unbelievable, this guy. When Sirius meets his gaze again, there's a wry quirk to his mouth.
Well, do you want the good news or the bad news first?
Remus has always tended toward the pessimist end of the spectrum.
Bad news.
The bad news is that although a wise old man once told me that Toronto doesn't get much snow, we seem to find ourselves in the middle of a snowstorm, strong enough to knock the power out.
Remus takes Sirius's jab on the chin.
Call this the exception that proves the rule. And the good news.
Sirius's smile widens.
Yes, we'll go with that. And not that the old man is confused, possibly senile.
Remus crosses his arms.
The good news.
The good news is, I think I've isolated the root cause of the payment bug.
Arms dropping back to his sides, Remus exhales.
That is good news.
Yes. Unfortunately, there's a bit more bad news.
Oh.
My laptop died before I could deploy the fix, and this.
He gestures to the battery pack in his hand.
Is the only one with any charge left in this entire bloody house.
Oh.
Remus frowns, eyeing the battery pack.
Why not just use that one then?
Sirius stares at the pack, a frown pulling at his features.
Because Grindelwald needs it for his aquarium. The filtration system won't work without it.
He says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world, like Remus should already know this.
But don't you need to fix the bug?
Well, yeah. But why should Grindel suffer because of a mistake we made?
The sweet, slightly embarrassed look on his face kicks off the butterflies in Remus's stomach again, which have, up until now, been vibrating in anticipation. Despite all his stress over getting the bug fixed as soon as possible, Sirius would rather let his computer die than have a fish go without filtered water.
You're right,
Remus says, trying to sound reassuring.
So, can anyone else fix it?
Sirius sets the battery pack down with a sigh.
My service has been patchy, and I haven't been able to reach anyone. The power cut out around 3 this morning. I let the others know what the issue was before it did, but I have no clue if they've made any progress since then.
3 in the morning.
Did you sleep at all last night?
With a non-committal shrug of one shoulder, Sirius mumbles.
A bit.
He watches Sirius worry at the corner of his lip with his teeth. It's terribly distracting.
Are you hungry?
The question pulls Remus back to attention. He is. Starving, actually. His body feels spent from the stress of the last few days. He's barely eaten anything in 72 hours. Now that he's thinking about it, he also hasn't showered in over 3 days. Oh God, does he stink? Can Sirius smell him from where he's standing? If the power's out, how is he going to shower? He realizes that Sirius is waiting for an answer.
Yes, yeah, could eat.
All right.
Sirius takes a step towards him, and Remus takes a step back to keep a safe distance between them and his smell. Arching one of his perfect eyebrows, Sirius takes another step forward. Remus takes another step back. With an awkward sound somewhere between a laugh and a cough, Remus turns and hurries down the stairs. The sudden movement activates Padfoot, resulting in a perilous descent where the big dog almost trips Remus in his haste to bound down the stairs ahead of him. In any case, they both reach the kitchen in one piece, with Sirius trailing behind, a bewildered look on his face.
Well, without power, we're low on options,
Sirius tells him, opening the fridge to peer in. Remus hovers awkwardly by the counter opposite, curling his shoulders a bit, as though that will help keep his smell contained. This is a nightmare, truly.
But we've got granola bars and some stuff to make sandwiches that we'd better eat in case the power doesn't come back for a while.
Sirius pauses, looking at him questioningly.
Oh, a sandwich and a granola bar sounds great.
Sirius hands him one of the bars. When Remus reaches to accept it, the tips of his fingers brush against Sirius's, and he jerks his hand back a bit too forcefully to play it off as nothing. Frowning, Sirius goes back to the fridge and pulls out some sliced turkey and cheese. Remus moves to take them from him, but Sirius waves him off.
I've got this. You just relax.
He nods his head to the kitchen table, and Remus does as he's told. Jesus, he needs to get it together. Here's Sirius, trying to be a good host, and Remus is acting like a fucking weirdo.
Is the water running?
He tries to ask casually once he's finished devouring the granola bar.
Unfortunately, no, which is why I can't offer you any coffee.
Sirius gives him an apologetic smile. Remus watches his colleague spread mustard on a slice of bread with careful precision, covering the bread from crust to crust. He places the turkey and cheese with equal care. Remus wonders if he's a good cook. Sirius sets the plate down on the table in front of him and takes the seat across from Remus.
Thank you.
Of course.
Sirius replies softly, which is a strange thing to say since he and Remus barely know each other. The beautiful man across from him sets his hands on the table, drumming his fingers absent-mindedly. It brings Remus back to the moment they'd shared at the bar a month ago.
Aren't you hungry?
Ate a bit earlier.
Sirius says dismissively. He summons Padfoot over with one hand and the dog eagerly obliges, resting his chin on Sirius's lap. Remus eats half the sandwich in about 2 bites. Sirius watches him eat with a small smile.
Is it good?
Brushing away some crumbs on his lips, Remus nods.
It's great. I didn't eat much the last few days.
Sirius pushes back from the table immediately.
I'll make you another.
Remus rushes to finish chewing his bite so he can protest, but Sirius ignores him, already getting to work on the second sandwich.
It's nothing. We need to use up this turkey and cheese before it goes bad anyway.
Feeling himself flush in response to Sirius's fussing, Remus eats the rest of his first sandwich. When Sirius plops the second sandwich down in front of him, he smiles appreciatively.
Thanks for everything.
Really, think nothing of it. I told Hope I'd take care of you after all.
Hearing his mother's name come out of Sirius's mouth is surreal enough to throw Remus for a momentary loop. He blinks rapidly, trying to recover.
She told me that you called her. How did you get her number?
Sirius sits back in his seat, smiling cheekily.
Pandora received a concerned support chat from a woman claiming to be your mother, asking if anyone at Paw Path had heard from you. Pandora asked around, but nobody had heard from you in over a day. She gave Pandora her phone number and I thought I'd better call on you and make sure you weren't dead in a ditch somewhere.
As Remus listens, his eyes widen as the horror registers. His mother sent a support chat asking about him.
Jesus Christ.
He groans, dropping his face into his hands. Sirius bursts into laughter.
I think it was rather clever of her.
Remus groans again. It only makes Sirius laugh harder.
Come on, it's not so bad.
Sirius says between sniggers.
Yes, it is. Please tell me she wasn't weird on the phone.
Nonsense. Hope is a lovely woman. Although, she did comment on my charming accent several times. If she wasn't so clearly distraught over your disappearance, I would have suspected she was hitting on me a little.
That particular tidbit pulls a small strangled scream from Remus that ends up muffled by his palms. He starts when he feels a gentle tap-tap against the back of his hands. His head whips up to see Sirius withdrawing his hand, a tentative smile still playing on his face. His mouth twitches, like he isn't sure whether or not it's all right to laugh again.
Sorry, just...
No, I'm sorry.
Remus says emphatically.
This is the most embarrassing moment of my life. God, my parents are not normal.
This seems to placate Sirius. He sniggers again.
Well, who wants to be normal anyhow?
Me, I want to be normal.
Sirius is still watching him far too intently with his head tilted to the side.
Nothing about you is normal, Remus.
Oh, the butterflies love that. What a thing to say to a guy over the breakfast table. And is that wistfulness he detects in Sirius's voice? But how can that be after what a monumental ass he'd been to him after their kiss? Unsure what to do with Sirius's words, Remus diverts his thoughts to a well-worn path of self-doubt, because Remus definitely is weird, in ways he can't even blame on his parents. And on top of that, he smells bad. How is any of this happening right now? Averting his eyes from Sirius's faltering expression, he looks out the window at the snow.
I wonder how much of the GTA has been impacted by the storm.
He muses.
Yeah, I'm wondering how the animal shelters are faring right now if the water isn't running, or if staff can't come in.
Now that Sirius has said that, Remus wonders how hospitals and nursing homes are handling the outage as well.
You're right. A lot of vulnerable people will be left without heat and running water right now.
Remus glances down and notices Sirius's leg jiggling restlessly against the floor in a constant, antsy motion, like he's an animal trapped inside because of the storm. Then suddenly he pauses, face alighting with excitement.
We should go help them out.
The
shelters. Let's swing by the burrow and see if they need a few more sets of hands.
Remus glances outside skeptically.
Now.
Sirius falters and Remus immediately regrets his question.
Well, you don't have to, of course.
No.
Remus says hastily.
I think that's a great idea.
Really?
Yes.
1. Because staying cooped up inside with Sirius all day is sure to make him more of a nervous wreck than he already is. 2. Because a cat shelter with no running water is the perfect place to mask how stinky he is himself.
Do you have a wagon or anything? We can see if any of the corner stores will sell us bottled water.
The smile Sirius gives him is something else, a brilliant, radiant thing. As is becoming a habit, Remus finds himself smiling back without thinking. Remus finishes up his sandwich, and then they're bundling up in their coats and scarves and gloves and boots. To Remus's mild dismay, Sirius still has not acquired a hat.
Never been a hat person,
he says stubbornly. Remus rolls his eyes, certain that Sirius is going to regret it. Padfoot bounds around them excitedly, barely standing still long enough for Sirius to put on his collar and leash. While they don't have a wagon, they do have James's granny cart that he uses to roll groceries home.
He says it's for Lily, but it's not.
Sirius tells him conspiratorially.
He's becoming more and more like his mum every year.
They bundle out into the wintry morning, heads bowed against the flurry of snow. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Sirius has pulled his hood on, shooting Remus a challenging look. Remus chooses to say nothing, knowing he won this round. The first corner store they try is sold out of water. Apparently, they're not the only ones looking to stock up, but the second still has a few cases.
They're calling it the worst storm in over a decade. Power's out across the GTA.
The shopkeeper tells them.
Parts of Quebec are even out.
They pay for the water with cash before loading them into the granny cart. Sirius insists on pulling the cart despite Remus's protests.
You're recovering.
I had a migraine. I'm not an invalid.
Hope would never forgive me if I worked her son too hard so soon after being bedridden.
That shuts Remus up real quick, because no way Sirius meant it to sound like what he thinks it sounds like. Except, then he tosses Remus a saucy little look as he hands him Padfoot's leash, and there's a light dusting of pink on his cheeks. But that's making a whole lot of assumptions is what that is. It's official, he's losing it. Also, walking all the way to the junction in the snow was probably a mistake. The walk to the junction is over 40 minutes, and the further they get, the more perilous their endeavor feels. Padfoot, for his part, seems quite content to trot along in front of them, tugging at his leash as he swerves this way and that. The sidewalk below their feet is icy and covered in a layer of snow, and Sirius has to keep stopping to hoist the granny cart over a difficult patch. Snowplows rumble past them on the street, piling the snow onto the sidewalk, and every so often, a fallen tree blocks their path, forcing them to walk on the road instead. Remus wonders if perhaps they've made a big mistake, but neither of them is willing to admit it. They stop to warm up in the entryway of a condo building. Remus checks his phone and sees that he has a few bars of signal. There's a new message from his mom waiting for him.
I'm so relieved to hear from you. Thank goodness you're feeling better. The power is out here as well. We're keeping warm. Are you still with Sirius? We miss you very much. Call me when you can. Love you, XX.
He chooses not to mention his and Sirius's foolish endeavor as he types out his reply.
Still with Sirius. We'll call you when I get more signal. Love you too.
He glances up to see Sirius typing away furiously on his phone.
Did you get through to the others?
Asks.
Yeah.
Sirius replies without looking up from his screen.
Marlene and Cass are in Scarborough. Power's out there too. Pete's in Markham and his part of town still has power.
So he can fix the bug.
He could, yeah.
Sirius chews on his bottom lip, frowning deeply.
And that's good.
Remus ventures. Sirius looks up at him then. His face is red from the cold, with a thin layer of wetness from the snowflakes melting on his skin. With the deep bags under his eyes and inky tendrils of hair sticking to his face, he looks both beautiful and a bit wild. A drop of water hangs from the tip of his nose, and Remus fights the urge to reach out a finger and catch it.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's good.
Sirius nods as if to convince himself, wiping at his nose absent-mindedly.
As long as he doesn't mess it up.
Remus feels as though he should choose his next words carefully.
You think he's likely to?
I don't bloody know.
Sirius snaps. Remus flinches involuntarily and Sirius seems to catch himself. His shoulders slump and his head drops forward.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm fucking exhausted, to be quite honest.
It's okay.
Remus offers, but Sirius shakes his head.
It's not really. I can be a bit of an arse when I'm stressed. More than a bit. You saw.
He glances up ruefully at Remus from under his dark lashes.
It's something I'm working on. James gave me a verbal walloping for the fit I threw on Thursday, and he was right to.
You were overwhelmed.
Remus tries again gently.
Yeah, but it's not really an excuse to behave poorly, is it? It's not great for team morale.
Remus shakes his head.
No, and you should apologize. But I think you should also cut yourself some slack. We've all been working nonstop to meet the deadline.
A pang of guilt lances through him when he once again remembers the call from Arabella Fig. He's running out of time to give her an answer, but with Sirius standing there looking so defeated, worrying his lip between his teeth again, the thought of letting him down makes Remus feel sick.
I know. I said sorry.
Sirius mumbles. He pats Padfoot's mane as he says it, and Remus thinks the motion must be grounding for him.
Pete could fix it fine.
Remus nods.
You know, letting Pete fix the bug would help show him that you trust him too.
A small huff escapes through Sirius's lips. They're chapped from the cold and red from his teeth, and still, they look so very kissable. Remus shakes his head minutely, willing the intrusive thought away. Sirius's eyes flit to meet his.
Yeah, you're right.
He sighs, shaking his head and giving Remus a rueful smile.
So sensible.
He sends off a message to Pete and the others, and then they're off on the last leg of their journey. When they finally make it to the burrow, it feels like they've lived through the wars. With numb fingers, Remus knocks on the door.
Goodness.
Molly exclaims when she opens the door.
Come in, come in. What are you silly boys doing walking around in this weather?
They shuffle into the building, shedding snow in sopping wet clumps. Padfoot's fur is covered in a layer of white, his pink tongue sticking out as he pants excitedly. There's the sound of pattering feet and a childish gasp, and suddenly the Weasleys' twin boys are there, staring at Padfoot with wide eyes.
Sasquatch.
One of them shouts and points.
Sasquatch.
The other chimes in even louder.
Christ almighty.
Molly mutters before raising her voice.
Settle down. You'll scare the cats.
The excitement activates Padfoot. He gives a cheerful woof and proceeds to vigorously shake the snow off his fur, sending it flying everywhere. Everyone throws up their arms protectively.
Sorry.
Sirius says with a big smile, his teeth white against his cold, bitten cheeks. God, he must get away with so much because of that smile.
We thought you could use some more water.
Well, aren't you both so thoughtful?
Molly exclaims. Then she turns to call over her shoulder.
Arthur, get these boys some coffee.
As it turns out, Sirius and Remus aren't the only people who came by to help out. A few other people of varying ages have come round to lend a hand. Mercifully, one of them brought hot coffee. They accept paper mugs eagerly, allowing the warmth to seep into their numb fingers and their bellies. Once they've thawed out, they set to work helping out wherever they can. Some of the volunteers have brought blankets for the cats, and they drape them over the snoozing kitties to help keep them warm. Remus and Sirius go about refilling the cats' water and food bowls wherever they're running low. They leave Padfoot to play with the Weasley children in the lobby, so as not to frighten the cats. As they go about one of the shelter's back rooms, they come across a man who looks to be somewhere in his 70s, with flyaway gray hair and an eye patch. He flaps around a generator set up by the back door.
Stupid piece of...
He grumbles, giving the generator a whack. Sirius quirks an eyebrow curiously.
Excuse me,
he calls.
Do you need some help with that?
The man looks up like a wild animal caught in the headlights. His eyes dart up and down as he takes them both in. He must decide they're not a threat, because he finally answers.
Not sure what you can do. This stupid thing's not starting. Can't believe this place didn't already have a generator ready. With this many cats, anything could happen. I always say you should expect the unexpected. If it's not a cat cheeing through the cords, it's an ice storm. And if it's not that, it's a tornado or a flood. You should be ready for any disaster event. Constant vigilance.
Remus and Sirius exchange a bemused look.
Right. Well, I'm actually fairly handy with machinery.
Sirius says, strolling toward the man with casual confidence.
Mind if I take a look?
The old man snorts.
Sure. Have at 'em, Keith Richards.
Sirius looks back over his shoulder at Remus, grinning delightedly, and mouths,
Keith Richards.
Remus covers his mouth with his fist and ducks his head to hide his laughter, hopelessly and irreparably charmed. Sirius sets to work, looking at various parts of the generator with the old man hovering over his shoulder. While they work, the man tells them to call him Moody. As Sirius troubleshoots, they ask Moody questions about himself. Moody tells them that he's a war veteran and was, at one time, a member of Canada's forces sent to aid the South Vietnamese army with military education.
Military education.
Remus asks curiously.
Yep. Basic infantry training. Combat readiness. I was one of the youngest in my squad, only 18. But I was tough as nails. They called me Mad Eye Moody because I was the best at detecting landmines. Did you know that Vietnam is still covered in landmines left over from the war today? Over 3 million of them, they're estimating. It's a fucking travesty. People are stepping on them all the time.
Moody pulls up one of his pant legs, revealing a prosthetic leg from the knee down.
Missed one and it blew my leg right off.
Holy shit.
Sirius says reverently.
Holy shit.
Moody agrees.
That was it for my time in Vietnam. Got sent back home and spent the rest of my career training new recruits.
Remus mostly listens to Sirius and Moody talk. It's amazing how easily Sirius maintains a steady banter with the old man, despite the fact that the two of them couldn't be more different. Or, so he thinks, until the two of them start comparing tattoos.
Got this one when I was 20.
Moody shows Sirius a falcon on his forearm, the ink now faded to blue.
That's brilliant.
Sirius gushes, leaning in close to get a better look.
You don't see enough tattoos left to age like this. Totally vintage.
Moody barks a laugh.
Vintage. That makes me feel old, all right.
Sirius grins at him.
Come now. All the best things are vintage. Wine, cars, music, people.
Moody laughs again and tells Sirius to fuck off. Then, Sirius is shrugging off his coat and rolling up the sleeves of his hoodie to show off the tattoos covering his wiry forearms.
This one's a lion because lion are cool.
He explains, pointing to the fierce-looking lion drawn in black ink that spans most of his forearm. He points to a couple of paw prints on his wrist.
This one's for a dog I once knew. And this one's Padfoot's paw print. That's my dog that's here with us today.
Jesus, how many tattoos have you got?
Oh, a bunch.
Sirius grins. He pulls down the neck of his hoodie, finally revealing that tattoo hiding just below the neckline, a pair of antlers that span his collarbones. Remus swallows and looks away. The shape of Sirius's neck and clavicle is starting to make him feel a little hot around the collar.
These are antlers for my best friend. It's a long story. There's more all over my body, but you'll have to pay me if you want to see them.
Moody laughs uproariously, shaming his head.
Fuck, you kids nowadays are crazy. Gotta do everything times a million, huh?
Mercifully, Sirius rights his collar.
What's the point of living life in half measures?
He looks at Remus then, his smile open and vital and so gorgeous. It's enough to make him forget for a moment that they aren't alone. Eventually, Sirius makes a triumphant,
"Uh-huh. There's your problem. The spark plug's dirty."
Well, shit.
Moody leans in closer to look at it.
Why didn't I think of that? Getting slow in my old age.
Once they clean the spark plug, it's quick work to get the generator running. When Moody tugs the pull cord and the generator sputters and roars to life, Sirius whoops and gives Moody an exuberant high five. Then Sirius rounds on Remus, holding his hand up. Laughing, Remus slaps his hand against Sirius's and pretends like he doesn't feel a spark of electricity at the brief contact. They take a break with the other volunteers to share a lunch of sandwiches brought over from a deli nearby. While they eat, Sirius coaxes Remus into telling Moody about his time spent on the road, traveling cross-country with his parents. As he talks, Sirius listens in rapt attention, like he really finds Remus's descriptions of the landscapes and the small communities they stayed near exciting. The others seem to enjoy it as well.
You've got a real way with words, son.
Moody tells him at one point. The rest of the group listening nod in agreement.
That's because Remus is a spectacular writer. He used to have his own magazine series, you know.
Sirius says proudly, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Remus stiffens under the sudden contact, and Sirius must notice because he retracts his arm, looking down at the sandwich in his lap with a small frown. Remus regrets it immediately, hates that he's the reason the smile fell from Sirius's face. For the rest of the afternoon, they mill about the shelter, playing with the cats and helping unload and distribute supplies brought in by volunteers. As they work, music crackles through a battery-powered radio someone has set up in the lobby. Between songs, updates about the power outage filter through. Response teams are working hard to restore power across the GTA, but many will still be without power through Christmas. Despite the uncertainty of their situation, the atmosphere at the shelter is warm and full of camaraderie. But Remus can't help but notice that since their awkward moment at lunch, Sirius is keeping his distance. Whenever a particularly cheesy Christmas song plays on the radio, or Moody says something outlandish, Remus tries to catch Sirius's eye, desperate to share an inside joke with him. But Sirius only gives him weak half-smiles before turning his attention to someone else. It's almost 5 in the afternoon when they finally decide to head home. The sky is dark, but the snow has finally stopped and snowplows have cleared the streets. As they gather their things to leave, Arthur insists that he gives them a ride in his car. They accept it gratefully, both tired after their busy day. On the ride home, Sirius chats with Arthur in his usual animated way. But Remus can't help feeling that he's avoiding looking at him on purpose. They bid Arthur goodbye and spill out onto the dark, quiet street. Remus starts to lug the granny cart toward the door, but Sirius rounds on him before he can make it to the steps.
Do you want to go home, Remus?
Remus stops in his tracks.
What? You're feeling better now. Do you want to go home?
There's that line between Sirius's eyebrows again, and his lower lip juts out a little in a challenging way.
Oh, do you want me to?
That's not what I'm asking.
Remus shifts awkwardly from foot to foot, still holding James's granny cart. He glances down at Padfoot, who sniffs at the ground around them, blissfully ignorant to the rising tension.
Well, I don't want to impose more than I already have.
Sirius lets out a frustrated breath and runs a hand through his hair.
You're not. Look.
He takes a sharp breath and looks down.
I feel like I've been making you uncomfortable. And if I have, well, I'm sorry. But I've only been trying to help.
He looks back up at Remus as if to say, so there. The blood starts to rush in Remus's ears. There's something so arresting and yet so terrifying about being held in Sirius's direct gaze. This moment feels like the one they shared in the kitchen back in November, the day after they kissed, like a rope is rapidly escaping Remus's grasp.
You're not. I like today.
The words tumble out one over the other. Is he even speaking English? Sirius raises an eyebrow.
I mean...
Remus tries to recover. How can someone who claims to be a writer be so absolutely terrible at getting his point across?
I mean that I had a nice time today. I liked hanging out with you.
The tension in Sirius's shoulders seems to relax a bit.
And I really appreciate you having me over and making me food.
What do you mean, Remus? What in the hell are you trying to get at here?
Are you going to the UK?
Sirius looks taken aback.
Well, flights are cancelled for now, so no.
Remus nods dumbly, feeling like a bobblehead more than a coherent person.
Yeah, me too. So if you really don't mind, then maybe we could keep hanging out.
The tentative smile forming on Sirius's face is, well, it's like the streetlights have come back on.
You want to spend Christmas together?
It's 10 below zero and Remus's face couldn't feel hotter.
If you want.
Sirius shrugs nonchalantly.
It'll be pretty boring for Padfoot and me without the power on, so yeah, sure. Why not?
He looks down at Padfoot and ruffles the fur on his neck before glancing back up at Remus, his lips pursed like he's trying to hold back his smile. It makes Remus want to laugh. Out of relief, out of elation, or out of excitement, he's not exactly sure. Relief, definitely relief. They take Padfoot for a short walk through the park before heading inside. Now that the snow has stopped, a quiet has fallen over the neighborhood, in the way it always does when the world is blanketed in fresh snow. Without the streetlights, there is nothing to compete with the moonlight filtering down through the clouds, casting the snow and ice in ethereal shades of blue. Their feet crunch through fresh snow while Padfoot bounds gleefully ahead of them, leaving 2 sets of human tracks and 1 set of dog tracks trailing behind them.
Feels like we're in a fairy tale,
Sirius says in barely more than a whisper.
Yeah.
Remus agrees softly.
Reminds me of Quebec.
There is an unspoken agreement between them that they should make space for the quiet, both recognizing the magic of a snowy world lit by moonlight. When they finally venture back inside, they find the house chilly but warmer than outside. Sirius shrugs off his coat and kicks off his boots hastily before taking the stairs 2 at a time to go check on Grindelwald. Remus shakes his head, chuckling as he hangs up Sirius's coat beside his own. He goes to the kitchen to fetch a tea towel so he can wipe the wet off Padfoot's paws and belly. Sirius strides into the kitchen a moment later.
Grindelwald is doing splendidly.
That's great.
Remus smiles from where he's hunched over Padfoot. Sirius stops short as he notices what Remus is doing, a small smile forming on his lips.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Don't mention it.
Remus says, throwing the wet towel over his shoulder in a chefy way without thinking. It splats wetly against his shoulder and he grimaces, removing it. Sirius bites his lip like he's trying not to laugh.
So, dinner.
Remus says to try and distract Sirius from his awkwardness.
Dinner.
Sirius nods in agreement. He opens the fridge door.
We've got apples and pickles, and more granola bars.
Pretty sure that's all the food groups covered.
Yes, a perfectly balanced meal.
They go down to the basement to eat on the couch. Padfoot flops down onto his dog bed with a huff that carries all the weariness of a farmer coming in after a long day spent working in the fields. Sirius flops down on one side of the couch in a similar fashion, letting his feet rest on the middle cushion. He sets a camp light down on the coffee table in front of them, the warm light casting shadows across the room. Now that they're alone, Remus is once again painfully aware of how bad he smells in his increasingly unwashed state. Except now he is faced with the predicament of not wanting to make Sirius feel like he's avoiding him. He settles down on the opposite side of the couch, back against the armrest and feet on the middle cushion beside Sirius's. Their feet don't touch, but they rest near each other in a way that Remus is very aware of.
Too bad we can't put a record on,
Sirius says conversationally before taking a bite out of one of the apple pieces they cut.
You've got a pretty big collection.
Remus nods at the record cabinet.
Been collecting them for a while. You have quite the collection yourself. I may have taken a quick peek at them when I was at your apartment.
For some reason, this sends a zing of nervous excitement through Remus.
Did you see anything you liked?
There were some that I have as well. The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust, of course. A Night at the Opera. Who's Next? But there were some that I'd never heard of before. I liked the cover art on one of them. I think it was called Reconstruction Site.
Remus swallows his bite of granola bar, nodding enthusiastically.
The Weaker Thins. They were an indie band from Winnipeg. That album is fantastic. The lyrics have this kind of bleak, understated poetry that feels very Canadian.
Sirius nods as if mirroring Remus.
I'll have to give them a listen.
You really should. The titular song is probably one of my favorites ever, actually.
He pauses and fishes his phone from his pocket.
I have it downloaded. I can play it if you want.
Sirius's smile widens.
Yeah.
Remus puts the song on, wishing that Sirius could hear it for the first time on proper speakers. But Sirius listens with the same rapt attention as when he listened to Remus talk about his childhood, or when he asked Remus what his dreams were.
Well, I'm lost, I'm afraid. Rope tied down a leaky boat to the roof of a car on a road in the dark and it's snowing.
So Remus settles back against the couch cushions, letting himself sink into the song. The music and the lyrics are so familiar to him, spanning years of his life in that way, that only music and words can.
But beauty's just another word I'm never certain how to spell.
Remus looks up at Sirius and catches him looking back. Their eyes lock together, and the air pulls taut between them in that way it always seems to. Would it always feel like this when their eyes meet? And what is Remus to do about it? When the song fades out, he hits pause on Spotify before the next song can play.
So,
Remus says without any idea of where he means to go with the word. Sirius is looking at him all heavy and glassy-eyed, in a way that tugs at Remus's chest, like Sirius is holding the string.
Can we listen to the rest of the album?
Sirius asks.
Yeah.
They listen to the album from start to finish, not skipping Reconstruction Site when they get to it again. While they listen, they don't talk, letting the music settle between them, the sound waves carrying them like they're floating on the same waters. When the album comes to a close, the discordant notes of the final song hang in the air between them, winking out one by one.
So,
Remus says again in what is becoming a pathetic refrain.
I love it.
Sirius says quietly, reverently, almost like he's telling Remus, but no way. Still, Remus smiles at him. They've finished their sad smorgasbord of a dinner, and it's only 7.
Have you talked to James at all?
Remus asks, mostly to fill the silence before it starts to feel awkward again.
I've been texting him. Sounds like Lily and his mum are getting on well. Not surprised. Don't tell him I said this, but Lily and his mum are more similar than I think he realizes.
Remus chuckles.
Well, his mum must be a cool lady then.
Oh, she is. Stubborn and sharp as a tack too. He's really done himself in.
Are you sad you won't be spending Christmas with them?
Sirius pulls the fluffy throw blanket over his and Remus's legs, the motion so casual that someone looking may think that they do this all the time.
Yes, I'm a bit disappointed. It's been ages since I've seen the Potters. But then again, this isn't so bad either.
The cheeky little smirk Sirius throws at him makes the heat rise in Remus's cheeks again, and he averts his gaze to try and quash it. Because if Sirius knew that Remus was thinking of leaving Pawpath right before their most important deadline to date, he wouldn't be happy to be here with Remus at all. In an attempt to divert from him awkwardness, he asks,
Were you planning on visiting your family too?
When Sirius doesn't reply right away, Remus looks back up at him. He's worrying his lip between his teeth again, a distant look into his eyes.
No, the Potters are my family. I don't speak to my blood family anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sirius shakes his head.
Don't be. They weren't good people. I'm lucky I got away from them. My life is so much better now.
Remus nods like he understands, even though he doesn't. Although a desperate curiosity gnaws at him to ask Sirius more about his life, to understand the vibrant, beautiful person in front of him better, he's not sure they're in a place where he can. Instead, he says,
And now you're here.
Sirius just looks at him for a moment before a slow smile spreads across his face.
And now I'm here.
Sirius repeats softly.
Are you sad you're not spending Christmas with your parents?
A bit, but
he smiles at Sirius.
This isn't so bad either.
Sirius exhales, smiles back, then declares with a tone of finality.
All right, no more melancholy. I think that album just has me feeling a bit sentimental.
Remus shifts a little more upright in his seat.
Okay, what should we do now?
At that exact moment, Padfoot snores so loudly that they both start. They dissolve into laughter, a moment of levity.
Well, I'm not quite ready to join Padfoot in Dreamland yet,
Sirius says with another chuckle. Remus gets an idea.
I have a movie downloaded on my phone. I was going to watch it on the plane.
Oh yeah. Do you have enough battery?
Remus looks down at his phone screen. They'd both charged their phones at the shelter once the generator was up and running, so his battery is only down a few bars. He nods.
I should if I put it on low power mode.
What's the movie?
It's this indie zombie movie set in the UK in the 70s. I read a review that describes it as an apocalyptic queer coming-of-age story. Maybe you've heard of it.
Sirius shakes his head, looking amused.
Sounds like just the thing to get us in the Christmas spirit.
As the basement is getting colder by the minute, Sirius insists on fetching the duvet from his bed and tucking them both in. He scooches in closer to Remus, and once again, Remus stiffens before he can stop himself.
Oh, sorry.
Sirius mumbles, leaning away again.
No.
Something inside Remus says.
Not again.
He reaches out across the channel between them and grasps Sirius's arm.
Wait.
Sirius stills, looking down at Remus's hand on his arm, then back up to his eyes.
Sorry I've been so weird.
Remus says hastily. Does his voice always sound this high and weird?
It's just,
Sirius quirks an eyebrow.
Come again.
Oh god damn it. I smell. I haven't showered in like 4 days and I stink, okay.
There's a beat where Sirius stares at him owlishly. Then Sirius barks a laugh so loud that it startles Padfoot awake. The dog bolts up to standing, head whipping around to stare at them in alarm. Remus hides under the duvet.
No, come back.
Sirius gasps between laughs.
Please, haha, is that why you, bahaha?
He tugs the duvet away from Remus's face. Remus glares up at him, which only makes Sirius crumble into another fit of hysterical laughter.
I'm going home now.
No.
Sirius lunges across Remus's body as if to pin him there. Remus huffs and squirms, his face on fire.
Let me out.
No.
Sirius says, exhibiting a monumental effort to stifle his laughter. His face keeps twitching oddly as he tries to get it under control. There are literal tears of mirth in his eyes, the bastard. Remus waits indignantly until finally, Sirius composes himself, his body still draped over Remus's torso. He rests his cheek on his hands and looks up at Remus.
Remus.
What?
You're too much.
I think I hate you.
Sirius bites his lip over a smile, twitching again with repressed laughter.
Remus.
Yes, that's my name.
Listen, I haven't showered since the day before yesterday and we just spent all day at a cat shelter. I stink too.
Remus grumbles, looking away.
It's that.
He thinks.
It's that and the fact that I'm a weird, awkward mess. And if you knew I was considering betraying you and leaving the company you've worked so hard to build, you would hate me. I'm a no-good, stinky double-crosser.
He would very much like to poof out of existence in a cloud of smoke.
Hey,
Sirius says softly. It pulls Remus's eyes back to him, and oh, Sirius is looking up at him so fondly that it sort of makes him want to cry. Only a little.
can we watch the zombie movie now?
Sirius asks it gently, waiting patiently for Remus to reply. And Remus would reply, only he gets distracted by a strand of hair that has fallen across Sirius's forehead. It would be so easy to brush the hair off Sirius's face right now. His skin looks smooth, unfairly unblemished. It would almost definitely feel lovely to touch. But Sirius is waiting for him to reply.
Yeah, all right.
They prop their feet up on the coffee table and sit side by side. Remus rests his phone on his knees and pulls the duvet up under his chin. Sirius does the same, making space on his other side for Padfoot to hop up on the couch beside him. And if Remus and Sirius inch a little closer together while they watch the movie, until their shoulders brush, neither of them acknowledge it. And if Sirius tilts his head toward Remus so that their noses almost touch when they look to check the other's reaction to the movie, they act like they don't notice.
He sort of looks like you.
Sirius comments at one point.
The guy with the shotgun?
Sirius points to the tall, curly-haired guy on the screen. Remus tilts his head.
I don't really see it.
Sirius scoffs quietly. Remus glances sideways at him, then back at the screen, where a boy with black hair and a leather jacket kicks a zombie in the gut with one of his ass-kicking boots.
His boyfriend's pretty hot, though.
Remus says casually. Now Sirius glances at him sideways, eyebrows raised. About 2/3 of the way through the movie, Sirius slumps against Remus, his head lolling onto his shoulder. Surprised, Remus looks down, only to find that Sirius has fallen asleep. His lips are parted slightly, his breath coming out in little puffs. Remus pauses the movie and allows himself the indulgence of admiring Sirius's sleeping face. It's only a little after 8:30, but he suspects Sirius was lying about getting any sleep the previous night. With his face slack in sleep and his dark lashes fluttering gently against his cheeks as he dreams, Sirius looks younger than he does when awake. Like all his bravado has been stripped away, revealing someone who maybe doesn't have everything figured out after all. Sirius shifts a little against Remus's shoulder and a strand of hair falls across his face again. It must tickle his nose because he scrunches his face a little, snuffling quietly. Slowly, Remus lets his phone drop into his lap and raises his hand to Sirius's face. Gently, so gently, he brushes the hair off his face, the very tips of his fingers grazing Sirius's cheekbone. Lovely. Then he brings his hand back down to rest in his lap. And if he closes his eyes and settles back into the couch cushion, it's only because he doesn't want to disturb Sirius just yet, when he needs sleep so badly. And if he drifts off to sleep as well, it's only because the room is cold, making their cocoon under the duvet feel extra warm. Chapter 5, When Words Fail. Remus wakes on Christmas Eve to the feeling of his phone vibrating beneath his hip and Sirius's chest rising and falling under his cheek. His eyes snap open. At some point in the night, they must have both shifted horizontally. Sirius lies supine under him, head against the armrest of the couch, one arm thrown over his eyes. His other arm hugs Remus loosely around the waist. Sirius's body is hot against him, both of them still cocooned under the duvet. For a brief, foolish moment, Remus considers simply going back to sleep and feigning ignorance, so he can prolong the moment as much as possible. But his phone is still vibrating. He reaches under himself, doing his best to not move any other part of his body. With some difficulty, he fishes out his phone and sees that his mom is calling. Phone reception is back then.
Shit.
He mutters under his breath. He had meant to try and call her yesterday. She must be worried. Extricating himself from Sirius's sleeping embrace involves an awkward sort of roll push that ends with Remus sprawled on the floor and Padfoot's snout in his face.
Oof, yeah, Pads.
He whispers, giving the dog a scritch behind the ears to placate him.
Do you need to go out? Be very, very quiet, okay? Okay.
Remus stands up in an awkward jumble of limbs and pads as softly as he can across the freezing floor and up the stairs, Padfoot trotting up after him. The house is dark, the sun not yet up, and a quick check of the light switch confirms that the power is still out. He leads the dog to the kitchen's back door and stands on the small balcony, letting the chilly morning air wake him up. Padfoot comes trotting back once he's finished his business, and the two return inside. Remus sits at the kitchen table to call his mom back. She picks up on the second ring.
Remus, I'm so happy to hear from you.
Hi, I'm really sorry. I meant to call you yesterday, but I fell asleep early.
His mom makes a sympathetic sound.
My poor baby. This week has been tough, hasn't it?
He swallows the sudden lump in his throat, feeling silly and embarrassed. How stupid, getting choked up over this. But his mother's voice is like a balm to his nerves, and he's so exhausted from the last few days.
Yeah, it was a bad migraine.
There's movement on the other end, and Papa's muffled voice asks,
"Is that Remus?"
Yes, it's him. 1 second, love. I'm putting you on speaker.
There's a click, and then his Papa's low voice comes through more clearly.
Silou, ça va-tu?
Ça va correct.
His mom makes another sympathetic sound and asks,
Are you feeling okay now?
I'm all right, a bit achy.
Probably more from sleeping on the couch than the after effects of the migraine.
Have you been drinking water?
Yes.
Good. And eat something too. Something easy on your stomach.
A warm, fuzzy feeling spreads in his chest at his mother's fussing.
I think all we've got left in the kitchen are granola bars and pickles.
Jesus, that's it. Stay away from the pickles.
Her huff makes Remus chuckle.
Maybe we should come to you. We could drive down.
No, no need.
Remus says hastily.
The roads will be bad still. I'm all right, really. I'll come see you as soon as things clear up.
His mom sighs.
Oh, this was such terrible timing, wasn't it? We were so excited to see you.
Guilt and disappointment twist in his chest.
I'm sorry.
No, you goof. It's not your fault. It is what it is. We're just relieved you're feeling better now, and you're not alone.
Right, about that.
He groans.
I can't believe you talked to my boss.
Now he hears his Papa laughing. His mom shushes him before replying.
Well, we had no idea what happened to you. What were we supposed to do? And he was very helpful. A very polite boy, wasn't he?
She pauses, probably waiting for his Papa to agree.
He was very worried about you. I was a bit surprised, considering he's your coworker.
Oh God, heat rushes to his face.
We're, pretty casual here since it's a startup. Everybody's friends.
His mom hums, and he knows that knowing tone.
Well, I'm glad you have a friend looking out for you. He has a lovely accent too, doesn't he?
For crying out loud.
Sure. He and the other founder are British.
Yes. He sounds very sophisticated. How old is he?
25. Hold on, wait.
Oh, 25, and he has his own company. Sounds like he's doing well for himself. He must like animals, right? Is he a vegetarian?
What does it matter?
Your mother is being nosy,
his Papa says mildly.
I'm just curious. It's unusual for someone's boss to invite them to stay at their house like that, and now they'll be spending Christmas together.
She makes Christmas sound awfully loaded. Remus slaps a hand over his eyes. This conversation is enough to bring his migraine back.
Mom, it's not a normal company. It's a weird startup. The house is also the office, so really, I'm staying at the office.
Listen, sweetie, I know you're an adult and your dating life is your business. I just hope you're setting healthy boundaries since he's your boss.
We're not dating.
Ben, he's sounding a bit shrill,
his Papa comments.
He must be getting his energy back.
His mom agrees.
I'm still here.
Oops, okay, that sounded shrill even to him. He pitches his voice lower, speaking quietly.
Anyway, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be working here. I got an offer from the Toronto Prophet.
His mom gasps.
You did? When?
Keeping his voice low and hushed, Remus quickly recounts the email he received from Arabella Fig and the subsequent call.
That's amazing, but you're not sure if you want to take it.
Remus fiddles with a loose thread on his sleeve.
I don't know. I mean, I do want to take it. Of course I do. But I feel guilty about leaving the team when we're so close to our big deadline.
Oh, sweetheart, I get it. But I think Sirius and the others would understand. It's your calling, after all.
The easiness with which his mother calls journalism his calling makes his heart clench.
That's right.
His papa agrees.
This is the way it goes sometimes. They will find someone to fill your role.
Remus thinks of Sirius's face, how hurt he'd been when they all told him they were leaving for the holidays.
I can't really talk about it anymore right now. Sirius is around.
Okay, love, but please give it some thought. It would be wonderful for you to start your series back up again. Is the power still out in Toronto?
Remus appreciates the change in subject.
Yeah, it is. How about you?
We just got it back. They're saying parts of Ontario will still be without power through Christmas, most likely.
Yes. This is why I've been saying for years that Quebec and Ontario need to reduce grid vulnerability and prioritize renewable energy like wind and solar. It just makes sense.
Remus sniggers. To be fair, his papa has been complaining about that for years.
You have, love.
His mom says placatingly.
So, Remus, what are you and Sirius going to do? Do you have any other friends to spend Christmas with?
No, it's just us.
He can imagine his parents exchanging a look in the silent beat that follows. Good grief.
Well,
His mother says lightly.
why don't we have a video call over dinner? I want to see your face. And this way, we can meet Sirius properly.
Why do you want to meet my boss?
Darn, his voice went shrill again. He can hear his papa snort. Remus looks down at his phone to check the battery.
Ah, my battery's low and we don't have any battery packs.
Okay, sweetie.
His mom sounds disappointed. He feels that disappointment echoed in his own chest.
Text us in a bit. I'm so relieved you're okay.
J'étais sur le point d'appeler les cops.
Remus snorts at his papa's dramatics.
Well, I'm alive. This all.
No more apologies.
His mom chastises him.
Okay, go eat something. And say hi to Sirius for us. Enjoy your day.
I'm hanging up now.
Oh, Remus.
His mom sighs.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye. I love you.
We love you so much.
A plus.
His papa calls.
Salut.
He hangs up and heaves a weary sigh. A snigger sounds from across the kitchen. Remus's back goes rigid. How much had he heard? But when Remus turns to see Sirius standing in the doorway, he's smiling at him, looking soft and sleep-rumpled and not troubled at all. Remus is struck by the sudden and overpowering image of himself striding across the room, cupping Sirius's sleepy face with both hands and kissing him, kissing him, kissing him. But he quickly snuffs the image out, leaving behind a wistful curl of smoke.
Was that your parents?
Sirius asks, voice a little groggy. Padfoot trots happily over to his human and Sirius accepts his greeting with equal enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Remus sets his phone down.
My mom says hi.
The cheekiest, most shit-eating grin breaks out on Sirius's face, like the sun bursting defiantly through the gloomy winter clouds.
Does she lovely woman hope?
Still grinning, Sirius stretches his arms above his head, popping his back indulgently. His shirt rides up, revealing a strip of pale skin, surprisingly unmarred by tattoos. Remus quickly turns his gaze back to his phone.
So,
Sirius says, scratching at his lower belly, unaware of the absolute warfare he's waging on Remus's psyche.
power's still out here, but it's apparently back up in parts of the city. Fancy taking pads for a stroll to see if we can find a proper cup of coffee.
Remus runs a hand through his hair, wincing at how greasy it feels.
Yeah, coffee and something other than a granola bar would be great.
Ace, I'll just get changed. Do you need to borrow any clothes?
Sirius eyes him as though he's sizing him up. Remus does his best to push aside any lingering insecurity that Sirius might think he's gross. He doesn't want to bring up his uncleanliness so soon after last night's embarrassing confession.
I'm good. You packed me enough for today.
Sirius looks pleased.
All right, well, I'll be just a mo.
After they've both dressed and bundled up, they step out into another crisp winter morning. The sun has just risen, and the quiet street glitters with early morning light catching in the snow. There has been no new snowfall since yesterday, and the streets have been cleared enough for cars to pass through unencumbered. But the chill air has preserved the ice on the trees and fence posts, so the streets still look like they're made of glass. Remus is reminded of the ice castle from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, where all the animals of the kingdom were turned into ice sculptures by the White Witch. He shares this thought with Sirius, who smiles delightedly.
I loved that book when I was a kid. I read all the Narnia books. My favorite was Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
Remus smirks.
Why am I not surprised?
Sirius turns to look at him with his eyebrows raised.
Why do you say that?
A story about a ship and pirates and a heroic prince. That's got you written all over it.
Oh, does it? Which part? The heroic prince. He was a king in that book, by the way.
Yes, I imagine you pictured yourself as the king.
I'm not sure what exactly you're implying, Lupin, but what I'm hearing is that you think I'm heroic and dashing.
He bristles but tries to play it cool.
Yes, you would hear that.
Well, someone's certainly snarky this morning. We best get some coffee in you, Sharpish. Come on, Padfoot. Our brave mouse needs breakfast.
What do you mean, Mouse?
Well, if I'm Caspian, then you're Reaper Cheap.
The fuck? Why am I Reaper Cheap?
With his hands stuffed into his pockets, Sirius doesn't look at him as he casually explains.
Because Reaper Cheap is King Caspian's most trusted ally. I believe Reaper Cheap was described as a gay and martial mouse.
You're gay.
That's beside the point. Doubt not Reaper Cheap.
It's infuriating, really, how good Sirius is at remembering quotes from books. Sirius continues to babble as he strolls on ahead, not noticing that Remus has stopped. Remus looks down at the snow piled beside the sidewalk, then back up at Sirius. Before he can think better of it, he gathers up a handful of snow.
To find all you seek, there is the utter east.
Sirius splutters when the snowball hits the back of his head. He whips around to look, wide-eyed at Remus.
Oh, you absolute wanker.
But Remus already has another snowball queued up, and he lets it fly. Sirius dodges this one, ducking down in one smooth movement to pick up his own handful of snow. Remus tries to dodge it, but Sirius's snowball manages to clip his shoulder. What ensues is an increasingly violent snowball fight that carries them all the way down the sidewalk to the end of the street. The excitement gets Padfoot all worked up so that by the time they get to a coffee shop on Dovercourt Road, he's leaping and tugging on the leash to the point of almost sending Sirius toppling over. Sirius kneels down in front of the dog, taking his snout between his hands.
Hush, it's all right, boy.
Man and dog gaze into each other's eyes, nose to nose, in a moment so intimate that Remus starts to feel like he's intruding a bit. He kicks at a chunk of ice on the sidewalk while he waits for them to finish having their moment. Christmas lights hang over the frost-covered window of the coffee shop. Pinned to the shop's red-painted door below a wreath is a sign that reads, "Furry Friends, Welcome." When they enter the shop, they're greeted by warmth and the comforting smell of roasted beans and freshly baked goods. Both Sirius and Remus sigh in a moment of unguarded joy. They look at each other and laugh. Like many Toronto coffee shops, the establishment is small and narrow, with a wooden coffee bar running along one wall and a row of small bistro tables with mismatched chairs along the other. The air hums with the sound of the coffee machine and the chatter of the other patrons. The shop can't have been open long, and yet the tables are almost entirely occupied.
Looks like other people had the same idea.
Sirius comments as they stand in the entryway and stamp some of the snow off their boots. Padfoot shakes the melting snow off his fur, sending droplets flying in a whirl around him. But when Remus glances nervously at the tatted-up barista manning the counter, she just smiles at them.
Happens all the time,
she calls. To their delight, the shop is serving breakfast sandwiches. They each order a sandwich with egg, bacon, cheese, and spinach on a fresh-baked bun. Remus also orders a gingerbread muffin and a large coffee with 2 creams and 2 sugars. Sirius shakes his head, mumbling something sounding suspiciously like,
"Blah, Canadians,"
before ordering his own large coffee, black. The barista also slides a bowl of water for Padfoot, which they set down on the floor beside an empty table. They sit down at the table, taking advantage of the outlet and plugging in their phone. Without preamble, they tuck into their breakfasts while Padfoot laps at the water. While he eats, Sirius pinches off pieces of egg and bacon for Padfoot. Feeling a bit guilty, Remus pinches off a piece of egg from his own sandwich and holds it out to Padfoot. The dog gently accepts the morsel between his teeth with surprising precision. Remus looks back up at Sirius, only to catch him smiling softly at Remus.
So,
Remus blurts out, willing the butterflies in his stomach to calm down. He definitely shouldn't have given them coffee.
Did you sleep okay?
The unspoken "with me" hangs in the air between them.
Yeah, I did.
Sirius says, unconsciously reaching a hand up to rub his neck.
Didn't mean to fall asleep like that. Did you finish the movie?
No, I didn't. I kind of drifted off too.
Right. Huh. Wonder whatever happened with the zombie dog.
We could finish it tonight.
Yes, could do.
They both take a stiff sip of their coffees.
So,
do you?
They break off with an awkward chuckle. Is this how the whole day is going to be? Things had been going all right up until this point.
You go first.
Remus offers.
I was only going to ask if there was anything in particular you want to do today.
Well, actually, I was going to ask if you want to maybe go to High Park. It's probably pretty today with all the snow and ice. And since there's still no power at the house.
Sure.
Sirius says quickly, sitting up in his seat and sloshing some of his coffee.
Oops.
Remus uses his napkin to soak up the spilled coffee.
Thanks.
Sirius says a bit shyly, glancing up at him from under those dark lashes in a way that catches Remus off guard. His hand jerks to the side and hits his own cup, sloshing some of his coffee onto the table.
God damn it,
he mumbles, but when he catches Sirius's eye, they both burst into laughter.
Fucking hell, why are we so awkward?
Sirius says between bewildered chuckles.
I don't know.
Remus exclaims,
Can we stop being awkward now?
Yes, please.
Sirius smiles at him, and it's like the tension of the last little while melts away.
I would love to go to High Park. I've only been once, actually, back when James and I first moved here. We went to see a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Did you like it?
Sirius nods.
Yes, it was fun. I appreciated that they didn't try to put on British accents. But God, were there a lot of mosquitoes. They were eating us alive. We were lucky there was anything left of us by the end.
Remus laughs.
Welcome to summertime in Ontario. Manitoba's even worse, apparently.
Worse.
Gotta wonder why anyone lives here, eh?
Sirius hums thoughtfully, taking a sip of his coffee.
Well, the locals are charming enough that it makes up for it.
Remus feels his face heat up immediately. Discreetly, he presses a fist into his stomach to try and calm the incessant fluttering. He's starting to wonder if there's something wrong with Sirius Black. How can he still be flirting with Remus after all the shit he's put him through? They finish their coffees and order another round to go. Remus insists on paying despite Sirius's protests.
You've paid for pretty much everything up until now,
Remus says as he stubbornly hands his card over to the smirking barista.
Those were all on the company card. It doesn't count.
Sirius grouses, trying to shove his own card in front of Remus's.
They were business expenses.
Stop that.
Remus swats his hand away, then tells the barista mildly.
Ignore him.
I can't believe you.
Sirius grumbles indignantly.
Honestly, can you believe him?
The barista rings the order through on Remus's card and hands it back to him with a wink. It's an hour's walk to High Park, but they decide that they want to stretch their legs. Besides, by now the city has woken up, and it's heartening to see people going about the streets and opening up shops where the power has been restored. Some streets they walk through are filled with twinkling strings of lights and glowing open signs in shop windows, while others are still without power.
It's interesting how some parts of the city still have power while others don't.
Remus muses out loud.
That's because Toronto runs on an electrical grid divided into different circuits, and each serves a specific area.
Sirius explains without missing a beat.
London's the same. The circuits are connected to transformers and substations that manage and distribute electricity. So, if an issue arises in one part of the grid, you can get situations like this where it only affects a specific circuit connected to that part of the grid.
Remus nods.
Right, makes sense. Did you study engineering?
Sirius chuckles, and Remus notices that it carries a note of derision.
I wouldn't have minded that. But no, I studied business management and economics before I decided to sod it all off.
He takes a sip of his coffee, brow furrowed.
I've always been interested in how things work, taking apart radios, computers, and all that. I got into programming in secondary school, had a teacher who spotted my interest and gave me extra lessons after hours. I carried it on as a hobby after that, even took part in a few hackathons in secret.
Why in secret?
My parents wouldn't have wanted me wasting my time with that sort of thing.
Remus remembers Sirius mentioning that his parents were strict.
With programming?
With anything I liked, really.
He laughs bitterly.
With anything that didn't directly support their plans for me to take over the family business.
Sirius's tone is light, but artificially so. Remus senses that they are treading into sensitive waters, and though he is curious to know more about Sirius's upbringing, He doesn't want to pry more out of him than he's comfortable with.
What's the family business?
Sirius glances at him, surprise etched on his face. Then he smiles wide and brilliant.
See, this is why I love Canada. You really don't know.
Remus shakes his head in bewilderment.
Should I?
Certainly not. Ha!
Sirius takes a triumphant swig from his coffee cup.
I wish they could hear this conversation. That would take them down a peg.
He chuckles again, then notices that Remus is still waiting for an answer.
Well, the Black family have had their hands in a lot of different pots, going back centuries. But for the last century or so, their primary business endeavor has been oil and mining. Naturally, as the eldest son, I was expected to take over the family's affairs one day. Only, I wanted nothing to do with their blood money and expectations. I went to Cambridge like they wanted me to. Luckily, James came with me, the absolute legend, and made it partway through second year before I realized I couldn't take it a second longer.
Remus lets the words sink in.
So you just dropped out.
Sirius chuckles again, an empty vessel of sound.
There's no just doing anything with my family. I'd been trying to extricate myself from them for years before I finally did, but they always found ways to keep me under their thumbs. Threats, extortion, not just involving me, but my friends.
Remus's eyes widen.
They threatened your friends.
Sirius nods gravely.
What you've got to understand, Remus, is that my parents are miserable, rotten people, but they've got a lot of connections. They've got the means to dig up dirt on just about anyone and use it to their advantage. I've seen them do it to people they considered a threat to the business. So while they never actually went through with anything to harm any of my friends, I knew their threats weren't idle. I knew that if I was going to get out, really get out, I had to blow things up a little.
A shiver runs down Remus's spine, and not from the cold. Sirius glances sideways at him and must notice because he shakes his head as though to clear it.
In any case, it's far too lovely a day to be dwelling on depressing shit. I'm here now and that's what matters. What got you interested in journalism?
Remus accepts Sirius's bid to change the subject.
I guess I've always been interested in stories. I've always liked imagining what different people's lives are like.
Sirius smiles fondly.
I suppose you met a lot of different people while on the road.
For sure. When we lived in the RV, we saw a lot of different people living vastly different lifestyles. Canada's really big. I mean, you can fit all of Europe in Canada and still have room left. Coast to coast and in between, people are living in vastly different landscapes with different weather, and that shapes how you approach life. One province or territory to the next can feel like a different country. And even though Canada is so big, the population is smaller than the UK, So you get a lot of rural and remote communities that are fairly isolated, especially when you start heading north. Indigenous communities with deep cultural roots and communities built around specific industries like fishing and forestry, with their own distinct traditions and ways of life.
He pauses his tangent to collect his thoughts, sighs.
The thing is, I was really little when we were living on the road, so a lot of my memories from that time have faded. It's like, I feel like you think I've lived this big, exciting life, but that's just not the case. This is all stuff I've pieced together and reflected on over the years since. I kept a journal of the things we saw, and I still have it. It's fun to look back and see what I thought of the places we went, but they were the observations of a little kid who didn't really understand what he was seeing.
Sirius is watching him carefully.
Even so, I wish I could read it. I bet you were an articulate child.
Remus shakes his head.
No, I was definitely your typical kid. I had this whole page dedicated to a castle in Banff, but I think I was talking about the Fairmont Hotel.
Sirius throws his head back and laughs.
I guess little Remus fancied himself a king as well.
Nah, not me.
Sirius cocks an eyebrow.
A knight.
The castle librarian, maybe?
That earns him a chuckle.
Yes, that's much cozier.
Remus stumbles a little before he catches himself, glancing sideways to see if Sirius noticed. If he did, he isn't mentioning it. Instead, his expression turns pensive.
So when did your family move to Quebec?
Remus clears his throat, composing himself.
When I was 5.
'Cause your dad's from there.
Yes, that was part of it.
He pauses to consider how much he wants to share with Sirius. It's not that he's embarrassed about the accident per se, but he is embarrassed about how sheltered the rest of his childhood was because of it. It's also depressing, and Sirius said he was tired of talking about depressing things.
What's the other part?
Sirius presses, eyeing Remus curiously. He takes a steadying breath.
My dad and I had an accident when I was 5. We were ski-doing in La Mauricie National Park. My dad was driving and I was riding behind him. We hit a patch of ice while we were driving along the ledge of a steep hill, and we fell over. I hit my head on a rock and cracked my skull. They had to airlift me out.
Sirius's face registers shock.
Fuck, that's awful.
Remus shrugs, a rueful smile tugging at his lips.
Yeah, it was bad. I've still got a metal plate in my skull.
He taps the side of his head, but Sirius doesn't smile.
Is that why you get migraines?
Remus blinks, taken aback.
Yeah, actually. I've had them ever since. Doctors aren't sure if they'll ever go away.
I'm so sorry.
Sirius does look sorry, though Remus can't quite tell if it's concern or pity in his eyes. Either way, it makes him uncomfortable. It's one of the reasons he hates talking about the accident. He can't stomach the pity.
It is what it is,
He says stiffly.
Can't take back what happened.
Sirius nods resolutely.
No, you can't, but it still must have been hard.
Remus purses his lips. He means well. He reminds himself in a voice that sounds suspiciously like his mother's. He opened up to you, and now he's trying to offer you the same.
Honestly, the recovery from the injury was hard, but it was the years after that kind of sucked more. Like while I was recovering, I couldn't really do anything. Bright lights and loud noises would make my head throb. So I spent a lot of time in our basement, in the dark. But even after I recovered, my parents were overly protective. My dad still blames himself. I think part of why I decided to study journalism was so that I could live vicariously through other people. And moving to Toronto was my way of breaking free.
A wave of guilt washes over him. He's never admitted this out loud before to anyone. It feels disparaging to his parents and all they'd suffered, caring for an unwell child. But when he returns to the present moment and looks at Sirius again, he finds the expression on his face hard to read. There's concern, yes, but there's also something else. Something like excitement or hope.
And now you're here.
Sirius says, the corner of his mouth quirked mischievously. Remus feels a tug between Sirius and himself again. He realizes that it's like calling to like.
And that's what matters.
Remus echoes. Like Central Park in New York City, Hyde Park is where city dwellers go for the serotonin that only grass, tree leaves, and running water can provide. There are gardens and ponds, playgrounds and hidden pathways, a stage for Shakespeare in the park, and a zoo with birds and capybaras, picnic goers in the summer, and children pulling toboggans in the winter, artists and joggers and eccentrics, festivals in fields and fornication behind bushes, and two creeks bracketing it all. You could go to Hyde Park every day for a week and still discover something new each time. Remus and Sirius enter Hyde Park by way of Parkside Drive, which means that on this particular day, they discover the castle playground. The castle playground is just that, a playground designed to look like a castle, with snow-capped turrets and arched windows and a rope ladder. As fate would have it, they have the entire playground to themselves. Sirius lets Padfoot off the leash. Immediately, the dog takes off, sniffing around the playground and leaving paw prints in the fresh snow. Sirius tosses his empty coffee cup in a nearby trash can and stuffs his hands into his pockets.
How does this compare to the hotel in Banff?
Remus feels his mouth twitch as he tries to keep a straight face.
Well, the hotel didn't have a slide, so based on that alone, this one wins.
Sirius laughs and leaps up the rope ladder to one of the platforms in 2 easy strides. Remus tosses his own coffee cup out and clambers after him with much less grace. They stand side by side, forearms resting on the railing as they look out at the park.
I've always wanted to visit a real castle.
You never have.
Sirius sounds surprised. Remus shakes his head.
Nope, I've only ever traveled to the States.
Oh. Sirius pauses.
My family has a castle.
You're shitting me.
Sirius barks a laugh.
I'm not. They have a castle in bloody Yorkshire.
Wow.
It's a small castle.
Oh, well, in that case...
Remus drawls.
Shall I take you sometime?
Sirius asks cheerfully.
We can set it on fire.
Now Remus laughs.
It's a date.
The words just tumble out of his mouth before he can catch them. Panicking, Remus casts a furtive look towards Sirius, only to see him staring at him wide-eyed and his mouth slightly open.
I mean...
He stutters, then stops. But Sirius doesn't say anything. No, the cheeky bastard just beams and pats the railing a few times, looking innocently up at the sky, before leaping down the slide with a whoop. Remus is left sputtering at the top, wondering if maybe he should try to end it all by jumping over the side of the playground. They spend hours in Hyde Park, looking out at the snowy landscape. The cafe at the center of the park turns out to be open, and they grab a lunch of soup and sandwiches to go so they can eat it outside while Padfoot sniffs around. As they wander through the park, they pass other couples, friends, couples of friends, wandering with dogs or pulling children on toboggans, and even an older man on cross-country skis.
What are your default thoughts?
Remus asks Sirius as they look out at a frozen pond.
What do you mean?
Like the thoughts you have when you're just sitting there.
Remus continues.
When you're not in the middle of doing something. The thoughts that come in between tasks.
Sirius hums thoughtfully.
I suppose I'm always wondering how things work. Like, how does a car engine work? What kind of machine makes the packaging for takeout food?
He holds up his cup of soup.
I think a lot about how systems could work better. In Poor Path's architecture, but also public transit or housing planning. Stuff like that.
He smiles crookedly at Remus, and something about the earnestness in his voice makes Remus feel warm in his belly.
It makes sense then that you're a software developer.
Remus says.
You're always looking for things to fix, ways to make things run more smoothly.
Sirius beams at him.
I think so too.
And oh man, they're smiling sappily at each other in a way that's downright embarrassing. Sirius seems to realize the same thing because he says,
So what does Remus Lupin think about when he isn't thinking about anything?
Remus already knows his answer.
I'm always thinking about narratives, made up or real life. It's kind of how I make sense of the world. This happened and it gave significance to this other thing. I think about things people tell me or that I notice about them, and I wonder about the rest of their lives.
He pauses, chuckling awkwardly.
That makes me sound really nosy.
Yes, what I'm hearing is that you're a secret busybody.
Sirius eyes him with feigned suspicion.
What narrative have you come up with for me?
He's fishing and not even trying to hide it. Remus decides to entertain him for the moment, pretending to think about it.
I'm not done writing it yet.
Fine, then tell me what you've got so far.
Can't. No spoilers.
He takes a sip of his soup to hide his smug smile.
What? What a cop-out.
These things take time. I have to let it marinate.
Marinate my arse.
You can't rush art.
Are you calling me a work of art?
Remus stops in his tracks. He curses when Sirius beams triumphant and charges on ahead, whistling to call Padfoot back. As the afternoon wears on and the sun dips lower in the sky, the air grows chilly enough that they decide it's time to return home. Remus makes the offhanded comment that his joints are aching from the cold, and Sirius deems it necessary that they take an Uber home instead of walking. Remus considers protesting on principle but decides against it. Truth be told, he hadn't been looking forward to the walk home. As they wait for the Uber, Remus notices Sirius rubbing his ears with his hands. His breath comes out in cloudy puffs in front of his face.
Are your ears cold?
Remus asks him.
No, I'm fine.
But even as he says it, Remus can see him shivering. He's overcome with the visceral urge to wrap his arms around Sirius and pull him close to his chest to shield him from the cold. Instead, he rolls his eyes, takes his toque off, and pulls it onto Sirius's head.
What?
Sirius's hands go up defensively, tugging lightly at the toque. In real time, Remus watches Sirius's expression flit from surprised to pleased.
Thanks, mate. You're a real gentleman.
Maybe now you'll see the value in getting a hat of your own.
Why would I when I can just steal yours?
By the time they finally walk through the front door of 12 Salem Avenue, the sun is setting. They kick off their wet boots and shrug off their heavy coats. Sirius seems reluctant to part with Remus's hat, dawdling in taking it off and hanging it on one of the hooks. He spins around to face Remus.
Shall we see if we can order pizza from anywhere?
Remus nods.
Sounds good.
They're halfway through their pizza when they hear a click, and a beat later, the whir of kitchen appliances coming to life. The kitchen light winks on with the explosiveness of the Big Bang. Remus and Sirius squint against its brightness, momentarily stunned. Then they look at each other and both let out a delighted whoop.
Fucking finally.
Sirius exclaims, punching the air.
Oh, thank God.
Remus sighs in deep relief, bracing his hands on the table as he stands up. Sirius watches him in bewilderment.
Where are you going?
Remus is already halfway across the room.
To shower, Sirius. I think I'm going to die if I don't do it right this second.
Sirius's laughter follows him up the stairs to the bathroom with the good shower. Remus emerges from the shower feeling like he has been reborn, like his very soul has been cleansed. He is certain that he will never, ever take a shower for granted again. He also smells like Sirius's body wash, spicy and woodsy, and the butterflies are loving that. He finds Sirius with his laptop open on the kitchen table, brow furrowed and fingers tap-tapping away.
Everything looked good.
Remus asks.
Yes.
Sirius sighs, he closes his laptop and smiles at Remus. Despite making fun of him, Sirius is quick to hop into the shower after Remus. While he waits for Sirius, Remus sends a text to his parents to let them know that the power is back, then fills the electric kettle with water for tea. When he hears Sirius coming down from upstairs, he turns to see him standing there, breathtaking in damp hair and lounge clothes, holding a gift out to him.
I figure now is a good time to celebrate.
Remus gapes at the proffered package.
You got me something.
Of course. James and I got a gift for everyone on the team. We gave everyone else their gifts on Friday.
The gift is rectangular and wrapped in brown paper, with a string of red yarn tied around it in a bow. Sirius watches him as he accepts the gift. He looks nervous.
Well, what is it?
You gotta open it to find out.
The gift has some weight to it. Remus unties the bow and, without thinking, pockets the yarn. Then, with careful, meticulous fingers, he unwraps the paper to reveal a book, about an inch thick. On the cover, there's a graphic, graffiti-style drawing of the Toronto skyline. When he looks closer at the drawing, he sees that all the tiny windows in the skyscrapers are faces. Toronto Voices is scrawled in slanted font, and below it, in the same font, R.J. Lupin. He stares down at the book, belatedly aware that his mouth has fallen open.
This.
The words escape him.
It was a group effort.
Sirius tells him hastily.
Well, it was my idea, but James and Mary helped me find the company that does bindings, and Cass designed the cover. Mint, isn't it? It's all of your stories in chronological order.
Wordlessly, Remus opens the cover and starts flipping through the pages. So many photos of faces he recognizes look back at him beside an endless stream of words. His words.
Do you like it?
The uncertainty in the question pulls his attention back to Sirius. He looks up to see Sirius smiling tentatively with that little crease between his eyebrows. He's waiting for Remus to say something.
Say something, you idiot.
The tentative smile on Sirius's face falters.
I kept thinking about our conversation, over cold tea, about your dreams, and how I'm living mine, but you wanted to live yours. And you mentioned a book, and I just thought...
Sirius trails off again, a lovely blush blooming on his face, and still Remus can't form the right words. He feels the weight of the book in his hands, all the words he's written. There are so many words in English and French, and still, none of them can quite convey the magnitude of what he's feeling in this moment, what he wants to say. What does he want to say?
Thank you.
Doesn't cut it.
You keep surprising me.
Only scratches the surface.
I think I probably don't deserve you.
Is an understatement.
I want to try anyway.
Is only the beginning. His eyes dart down to Sirius's lips, which look soft and inviting, a blank page. He decides that words aren't enough. He takes a step forward, then another. He cups Sirius's jaw with one hand and kisses him. Sirius's lips are soft, and they part when he gasps.
Do you understand?
Remus tries to ask him through the press of his lips.
Do you see how hopelessly silly I've been? How afraid I am that you'll hate me? How every new thing I learn about you only makes me ache to know more?
Remus is still holding the book in one hand, when Sirius grasps the back of Remus's neck, just like he did a month ago under the streetlight, and pulls him closer. The book ends up pinned between their bodies. Remus smooths his thumb over Sirius's jaw, feeling the hard line of the bone and the slight drag of stubble. They kiss with open mouths that don't quite part between each press of their lips. A kiss. And. When they finally do part, it's to look at each other through half-lidded eyes and heavy breaths.
So you like it?
Sirius asks, a smug little smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Remus wants to kiss that smirk.
I do.
Yeah.
Remus nods.
Yeah.
He feels Sirius toy with the hair at the nape of his neck. The mental image of Sirius winding his hair around his fingers tugs at the string in his chest. Sirius's eyes flit down to Remus's mouth, then back up again.
And you like me?
Remus nods again, feeling a bit drunk.
I do.
That gorgeous smile widens.
Yeah.
Yep, he definitely feels drunk. Must be drunk on the air between them, with the way he's already leaning back towards Sirius's face before his mind even registers it.
Yeah.
He whispers across Sirius's lips.
As a coworker.
There's a joking lilt to the question. Remus smiles and shakes his head, the movement dragging his lips lightly against Sirius's.
No.
They kiss again and again and again and again. They kiss against the kitchen counter, Remus's back pressed against the hard edge, with Sirius's hands bracketing either side of his body, using the leverage to push their hips together. They kiss against the entryway to the kitchen, Sirius pinned between the doorframe and the line of Remus's body, Remus's hands grabbing at the backs of Sirius's thighs, tugging him up and closer, closer. They kiss down the creaky staircase to the basement, nearly losing their footing, Sirius catching Remus against the railing at the last minute, both dissolving into intoxicated laughter. Sirius tugs Remus's sweater up before they make it to his bedroom. Remus lifts his arms, helping to pull it up over his head and tossing it to the floor carelessly before his hands are back on Sirius's face, pulling him to his lips again. He feels Sirius's hands roaming over his shoulders and down his back, lower until he grabs 2 handfuls of Remus's ass and gives it an indulgent squeeze. He nips Remus's lower lip at the same time, mouth pulled into a devilish grin, and Remus feels overwhelmed in the best way. They crash through the doorway to Sirius's room. A distant thought reaches through the lust-filled haze in Remus's mind, that both of them are afraid to pause, to lose momentum, in case one of them gets spooked and runs off. But then, Remus feels the bed against the back of his knees, and he sits while Sirius straddles his lap, and the only thought in his head is that he needs to get Sirius out of his clothes yesterday.
Off.
He mumbles impatiently, tugging at Sirius's shirt. Sirius laughs and whips it off enthusiastically, sitting back on his heels to offer Remus a view of his naked torso. Remus feels the air totally knocked out of him at the sight of Sirius's lean body. He is, without a doubt, the sexiest person Remus has and likely ever will be with, and he's pretty sure his brain is short-circuiting because of it. His smooth skin is a picture book of tattoos, the lion on one arm, the paw prints on the other, the galaxy winding its way between them, the antlers that span his chest and curl up over his collarbones. Remus traces shaky fingers down a row of mysterious runic symbols that run down his sternum. A delicate flower with curling petals has been inked on his left pectoral over his heart, and even more pictures are scattered across his ribs, his shoulders, his arms. He wants to know the story behind every single one. Sirius's chest heaves under his fingers, and Remus presses his palm flat against his sternum.
You.
Remus tries. He swallows the spit pooling in his mouth before trying again.
You're beautiful beyond words.
His words may only scratch the surface of Sirius Black's appeal, but they're spoken truthfully. He hears a shaky exhale and looks up to meet Sirius's eyes, clear and shining like lake water. Sirius buries his fingers in Remus's damp hair, giving it a tug that sends shivers skating down his spine.
Now say that in French,
Sirius whispers. Remus laughs.
C'est si beau à en perdre les mots.
Sirius crushes their mouths together in a bruising, passionate kiss. He pushes Remus flat against the mattress, then follows after him, kissing, kissing, kissing. Sirius's back is just as exquisite as his front, and Remus smooths his hands greedily over his shoulder blades and down the curve of his spine, right under the waistline of his jeans, resting his fingers just above the swell of his ass. Sirius hums low and pleased in his throat, grinding their hips together encouragingly. And Remus hesitates, just for a second, just long enough to freeze at the sudden piercing flash of anxiety that goes through him. Sirius must notice because he stills on top of Remus and pulls back to look at his face.
Are you all right?
Sirius asks the question softly, concern showing in the little line between his eyebrows.
Yes.
Remus says hastily, tightening his grip on Sirius's lower back, already hating himself for his stupid nerves.
This is great, amazing. It's just been a while since I've been with a guy.
More like he's only been with a guy once before, 4 years ago, before he got together with Emmeline. It was enough to confirm that he did indeed swing both ways, but hardly enough to make him feel experienced in having sex with men. He looks down at Sirius's chest, feeling his face grow hot, then flicks his eyes back to meet Sirius's gaze. Sirius is watching him closely.
Oh, I see.
Remus braces for impact, but instead of backing off, Sirius smiles at him. Then, to Remus's surprise, he places a soft peck on his nose.
That's perfectly all right. I can lead by demonstration.
Sweet relief washes over Remus. He snorts.
Demonstration.
Yes, I'm very good.
And modest, too.
No place for modesty when you have magic fingers like these.
Sirius wiggles his fingers for emphasis. Then he pushes back, gliding down Remus's body and leaving a trail of hot kisses and playful nips along the way. Remus gulps, bites his lip.
Did you seriously just call your fingers magic?
Sirius hums, using those magic fingers to undo the button and fly on Remus's jeans.
There isn't a bug these fingers can't fix.
Are you implying that I'm a bug?
Well, I do think you could use a hot fix.
Oh my god.
But then Sirius takes him in hand and, well, fine, he might have a point. Chapter 6, Be Mine This Christmas.
Deep in my soul, I feel this is just the start. The first few strokes of a perfect work of art. For once in my life, I find a love at Christmas time. For once in my life, I know love's here to stay.
When Remus wakes on Christmas morning, it's to the sound of rumbling snores, pad foot, and the taste of hair in his mouth. Sirius. He spits the hair out, fishing out an errant black strand with his fingers. Another snore, not Padfoot, but Sirius, sudden and with surprising zeal. Choking back a laugh, Remus snuggles back into the pillow, pulling Sirius's slumbering figure in closer. The room is dark, but light filters in through the door they'd left open after letting Padfoot back in the room to sleep. He hadn't been paying attention to what Sirius's room looked like last night, for obvious reasons, but now he can take it in properly. There are books stacked on his bedside table, a book on systems thinking, an oral history of punk rock, and to the fluttering of his stomach, slouching towards Bethlehem. A vape rests on top of the stacked books, though he hasn't ever seen Sirius use it. Against the wall opposite the bed, there's a chair with Sirius's shirt and Remus's jeans from last night strewn across it. A couple of vintage-looking band posters are tacked to the wall, Mick Jagger, Bowie, and Queen. Like the rest of the basement, the room is relatively sparse. Remus makes a mental note to go snooping through Sirius's record collection later. He sighs happily as he replays highlights from the night before. One round of getting each other off had turned into two. At one point, Padfoot had bounded onto the bed, scaring the shit out of both of them. They'd had to pause so Sirius could run out of the room, stark naked, to get some food to distract him. While he was doing that, Remus had waited on the bed, growing more uncertain by the second that Sirius would want to continue when he returned, now that the spell had been broken. But when Sirius finally did return, he'd stopped in the doorway, eyes raking over Remus's, before striding toward him with the purpose of a lion stalking its prey. Later, they'd thrown their pants on and trudged upstairs to eat the pizza left on the front porch by the delivery person. It had gone cold by that point, but they didn't care. They scarfed it down like it was the finest of meals, giggling the entire time, before stumbling back into the basement and tearing their pants off again, still starving for each other. So yes, all in all, Christmas Eve had ended on a high note, so much so that it didn't quite feel real. Except here is the irrefutable proof that it was, in the form of Sirius's naked body pressed up against his head on his shoulder, his drool pooling on Remus's chest, and his hair in his mouth. Right here, gorgeous and in repose. The duvet has slipped down his back, exposing a pale shoulder inked with tattoos, more pictures drawn along his spine. Remus gently tugs the duvet up over Sirius's back. The movement makes Sirius sigh and open his eyes.
Sorry,
Remus whispers, not wanting to shatter this delicate moment. The sight of Sirius's first smile of the day puts any sunrise to shame. Remus wishes he could take a photo of it, does his best to hold the image in his mind, to etch every line and shadow of Sirius's face into his memory.
It wasn't a dream,
Sirius says hoarsely. He blinks to clear the sleep from his eyes and shifts up, the duvet falling away to bring his face in front of Remus's.
What a relief.
Remus scoffs quietly.
That's my line. I mean, come on.
He gestures lazily up and down Sirius's body, toned, tattooed, and irresistible. Case in point, Sirius's smile widens.
Absolutely not, it's mine. I've wanted to jump your bones since the interview.
Remus scoffs again, shaking his head. Sirius mimics him, forcing Remus to retaliate by pinching his side.
How dare you?
Sirius gasps, squirming away from his fingers.
Why me?
Fishing for compliments, Lupin.
No, I'm assessing your sanity. I'm so...
Now he gestures down at himself, all skinny and gangly with a soft belly, wearing the boxers he'd hastily pulled back on after sex because he's awkward as hell.
Blah.
Rude.
Sirius tuts.
I happen to have impeccable taste, and you, Remus Lupin, are incredibly appealing, not to mention a dreadful tease.
He must see the incredulity on Remus's face because he rolls over to straddle his lap. With an indulgent smile, he runs his fingers through Remus's hair, catching on the tangles and giving them a playful tug. An involuntary moan escapes Remus's mouth.
Right, imagine you're me for a second.
Sirius says softly, petting his head.
You're in a whole new country where you don't know anyone except your best mate. You're trying to establish yourself, meet people, make connections, but it's tough, and you feel like a fish out of water. One day you're milling about, and you pick up this indie mag and read this stunning piece about an elderly Ukrainian woman who makes pottery. You decide to look up the author and read more of his work, and it's brilliant. Empathetic, sharp, lyrical, with an understated poetry to it.
As he speaks, he massages Remus's scalp gently with his thumbs. It sends pleasurable little shivers down his neck and spine.
So there you are, properly taken with this mysterious R.J. Lupin. You go on with your life, none the wiser, until one day, that same mysterious writer applies for a job at your little startup. You're bricking it on the inside, but you keep it together. After all, he's just a bloke. But then he walks in all tall, earnest, and dressed like a uni professor, with those big brown eyes.
His winter sky eyes flit back and forth between Remus's.
And that hair.
He tugs at Remus's hair again.
And those freckles.
He leans forward to peck Remus's nose.
And those lips.
Sirius kisses him, slow and hot, and it's enough to make Remus forget for a moment that they both have morning breath. When Sirius pulls back, he looks like he's gotten away with robbery.
And he's got this awkward, weird sort of charm to him.
Remus huffs and pinches his side again. Sirius yelps and swats his hand away.
Watch those fingers. Weird in a good way. It's adorable. I love weird. And he's not just weird in a good way. He's also witty and sarcastic, and kind and thoughtful, and he gets this sexy, focused look on his face when he's thinking.
He reaches out a slender finger and smooths the tension between Remus's eyebrows.
That's the one,
he whispers, pecks the spot. Remus closes his eyes and lets himself sink into the sensation.
And the more you get to know him, the more you like him. And then one night, you're bladdered at 5 a.m, and he's looking at you all moony-eyed and letting you kiss him.
Remus feels a pang of guilt. He knows what comes next.
It's everything you could have hoped for.
The unspoken "and then you rejected me" hangs heavy between them. Not quite an accusation, but more of a question.
I'm sorry about the next day,
Remus says mournfully.
I freaked out. I've been in such a weird place since things ended with my ex and the Griffin shut down. I felt like I was still picking up the pieces when I started at Pawpath, and I got an offer for a dream job, but taking it would mean leaving you and the others in the lurch.
Sirius pulls his bottom lip between his teeth and worries it for a moment.
Was it a bad breakup?
Not really.
Remus shakes his head.
It was tough, but it was mutual. A lot of couples didn't make it through lockdown, right? We just kind of realized we weren't a good fit after all, once we were forced to spend so much time together.
He doesn't think it's worth mentioning how she'd grown more distant and he more avoidant, until they always felt like they were 100 miles apart, even when sat beside each other on the couch. How she'd been the one to finally free them both by initiating the breakup. How he'd hated himself, because he knew that if she hadn't done it, he'd have just let things between them fester, stagnant, forever.
Right,
Sirius says a bit distantly.
I've sort of never had a real relationship.
Really?
Sirius shakes his head, looking a bit self-conscious.
Just never really saw the point. It never felt like the right time.
So what does this mean for them? Sirius looks down at the space between them. He's still stroking Remus's scalp with his thumbs like he wants to hold him in place.
I was wondering if I'd missed something. Your rejection hurt, but more than that, I was confused. Because look, I'm not saying I'm always brilliant at picking up on these things, but it really felt like you liked me. So I couldn't figure out why we weren't already doing this. I thought that maybe what the others told you about me had put you off. About that bloke I forgot I had over that one time.
Remus knows he should probably do something to lighten the mood. Laugh, tell Sirius it was nothing, but he can't stop staring at Sirius's face.
I did like you,
he says. Sirius looks back into his eyes hopefully. He smooths his hands down Sirius's back, gripping his hips and pulling him closer, holding him in place too.
I liked you the whole time.
They're both leaning into each other again.
Perfect. Spectacular. I suppose we have to make up for lost time then,
Sirius says with a relieved little laugh. They kiss, unhurried and a bit filthy, while Padfoot snores blissfully in the background. They'll probably need to kick him out soon if things continue to escalate, which, based on the hard evidence between them, they will.
Say something in French.
Sirius mumbles into his lips. Remus pulls back with a snort.
You're ridiculous.
Sirius tugs Remus's lower lip between his teeth, then soothes it with his tongue.
Oh, silly Mooney. Don't you see that if you ever want me to ravish you, all you have to do is say something to me in French? I'm obsessed with your accent.
Remus's eyebrows shoot up.
Mooney?
Sirius pecks him on the lips.
Eeny.
Peck.
Meeny.
Peck.
Miney.
Peck.
Mooney.
T'es un étrange et t'as besoin de te brosser les dents.
Now you're talking.
Sirius hooks his arms around Remus's neck and pulls their chests flush.
Let's kick Padfoot out.
Christmas morning passes, sweet and languid. After an energetic round of morning sex, they pull on sweatpants and greet a put-out Padfoot waiting for them outside the bedroom door. The three of them trundle upstairs to make coffee. Sirius lets Remus do the pour-over, wrapping his arms around his waist from behind.
You're so warm and cozy.
Sirius mumbles into the back of his neck.
You call me cozy a lot.
Do I? Well, that's because it's true. Sweet and warm and cozy Mooney.
When the coffee's done, Remus retrieves his book from where he'd left it on the counter last night. He flips through the pages while they sit at the kitchen table and sip from their mugs.
It's amazing to see it all bound together like this.
Remus tells Sirius.
I can't believe you did this for me.
Sirius smiles over his mug.
I'm so relieved you like it. I was a bit worried it was too much, and I was coming on too strong.
You said the others helped put it together?
They did, but they all knew I suggested it because I fancied you.
Remus feels himself blush, and he takes a deep drink from his mug to hide his face. Outside, snowflakes tumble to the ground in gentle, graceful circles.
Suppose that after all that, it's still nice to have a white Christmas.
Sirius says wryly. When Remus tells him that his parents want to video chat over dinner, Sirius perks up.
Brilliant. Can't wait to catch up with Hope.
I still can't believe you called my mother.
Uncertainty passes over Sirius's face.
I hope I didn't overstep. I was worried about you.
Remus reaches across the table to take Sirius's hand in his own, threading their fingers together.
I appreciate you taking care of me. I mean it.
Sirius smiles at him, and Remus feels all sappy again. They contemplate what to do for breakfast, and whether they should see if they can pick up a few things from a corner store.
Most places will be closed today.
Remus hums thoughtfully. Suddenly, Sirius's face lights up like there's a light bulb turning on above his head.
I know a pub that will be open. It's the only place I've found that does a proper breakfast pint.
Remus quirks an eyebrow.
A breakfast pint?
Sirius gasps delightedly.
Mooney, you've introduced me to the clandestine thrill of cold tea. Now, let me introduce you to the simple pleasure of a full English served with a pint.
The nickname is sticking then, but Remus finds that he doesn't mind. It helps to make this, whatever is happening between them, feel real, like he and Sirius could actually have something. The guilt of Arabella Fig's offer bubbles to the surface of his mind for a moment, but he stubbornly quashes it. He isn't going to think about that right now, not after waking up in Sirius Black's arms on Christmas morning. They hop in the shower before heading out. Remus had never much liked showering with Emmeline, finding the whole thing more slippery and awkward than sexy. But he's getting the feeling that a lot of things are going to be different with Sirius. Because when Sirius slides down his body under the warm spray from the shower head, the water making his hands glide effortlessly across Remus's skin to rest on his knees and look up at him through water-clumped lashes before taking him in his mouth. Yep, there might be something to couple showers after all. The pub is a cozy joint in a red-bricked Victorian house in Harvard Village, with a pitched roof and a bay window. Pine garlands with red ribbons line the eavestrow and railing on the porch that runs along the front of the pub. An old-timey sign reading 3 broomsticks hangs above the door.
Merry Christmas,
Sirius calls cheerily as they walk through the door. They're immediately greeted by warmth and the familiar musty scent that all good pubs seem to share. The interior is festively adorned with garlands and wreaths, creating a cheerful atmosphere. A cherry wood bar stretches along one wall, while an old stone fireplace with a crackling fire takes pride of place on another. Cozy booths with red cushions line the remaining walls, and wooden tables are scattered throughout the dining area. The pub is surprisingly lively despite it being 10 in the morning, with a good number of patrons enjoying pints and big plates of breakfast food. Behind the bar, the bartender looks up from the glass he's cleaning when Sirius calls. He's a tall, broad man with a square jaw, short-cropped red hair, and wiry eyebrows. Said eyebrows shoot up when he sees them, and he throws his dishcloth onto the bar derisively.
Well, well, if it isn't Lord Black and Paddy, his noble steed,
he says in a sarcastic, exaggeratedly posh British accent.
And who's the poor, unsuspecting soul you've dragged along with you today, then?
Doc, this is Remus Lupin, my friend. And a poor soul he is, too, because he's never had a breakfast pint. Let's put that right, shall we?
A tragedy, that is.
The bartender agrees with a grave nod. Then he cracks a wide, toothy grin.
Right then, take a seat anywhere. 2 full Englishes, yeah.
Spot on, good man.
Remus takes their pints of Guinness to an empty booth by the fireplace, while Sirius waits for the bartender to give him a bowl of water for Padfoot. While he waits, he listens to the easy chit-chat between Sirius and Doc, carrying above the chatter of the other pub patrons.
And where's your trusted advisor, then?
Back to London for the holidays. Finally brought Lily home to meet the folks.
Oh ho, well, she'll give 'em a run for their money, won't she?
Always does.
When Sirius comes to the table with Padfoot's bowl, he's beaming.
Cheers,
Sirius says, holding up his pint.
Cheers.
They clink their glasses and take a deep drink.
This place is nice.
Remus comments as Sirius gets comfortable on the bench opposite.
There's more people than I expected.
That's because they're mostly British expats.
Someone catches Sirius's eye, and he raises his pint to them in greeting.
James and I found this place early on after arriving in Canada. Doc's been a big help in answering our questions about starting a business here and applying for permanent residency.
Remus nods along because he's listening, truly. But he's also a little bit distracted by the confident ease with which Sirius occupies any room he's in. It's unfairly sexy. Then, Sirius absent-mindedly pushes the sleeves of his dark navy Henley up to his elbows, revealing his lean, tattooed forearms. Forearms that had braced against the tiled shower wall only an hour earlier. And Remus does sort of stop listening then. He asks when he realizes that Sirius just asked him a question.
Your parents, what will we tell them?
When?
In our call this evening, spaceman.
The jab brings Remus back to the present moment.
Right. Well, what do you want to tell them?
Well, do they know you're bi?
Yeah, they do. I came out to them in high school.
Sirius looks intrigued.
And they're all right with it?
Remus nods.
Yeah, they're old hippies.
He chuckles at the memory.
I was so nervous to tell them. I'd built it up as this big thing in my head, which, yes, it is a big deal. But I had this fear that they were going to think. I don't know. I'm not even sure what I was worried about exactly. I just didn't want them to see me differently.
Sirius nods sympathetically.
But when I told them, they were really cool about it, which I should have known they would be. They're pretty much cool about anything as long as it's not hurting someone. My mom started telling me about how she and my dad had some adventures of their own back in the 80s. She heavily implied that they may have had group sex, and I begged her to stop talking at that point. Things went back to normal after that.
That's brilliant,
Sirius says, his voice a little odd.
Well, not the hippie group sex bit, although fair play hope. But your parents seem cool.
Remus smiles.
Yeah, they're good people. A bit much sometimes, but I wouldn't want anyone else for my parents.
He notes the wistful look on Sirius's face and asks gently,
Do your parents know you're gay?
Sirius rolls his tongue around inside his mouth for a moment.
Yes, but they weren't accepting.
Remus feels his heart sink.
I'm sorry. Is that why things are strained between you?
Sirius chuckles dryly.
Actually, no. They weren't happy when they found out I'm gay, but at that point, it was just another nail in the coffin of our already dead relationship.
They're interrupted by Doc, who sets down 2 large platters of food with a solid thunk on the table. Grateful for the distraction from the heavy turn in the conversation, they dig into the salty, savory dishes, occasionally passing Padfoot bits of sausage and eggs. Remus thinks back to their conversation over cold tea a month ago.
Does your brother still talk to them?
Last I checked, yeah.
Sirius speaks flatly.
We rarely talk anymore, but he was always good at playing by their rules.
Do you miss him?
Sirius looks down at Padfoot and ruffles the fur on his neck.
It's complicated.
Remus draws a line in the condensation on the side of his pint glass.
If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But yesterday you said you had to blow things up to leave the UK. What did you do?
He glances up at Sirius again. Sirius meets his gaze, his expression heavy and thoughtful. He pokes his tongue into his cheek, then takes a slow, deliberate swig of his beer, clearly stalling.
We're just going to lay it all out over the breakfast table then, are we?
He asks stiffly. Remus bristles.
You don't have to tell me.
But Sirius seems to catch himself. He sighs, hanging his head.
I'm sorry, of course you want to know. I get defensive about this shit. Let me start again.
Okay.
Remus says gently.
It's okay.
It was stupid what I did. Reckless.
Sirius runs his fingers through his hair.
I was properly pissed off at them, you see.
Remus waits patiently for him to find the words. Sirius looks at him ruefully before continuing.
James and I had been plotting to go to Canada for a while. I never wanted to go to Cambridge at all. James didn't mind university, but he'd always liked the idea of going on an adventure somewhere. We'd both been talking for a while about starting a business together. You know, something we could create from scratch, put our names to, a business that we could run ethically, that wasn't exploitive, with a mission that helped make people's lives better.
Everything your family's business wasn't.
Sirius smiles appreciatively.
Precisely. So in any case, we decided that we didn't want to wait any longer. We applied for startup visas, and once we got them, we both dropped out of our programs. But I knew my parents would try to stop me once they found out what we'd done, so I decided to cause a distraction.
He trails off again, a faraway look in his eyes.
A distraction.
Remus coaxes gently.
Yes. There was a reporter at the Times who'd been investigating black industries for a while. She'd published a few pieces, but each time they'd mysteriously disappeared from circulation shortly after. The work of my family, of course. I reached out to the reporter and told her that I would give her a tell-all expose on the shady dealings of black industries, tax evasion, human rights violations, environmental contamination, anything I knew.
Holy shit.
Remus breathes in amazement.
Did they know it was you?
Yep. I told them to attribute the interview to me.
But how come I didn't find any of that when I searched you?
Sirius's eyebrows shoot up.
You searched me.
Remus feels himself flush.
Well, I mean, I searched Pawpath before my interview. I wanted to know about the company. I found some articles about you and James, but nothing about your spilling secrets about black industries.
Sirius sits back in his seat and takes a derisive gulp of his beer.
A lot of it got scrubbed from search engines. They have the means to pay for that after all. But the initial media flurry was enough to cause them grief and to bring a whole bunch of shit they'd been covering up to light. I dropped that bomb, and then Jamie and I hopped on a plane, and here we are.
Remus takes a swig of his beer as he tries to collect himself. When he sets the glass down again, he exhales a disbelieving breath.
That's crazy.
Sirius flinches a bit, and Remus immediately realizes his mistake. He hastens to continue.
What I mean is, the fact that you did that, it was so brave. You.
He breaks off again, shaking his head.
You're amazing, Sirius.
Sirius watches him close, worrying his lips between his teeth.
Well, like I said, it was reckless, and it wasn't a clean break.
Remus nods slowly.
Did they retaliate, even though you'd left the UK?
Of course. They disinherited me and sued me for defamation.
Shit. For how much?
Sirius's eyes narrow, like he's once again weighing his answer.
A lot. But I had a linchpin. My uncle Alphard left me his small fortune when he died. He was another black sheep of the family, and he'd always had a soft spot for me. We shared the same proclivities.
Jesus, that sounds like something out of the 1800s.
That earns him a half smile.
Yes, well, that's growing up in the noble and most ancient house of Black for you.
Remus isn't entirely sure if Sirius is joking. He looks like he probably isn't.
I'm sorry about your uncle.
Thank you. In any case, as I said, it was a relatively small fortune, but it was just enough to cover the damages and legal fees.
Sirius is watching him closely, no doubt gauging his reaction. He shifts a bit in his seat.
Now, Mooney, no need to look so grim. It all worked out in the end. They left me with nothing, which is what they wanted, and I'm finally, free of them. A happy ending for all.
But Remus continues to stare at Sirius. The elegant shape of his face, the defiant arch of his brows, the piercing quality of his eyes, his intelligence, his bravery, his humor, and his kindness, despite everything he's been through. His flaws, yes, his impatience, his temper, but also his willingness to acknowledge his flaws and try to do better. Remus realizes that Sirius is a person who is always trying to do better than the people who raised him. That realization tugs on something deep inside his chest, a string connected to his very core. It's that same feeling that seems to always pull taut between them, that undeniable connection, that magnetic force. It feels like love, But how can it be love when they're only just getting to know each other? And yet, Remus knows it's the truth of what he feels, beneath all the anxiety, self-doubt, and distractions. But it's too early to voice that feeling, because this feeling, a feeling that he hopes Sirius shares, is too fragile and new. So instead, he reaches across the table and takes Sirius's hands in his own, gives them a reassuring squeeze, brushes his thumbs gently across his knuckles, and he realizes in that moment that he can't leave Pawpath. Not yet. How could he leave now to selfishly pursue his own goals when Sirius is so close to achieving something he's given up everything for?
And now you're here.
Remus says. Sirius smiles and squeezes back.
Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Now, returning to the topic of what we'll tell your parents, well, I don't want to come on too strong here, but I have to be honest with you.
Sirius pauses as though steeling himself.
I don't have a lot of experience with relationships, as I told you, but I'd very much like to try it with you, if you want. It feels different with you.
Now, Remus knows the heavens haven't actually opened up with a spotlight shining down on them and a choir of angels singing their praises, but it sure feels like that. And at this point, he's pretty sure the butterflies are going to burst forth from his stomach, alien style, which, okay, that's too violent an image for Christmas morning.
Crack my chest open and take my heart right out, Sirius Black, because it's yours. Yes, I want that too. It feels different for me too.
Sirius doesn't miss a beat. With a smile shining like the summer sun, he braces his palms on the table, leans across their breakfast, and kisses Remus full on the mouth. It's not a choir of angels that sings, but the hoots and hollers of the other pub patrons. Remus pulls back, face flaming.
Oh, don't worry about this lot,
Sirius says, waving a hand dismissively.
They all know I'm a big old queer.
Oh, well, in that case.
Remus feels like he's lost his mind when he leans back in to plant another kiss on Sirius's smiling mouth. He has never liked PDA, but it's like they both said, this feels different. Their little display ends up earning them another round of beer from Doc, which snowballs into them being pulled into a group of regulars gathered at the bar, and yet another round of beers. By the time they finally spill out into the crisp late December air, Padfoot excitedly leading the way, they're both pleasantly buzzed. Remus checks his phone, seeing a notification from Zeno. He opens the message to find a selfie of Zeno and Pandora, smiling and white blonde, lying on a bed of frozen blueberries. The message below the photo reads,
Merry Xmas, Momo and Boss Man.
So, word has gotten around about where he's spending his Christmas. He chuckles and shows the picture to Sirius. Sirius grins.
We'd better send them one back.
They crouch down and snap a photo with Padfoot's panting face between them. Remus feels a little flutter when he hits send. Their first couple photo.
What should we do now?
Remus asks, glancing at the bustling street around them. He looks over at Sirius, who is giving him what can only be described as a look. Immediately, heat pools low in Remus's belly.
Shall we go home?
Sirius's voice is smooth like silk. He takes Remus's hand in his, swinging it between them. Remus stuffs his other hand in his pocket and sniffs, looking around them, feigning indifference. Let Sirius wait for a moment so he can feel flustered for a change. He glances sideways, seeing Sirius's mouth twitch in irritation. Finally, he decides it's been long enough and smirks at his boyfriend, before leaning in to give him a slow kiss.
We shall.
They're still lounging in bed in not but their underpants when Sirius's phone vibrates on the bedside table. Remus is resting his head on Sirius's shoulder, the lengths of their bodies pressed together in one continuous seam. He feels the muscles in Sirius's chest shift under him as he reaches for his phone.
It's James. He and Lily want to have a call before their dinner.
Remus cranes his neck to look at the time on the phone screen. 12:56. They both throw on their shirts before propping themselves up against the pillows.
Are you comfortable telling them about us?
Sirius asks.
You haven't told James yet.
Remus is genuinely surprised. He'd assumed Sirius had called James up in the pub bathroom to tell him as soon as they agreed to date. Sirius shakes his head.
He knows I fancy you, but I haven't told him about our relationship yet.
He emphasizes the word relationship like he's savoring the taste of it, getting used to the feel of it on his tongue. Remus understands completely.
We can tell them. I don't mind.
Sirius bites his lip over a smile.
All right. Well, let's get on with it then.
When James and Lily's faces pop up on the screen, they're both smiling widely.
Merry Christmas.
They chorus in unison.
Merry Christmas.
Sirius and Remus chorus back.
Remus, how are you feeling?
Lily asks, moving her face in closer, presumably to get a better look at him through the screen.
A lot better, thanks.
That's good to hear. Migraines are awful. So sorry you had to go through that, and on top of that, a power outage. Talk about a shitstorm.
Well, the power's back now, so things are looking up.
He glances at Sirius. His boyfriend is staring intensely at the screen, and James seems to be doing the same. Remus wonders if they're managing to have one of their telepathic conversations, even through the phone. Remus gets his answer when James casually says,
"So, it finally happened then."
Keeping a straight face, Sirius replies,
"I don't know what you're talking about."
What?
Lily asks, looking at James in confusion.
You mean
They shagged.
They did.
Finally, Sirius's composure breaks.
"We did."
Remus drops his face into the pillow with an embarrassed groan.
Bloody finally.
James exclaims, before stilling and looking at someone out of frame.
Sorry, Mum.
Remus groans again for posterity. Lily tisks.
You idiots killed Remus.
Effie's there. Let me speak to her.
Sirius demands.
In a moment.
James says, pitching his voice a little lower.
So you two finally figured things out.
We did.
Remus pulls his face from the pillow and catches Sirius looking down at him fondly. He smooths the hair back from Remus's face with gentle fingers, and Remus's breath catches.
That's wonderful, you two.
Lily exclaims.
It's official then. You're dating.
Remus pops his head back into the frame.
We are.
Lily squeals and James winces at the high-pitched sound so close to his ears, but he's still smiling wildly at them.
Mumu, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. If I had to endure this one's woeful lamenting into the new year, I was going to lose it.
Woeful lamenting.
Remus raises his eyebrows at Sirius.
Why doesn't he like me? He seems like he likes me, doesn't he? Do you think he'd like it if we made him a book? Help me make him a book. Should I try writing him a poem? How do you spell iambic pentameter?
Right, shut up.
Sirius snaps, his face the reddest Remus has ever seen it. Remus can't help but snigger.
It's iambic pentameter.
He offers.
You wanted to write me a sonnet.
No, shut up.
Sirius covers Remus's face with his palm.
Put Effie and Monty on this instant.
Out of frame, a woman asks.
Is that serious?
There's some shuffling, and then the faces of an older woman and man fill the screen. The woman has a round face with sun-kissed skin, accented with laugh lines. The man may as well be James, but with gray hair, lighter skin, and laugh lines of his own.
Serious.
Effie greets happily.
How are you, dear?
I'm great, Mum.
And is this the Remus we've been hearing so much about?
Remus flushes all over again. Sirius also looks like a deer caught in the headlights.
James, you little traitor.
Somewhere out of frame, James yelps.
Mum, I told you to be cool.
Effie and Monty chuckle.
Oh, he hasn't told us much.
Effie says soothingly, but her eyes twinkle with mischief.
Only that Sirius couldn't fly home because he was snowed in with a charming writer he fancies.
Gossiping old hens, all of you.
Sirius points an accusing finger at the screen.
And I can see Lily's fitting right in.
Hey, what did I do?
Lily gripes.
Yes, Lily is the cheeky, smart-mouthed daughter I've always wanted.
Effie says warmly, reaching out to frame to pull Lily against her in a one-armed hug. The half of Lily's face that they see looks very pleased. They chat for nearly an hour. Sirius updates the Potters and Lily about the ice storm and tells them about the day they spent helping out at the Burrow. James excitedly recounts all the places he's taken Lily around London, with Lily chiming in to offer her own perspective, and Sirius griping about all the places he should have taken her. Meanwhile, Effie and Monty gossip about the neighbors, which Sirius eagerly laps up. By the time they finally end the call, both Remus and Sirius are giddy from the lively conversation.
Well, that went well.
Sirius says with a happy sigh, scooting to lie flat on the bed. Remus scoots down with him, turning to rest his head on Sirius's pillow.
James and Lily are good friends, and his parents seem great.
Sirius looks adorably proud.
Yeah, James is the best friend anyone could ask for. I'd probably be dead without the Potters. And now I have you too. I'm all set.
He shuffles closer, wrapping his arms and legs around Remus's body like a koala. The weight of Sirius's words sinks in. He doesn't want to think about how things might have ended up with Sirius if he hadn't had the support of James and his parents. Remus wraps his arms around Sirius as well, pressing their bodies together so that as much of his warmth can seep into him as possible. Later, they decide to order Chinese food and beer for dinner as a tribute to their first nut date. While they wait for the food to arrive, they go to the basement to listen to records. Sirius sprawls across the couch with his face resting in one hand, his elbow propped up on the armrest, watching Remus flip through his record collection with amusement. He looks like he belongs on an album cover, but Remus forces himself to turn away so he can peruse Sirius's collection. Sirius certainly loves his 70s and 80s progressive rock, many of his records vintage and worn, but there's also Nirvana, Pixies, Arctic Monkeys, the Black Keys, the Fratellis, and Audioslave, Rage Against the Machine, Run the Jewels, and Blink-182. Remus's eyebrows shoot up to the ceiling when he finds a Carly Rae Jepsen album. He holds the colorful album up to Sirius in silent question. Sirius barks a laugh.
She's a pop genius, and there shall be no slandering of Miss Jepsen in this house.
Remus settles on Brothers, dropping the needle and smiling when the gritty guitar fills the small basement. He settles down on the opposite end of the couch, his legs tangling with Sirius. Sirius kicks him with a devilish smile, and Remus kicks back, which turns into a scuffle, which inevitably results in Sirius on top of him, kissing him deep and dirty as Dan Auerbach's guitar riffs.
Baby, I'm howling for you,
he sings into Remus's mouth. Remus groans and starts tugging at Sirius's shirt, palming his lower back, but then they hear the doorbell ring. Right. Food.
Starving.
Sirius murmurs, pecking Remus's lips with a smack before pushing off him and bolting upstairs, leaving Remus hot and disheveled on the couch. He smooths his hair back from his face as he catches his breath. Dating Sirius Black is going to give him a run for his money. They set up Sirius's laptop on the kitchen table in front of their small feast. Lo mein, sweet and sour pork, friend bean curd with vegetables, and dumplings, of course. There's a mild kerfuffle where his parents can't figure out how to get the Google Meet link to work, but Sirius helps them with patience and good humor. Then the screen is filled with his parents' smiling faces.
Merry Christmas.
His mum sings.
Merry Christmas.
Remus says, a feeling of comfort washing over him. His parents are going to love Sirius. He just knows it.
Joyeux Noël.
Sirius chirps.
Et à toi aussi.
His papa replies approvingly.
Sirius, it's so nice to meet you properly.
His mom says cheerfully.
My goodness, you're good looking. Remus didn't mention that.
Remus slaps a hand over his face.
Jesus Christ, really? That's how we're starting this conversation.
I see no problem with how the conversation is going so far.
Sirius says all charm.
It's wonderful to meet you both under better circumstances. Remus has told me so much about you.
Now that's interesting, because he's told us next to nothing about you.
Remus takes a surly sip from his beer can, bringing it down on the table with a decisive clatter.
Look, I'm going to just get this out of the way. Sirius and I are dating now.
His parents both gasp, exchanging a look. Remus catches on quickly that they're making fun of him.
Well, now that is shocking.
His mom says.
Yeah, let's move on now.
Remus says, aware that his voice has once again betrayed him by coming out all shrill. Sirius guffaws loudly, rubbing Remus's back.
Well, Hope, the floor is yours. Ask me anything you'd like.
His mom levels Sirius with an assessing look.
Are you a vegetarian?
Sirius considers the question somberly.
No, but it's something I've been thinking about for a while. Perhaps I'll make that my New Year's resolution.
Now his papa chimes in.
What do you think about Ontario's power grid?
Sirius considers the question with equal gravity to the last.
The grid system is standard in major cities, but it does have its drawbacks. I think it creates vulnerabilities that could be avoided with more sustainable power methods.
That's exactly what I've been saying for years.
Here we go.
His mom mutters fondly. Remus can't help but grin back at her. The conversation flows easily, bouncing fluidly between English and French. Sirius seems entirely untroubled by his parents' interrogation, like he's enjoying it even. Remus feels as though he's getting a glimpse of Sirius's upper-class upbringing. There's a way he holds himself, like it's a given that he belongs in whatever room he's in. Remus wonders if he's even aware of it. Sirius gracefully navigates his papa's questions about what part of France his mother's family is from, sharing only cursory details, and smiling gratefully at Remus when he jumps in to change the subject. At one point, Sirius says,
"If you'll excuse me a moment, I've got to use the bathroom,"
giving Remus a quick peck on the cheek before getting up and leaving the kitchen. Remus smiles after him, then catches himself and quickly glances back at his parents, embarrassed. They're smiling warmly at him.
So,
His mom says, pitching her voice lower.
have you decided if you're going to take the job at the Prophet?
Remus has been anticipating this question.
I'm not going to. It doesn't feel like the right time.
He can see the disappointment on his parents' faces, but to their credit, they're trying to conceal it.
Well, sweetie, if you're sure,
His mom says tentatively,
I just hope you don't feel that way because of your new relationship. Opportunities like this don't come along that often.
It's not because of that.
Remus says firmly, stubbornly banishing the twinge of doubt he feels even as he says it.
I like the work I'm doing here. Sure, it's not traditional journalism, but I'm still interviewing people and writing their stories. It's marketing with a purpose.
His mom nods, recognizing her own words parroted back to her.
Yes. Well, then I'm happy for you.
She gives his papa a meaningful look. He nods along.
Me too.
Besides,
Remus continues, feeling the need to justify himself.
I can always go back to journalism later. It's not going anywhere. It doesn't have to be the Toronto Prophet.
Of course not.
His mom nods. Anxiety starts to churn in Remus's stomach, but luckily Sirius returns at that moment, a wide smile on his face.
"All right, it's my turn to ask you some questions. Tell me what Remus was like as a kid."
Now his parents smile with genuine glee.
Oh, he was such a sweet and curious boy.
His mom coos.
He had a huge imagination. He came up with a story for every place we visited.
Sometimes his imagination worked against him, though.
His papa adds.
Oh.
Sirius asks curiously, glancing sideways at Remus's scowl.
Il était convaincu que le bonhomme Carnaval en avait après lui.
God damn it, Papa.
After saying goodnight to his parents and promising to visit again soon in the new year, Remus and Sirius retire to the basement. They start on the couch with the plan to finish the zombie movie. But after shifting around, not quite able to get comfortable, and knowing that they're only prolonging the inevitable, they leave Padfoot snoozing in his dog bed and move to the bedroom. There, they snuggle together with Remus's phone propped against his knees. But in the end, they pause the movie to chat. Sirius curls up against Remus's side, his head resting on his shoulder. Remus runs his fingers through Sirius's silky midnight strands, savoring the sensation. In this quiet moment, wrapped in their little cocoon of calm and warmth, Remus feels a sense of preemptive nostalgia, as he does when a moment is both beautiful and bittersweet, because he can already feel it slipping into the past.
"I really like your parents,"
Sirius tells him quietly. He sounds a little sad. Remus hugs him tighter.
They really like you. I can tell.
"You think so?"
I know they do.
Sirius shifts in closer, throwing a leg over Remus's lap. They're quiet for another moment, breathing together.
I'm sorry I don't have a present for you.
Remus says. Sirius scoffs, tracing patterns on Remus's arm.
"There is literally nothing I want more than this, right here."
There's really nothing to be done except tilt Sirius's chin up with a finger and kiss him. It starts as a chaste press of their lips, but like a storm gaining momentum, the kiss deepens, opening their mouths to the brush of tongues, then the graze of teeth, then the press of their bodies. Straddling Remus's lap once more, Sirius tips his head back to give Remus better access to his neck, his lovely, elegant neck. But then Remus feels Sirius place a hand on his shoulder and push back.
"Wait,"
Sirius says, all breathy and kiss-drunk.
"Hang on. There's something I want to talk to you about."
Remus emerges from the crook of Sirius's neck, breathing heavily.
What is it?
Sirius sits back on his heels. His cheeks and neck are flushed, and his hair is delectably mussed. Remus wants to eat him, but worry is evident on his face, and it makes Remus pause.
"I have a confession,"
Sirius says haltingly.
"I sort of overheard you talking to your parents after I went to the bathroom, about a job offer at the Toronto Prophet."
The breath catches in Remus's throat.
"Oh,
I'm sorry for eavesdropping,"
Sirius says hastily.
"I didn't mean to. I only caught the end of it."
Remus scrutinizes his face. Sirius seems like he's being honest. In fact, he looks pretty torn up.
Okay, well, there's not much to talk about. I'm not going to take it.
If he'd expected Sirius to look happy at the news, he's disappointed, because Sirius is frowning at him and chewing on his lip.
Are you sure? I mean, isn't it exactly what you want to do? It sounded like your parents thought you should take it.
Remus stiffens as irritation spikes through him.
I don't just do whatever my parents think I should do.
Sirius's frown deepens.
I didn't say that. Look who you're talking to.
And instantly his irritation turns to guilt.
I know.
He sighs.
Listen to me. Does it seem like a good opportunity? Sure. But things change. It's like you said about relationships before this. The timing wasn't right. Well, the timing doesn't feel right for this either. I like working with you and the others. I want to see things through.
But Sirius still looks unsure. His hands drop from Remus's shoulder, sliding limply down his front. Remus grabs his hands and presses them against his chest.
Are you trying to get rid of me, Sirius?
Sirius scoffs.
Of course not, you idiot.
Remus pushes up with his hips, tipping Sirius onto his back and rolling on top of him. Sirius lands under him with an annoyed oomph.
Are you sure? It feels like you're trying to get rid of me.
He kisses Sirius's lips, then the smooth ridge of his cheekbone, then the beauty mark on his jaw, then down his neck, making his boyfriend, sigh. But then Sirius pulls away, fixing Remus with a stern look.
I just want you to be happy.
Now it's Remus's turn to scoff. The scoff turns into a chuckle, and he's smiling, positively beaming from within, pushing any disappointment or uncertainty far back in his mind where it can't ruin things.
I'm so fucking happy, Sirius, like you have no idea.
Sirius sniffs haughtily, fighting against his own smile, and Remus wonders again if he even realizes he's doing it.
I absolutely do have an idea.
Remus laughs and kisses that smart mouth deep and purposefully. He returns his attention to Sirius's neck, then moves lower, pushing his shirt up to his ribs to give him access to the smooth skin of his stomach. He kisses up the line of runes along Sirius's sternum in a moment of pure, unfiltered want, like he isn't even himself anymore, but a man bewitched.
We're going to talk about this more tomorrow.
Sirius grouses between little gasps that drive Remus absolutely wild.
No more talking,
Remus says against the waistline of Sirius's sweatpants.
Tomorrow.
Hush.
He tugs Sirius's pants down, and finally they stop talking. Outside, snowflakes dance together in an ancient choreography, while across the city, lights flicker back on. Inside their cocoon of warm hands and soft sighs, Remus and Sirius sink into each other like steps sinking into freshly fallen snow. Epilogue, New Year, New Friends. In the typically perplexing fashion of southern Ontario weather, things start warming up on Boxing Day. Peering through the window at the front of the house, coffee in hand, Remus watches an icicle melting from the eave outside the window. Sirius tries to pry more information about the job at the Toronto Prophet from Remus. He uses all manner of underhanded tactics to do so. A cup of coffee, a shoulder rub, kisses, and a sexy surprise in the shower that almost makes him cave. Maybe Sirius is not always ethical in his business dealings after all. Remus will have to keep an eye on him. But Remus is nothing if not stubborn when he wants to be. The only morsels he offers up are that yes, they offered him a job that would include reviving Toronto voices. No, he is not going to tell Sirius the salary they offered. Yes, he needs to give them an answer before the end of the year. And the only reason he hasn't already sent the email is because he doesn't want to bother Arabella Fig during her holiday. No, he isn't stalling. Shut up. Okay, then he'll make him shut up. Sirius finally concedes by lunchtime, although Remus gets the sense that he hasn't given in, per se. His boyfriend keeps shooting him surreptitious looks that make Remus wonder if he's scheming something. They take Padfoot for a walk through the park. The ice on the walkways has turned to slush, squelching and gritty with salt beneath their boots. When Sirius starts to look a bit cold, Remus grumbles and takes his hat off, pulling it over Sirius's head. Sirius laughs and tugs it down over his ears. They walk hand in hand, admiring the ice that melts off the trees in droplets that catch the bright mid-morning sunlight, crystalline, before joining the ground. When they return home, they decide to clock in some work. Despite it being a holiday, Sirius announces that he has relaxed enough and he's itching to get the mobile app shipped already. Remus welcomes the distraction from Sirius's interrogating and works on fine-tuning promotional copy for the launch. Tomorrow, Zeno and Pandora will be back from Maine. Despite tomorrow being Friday, the rest of the Pawpath team will return to work to get things ready for the launch. James and Lily have decided to return on the 30th to spend New Year with Sirius. Reluctantly, Remus tells Sirius he should probably be heading home this evening. While Sirius doesn't fight him, he does look a little put out. The feeling is mutual, like their little bubble of warmth and coziness is finally popping. Sirius pulls him into a hug, wrapping his arms tightly around Remus's waist and unabashedly breathing him in.
I'm fine to tell the others about us,
Remus says into his midnight hair.
Brilliant. Then we'll get it out of the way first thing.
He chuckles into Remus's sweater.
Marlene is going to have a field day. She's been a right terror about my crush on you. I'm surprised you didn't notice.
I'm thinking I'm maybe not as observant as you think I am.
Remus mumbles ruefully. Sirius pulls back and smiles at him.
Suppose you were simply too distracted by my charm and good looks.
Exactly that, actually. Sure, let's go with that.
Sirius brackets his hand around Remus's face, giving his cheeks a little squeeze.
So, are you going to kiss me about it or what?
Remus hums, feigning indecision.
Yes, I might as well.
The next day, Remus walks into the Pawpath office shortly before 10 in the morning. He shrugs off his coat and hat, hanging them on one of the hooks in the entryway, and kicks off his boots. Padfoot bounds over to give him a lively greeting, and Remus laughs, crouching down to give him a really good scritch on the neck and behind the ears. Together, they pad down the hallway to the kitchen. And there is Sirius, standing at the counter, pouring hot water over 2 mugs of coffee. He looks up at Remus like the sun peeking over the horizon at daybreak. He's seen this scene so many times, in so many colors. First, nervousness, then pining, then excitement. And now, after their first night apart in close to a week, Remus feels an ache. Not a bad ache, not quite pain, but something like it. When a feeling is so much that the wires in your brain get crossed and your body knows not what to do but ache.
Morning, Mooney.
Remus is across the kitchen in 2 long strides, pressing Sirius back against the counter and kissing him. Sirius throws the kettle down with a clatter and wraps his arms around Remus's neck, kissing him back with equal enthusiasm.
I missed you last night.
Sirius mumbles against his lips.
I missed you too.
Never realized how cold that basement was until I had you in my bed to warm me up.
Kiss, kiss.
My apartment is too quiet without Padfoot and you snoring.
Kiss, kiss.
I don't snore, dickhead.
Kiss, kiss.
How would you know?
Sirius runs his fingers through Remus's hair and tugs at it punishingly. It makes Remus smile, unrepentant, into their kiss. Remus spins around to see Marlene, Cass, and Pete standing in the doorway. Marlene and Cass wear matching looks of surprised glee, while Pete, for his part, looks deeply embarrassed. At their feet, Kingsley stares at them, bug-eyed.
So, have you been getting any work done while we were gone?
Marlene drawls, clucking her tongue. Sirius runs a hand through his hair with a lazy smirk.
As a matter of fact, we've been very productive, considering the circumstances.
Oh, I'll bet.
I'll remind you that you're talking to your boss, McKinnon.
Marlene and Cass exchange a glance, and Marlene snorts.
If I find out you did it on the breakout room couch, I'll be real pissed.
Marlene says, passing by them to grab one of the coffees off the counter.
Oi, that's mine.
Ask your boyfriend to make you another one.
Cass hums, reaching around him to grab the other. They leave the kitchen, giggling. And look, Remus knows it's irrational to believe that a dog could possibly disapprove of their relationship. But the penetrating stare Kingsley gives him before trotting after his moms makes Remus feel as though the pug is questioning Sirius's taste. Pete lingers awkwardly in the doorway, and Sirius sobers as the air grows heavy between them.
Listen, Pete,
Sirius says guiltily.
I want to apologize again for last week. I was out of order, and I want to tell you that you did a cracking job fixing the bug. Really came through for the team.
Pete's posture relaxes, and he gives Sirius a tentative smile.
I appreciate it. Let's just forget about it, okay?
Relief washes over Sirius's face.
Ace, want me to make you a coffee?
Sure, I'll just be at my desk.
Pete glances back and forth between them.
Glad you both figured it out.
Pete turns and leaves, and Sirius looks back at Remus, biting his lip as he smiles.
Reckon that went all right?
Remus nods.
Yeah, I think so.
When Mary arrives half an hour later, Marlene and Cass are quick to fill her in on the gossip. The short girl screams in delight.
Finally.
She throws her arms around Remus's neck, yanking him back awkwardly in his chair, momentarily choking him. She lets him go and runs around the other side of the desk to Sirius, who is waiting with a grin to catch her hug.
Was it the book that won you over?
She asks Remus, pulling back from Sirius.
It was the book, right.
Remus chuckles weakly, rubbing at his abused neck.
The book definitely helped. It was amazing, guys. And Cass, the cover art is sick.
Cass winks at him.
Anything for our moo-moo.
Marlene points an accusing finger at Sirius.
Yeah, you better treat him like a king.
I do.
Sirius pipes up defensively.
I've been nothing but a gentleman to him.
Raising his eyebrows, Remus shoots Sirius a look to communicate that yesterday's sexy shower surprise had not been the work of a gentleman. Sirius must understand because his expression morphs into something salacious. Marlene pretends to retch.
Okay, gross. No more of that. We're at work.
Yeah, we need HR so bad.
Kaz agrees, grimacing. Shortly after lunch, they all assemble around the kitchen table for a town hall.
At least with James not here, we don't have to hear that damn bell.
Marlene grumbles as they get comfortable in their seats. Sirius hooks up his laptop to the TV screen and James's face looms giant in front of them. His mouth moves, but no sound comes out.
Oops, gotta fix the sound setting.
Sirius mutters, clicking around a bit. Suddenly, a cacophonous clanging fills the kitchen, making them all jump in their seats.
Hear ye, hear ye.
James calls, bringing his bell up in front of the camera.
Jesus, tap dancing Christ.
Marlene shouts. Everyone dissolves into laughter while Sirius adjusts the volume.
James, mate, we've got the picture.
Right then.
James sets the bell down somewhere out of frame. He claps his hands in his signature way of starting the meeting.
Merry Christmas all. It's wonderful to see all your faces.
Where's Lily?
Mary demands. Lily's round face pops into the frame.
Hiya, babe.
Mary blows her a kiss, Lily blows one back, and then James pushes her head back out of frame.
Darling, I'm trying to talk business.
Yeah, do your thing. I'm gonna go have a beer.
Lucky.
Mary calls after her.
Anyway,
James says,
I want to start by commending you all on a job well done handling the payment processing debacle. You worked tirelessly, and I believe we resolved it as quickly as we could. In particular, I'd like to commend Pete for stepping up during the power outage and fixing the bug himself. The mobile app's ready to go. It will need further refinement, but for all intents and purposes, it is perfectly ready to go to market. Brilliant work, everyone.
Everyone applauds and Sirius is by far the most enthusiastic, banging on the table and whooping. James's giant face beams.
We've got everything lined up for the launch. All the promotional materials are drafted and designed, and our publication contacts and brand advocates have been alerted. Top work, Mary, Remus, and Cass, for pulling all that together.
There's another round of exuberant applause. Remus feels himself flushing happily.
Right. The next few days are all about fine-tuning and making sure we don't let anything slip through the cracks.
James continues.
We've put in the blood, sweat, and tears, and I'm confident our numbers will reflect that. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show the investors we're more than ready for this funding.
All joking aside, the team nods seriously. This is what they've all been working for. James and Mary then take the opportunity to run through the plans for the launch again. The launch will be a multi-stage, all-day event on December 31st. In the morning, they'll build anticipation by sharing a video on their social platforms with the tagline, New Year, New Friend. The video will showcase success stories from PawPath users, directing viewers to a landing page with more stories and app details. In the evening, the launch event will take place at 12 Salem Avenue. The house will host a live stream with local brand advocates and their pets, promising a chaotic, fun affair. While they briefly considered renting a venue, they decided hosting at the office would better reflect the brand's authenticity. The app will officially launch at 9 p.m., just before the countdown to midnight. During the launch, Mary and James will host a live matching event for charity, where people will use the app and share their matches. All proceeds will go to local shelters. Remus is both nervous and excited to see all their work come to fruition. And although he's putting on a brave face, he can tell Sirius feels the same. While James and Mary talk, Sirius listens with rapt attention, jiggling one leg in constant, frenetic motion. James wraps the meeting up with a final clap of his hands.
Let's get to it then.
Pete, Marlene, and Cass gather together their things and push back from the table. Remus starts to do the same, but then Mary says,
Hey, Remus, can you hang back?
He sits back down in his chair, looking at her and Sirius curiously. Sirius is still jiggling his leg, but he's smiling mysteriously at him. Remus smiles back, but he can tell that something is amiss. He looks back at James's giant, smiling face on the screen.
Remus.
James begins, and if Remus isn't mistaken, there's a wistfulness in the way James says his name.
Remus, you've really become one of the gang.
Remus raises his eyebrows questioningly.
Thank you.
No, Remus, thank you. You've truly been an essential contributor to the team.
For the love of all that is good, James, get on with it.
Sirius barks.
Goodness, someone's stroppy. As I was saying, Remus, we've loved having you on the team. That's why I'm sad to see you go, but it's for the best.
A pause follows that statement. Remus snorts, but then he looks to Sirius and Mary, who are both watching him expectantly. His stomach drops.
Wait, are you firing me?
No.
Mary jumps in hastily.
We're just strongly suggesting you quit.
Remus's mouth opens and closes, but no sound comes out. Can this really be happening right now? Did he wake up in an alternate dimension? He sits up straighter in his chair.
That sounds like HR speak for firing me.
We don't have HR.
Mary reminds him.
I can't believe you're firing me. On what grounds?
Technically, you're still in your probation period.
James says calmly.
So we don't need cause. But the cause is that we want you to follow your dreams.
What the fuck?
Mooney.
Sirius tries, leaning towards him and reaching for his hand. Remus yanks his hand back like he's been burned, and Sirius flinches.
You have to take that job at the Toronto Prophet. It's your dream to keep doing journalism. A publication of that clout would open so many doors for you.
So what? You think you can just make that decision for me? I told you I want to stay.
Sirius frowns at him, setting his jaw in that stubborn way he does when he's digging his heels in.
Of course you can stay if that's what you really want. Everyone on the team bloody loves you. But look me in the eye and tell me you truly don't want to take that job. Because I think you do, and you're just afraid to take the plunge.
Remus pushes back from the table forcefully, almost setting his chair clattering over.
I can't believe you're doing this, after everything I've put into working here.
Mary stands up too.
Remus, it's like Sirius said. If you want to keep working here, we will be so happy. Where am I going to find another content writer like you? But I've read your writing, and I think it will be such a shame if you don't get to focus your energy on doing what inspires you.
Remus's eyes dart back and forth between Mary, James, and Sirius. He feels like he's been ambushed, and his instincts are screaming at him to run. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he says,
I'm going for a walk.
He turns and storms toward the front door, ignoring the curious stares of the others at their desks. He stuffs his feet into his boots, yanks his coat off the hook, and leaves. Remus walks for an hour, taking side streets aimlessly. After the initial shock of the ambush wears off, cleansed by the cold, crisp air and the bright sunlight reflecting off the wet snow, he thinks, mulls it all over, looking at it from this angle and that. Despite how angry he is at how they went about it, he knows that Sirius and the others are right. He wants the job at the Prophet. Now they've given him their blessing to take it. So why is he still so reluctant to, as Sirius said, take the plunge? He thinks back to all the events leading up to him working at Pawpath, breaking up with Emmeline, the Griffin closing, the stagnation he felt, like he was drifting aimlessly without a cause. Getting the job at Pawpath brought him the stability and purpose he craved, a group of friends who appreciate him for who he is, a boyfriend more wonderful, infuriating but wonderful, than he could have ever hoped for. All in 2 short months. Is he ready to dive into another new situation full of uncertainty, where he may very well fail, to give it all up so soon?
But you're not giving it all up.
He reasons with himself.
Those friends and that boyfriend want you to take the job.
Could he really have it all the pieces falling into place, just like that? That kind of thing only happens in storybooks, where characters see their purposes fulfilled and narrative threads are neatly tied together. Life simply doesn't work out that way. Life is long and rambling, full of random events with no explanation and unsatisfying consequences. An accident and chronic pain thereafter. A dream job that ends when it's just getting started. A relationship that doesn't survive a pandemic. But then he thinks, maybe I could still try. Even though he knows that the consequences of his decision won't be neatly organized into narrative threads, life will continue to unfold, always unfold. Sirius tried. He left his whole life behind to build something new. Maybe he couldn't rewrite his narrative, but he could reroute it. Happiness didn't just come to him, he sought it. He tried, and he's still trying. Couldn't Remus try too? He comes to a decision. He calls Arabella Fig. When he returns to 12 Salem Avenue, he finds Sirius standing on the porch. His coat is undone, and he's puffing away at the vape Remus has never seen him use before. He waits silently as Remus approaches, ice and slush crunching under his boots, to stop at the foot of the stairs.
I've accepted the profit job.
Sirius pulls the vape from his mouth and stuffs it into his coat pocket. The corner of his mouth pulls to the side and back like he isn't sure if he should smile or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate the way you went about it, but you were right. I do want to work there.
Sirius steps down to the top step.
I'm sorry. I realize now that I really bollocks that up, but I'm happy you're going for it.
Remus nods and steps onto the bottom stair.
Don't ever ambush me like that again.
Sirius takes another step down. His face is full of regret.
I promise I won't.
Remus takes another step up, and now they're standing chest to chest, their faces level. He scrutinizes Sirius's face, the anxious line between his eyebrows, the scab on his lower lip from where he's worried it with his teeth, the glassy sheen of his blue-gray eyes. Standing so close, Remus can hear Sirius's intake of breath.
Do you still want to date me?
Now Remus exhales a small, exasperated huff.
Idiot.
He presses his lips to Sirius's, feeling his boyfriend respond instantly. The kiss is soft and warm, both an apology and a promise. They startle apart when a cold, wet drop lands on Remus's face, rolling down his nose. They look up to see the icicle hanging from the eave above them. Another drop falls, landing on Remus's forehead. It breaks the tension. They both laugh.
Right, well,
Sirius says, wiping the drop off Remus's nose and stepping back up onto the porch.
Shall we go tell the others then? James and Mary are ready to grovel at your feet.
Remus smiles.
Yeah, all right.
New Year's Eve. The party is in full swing at 12 Salem Avenue. The computer and cords have been stowed away to make room for drinks and snacks, and the desks have all been pushed against the wall to make space for people to mingle. They've strung fairy lights and gold and silver streamers around the room, all shimmering in the glow of the party light hanging in the corner of the ceiling. Music plays on a speaker in the corner. On the opposite side of the room, a branded backdrop has been set up, with two monitors in front of it, one where they're mirroring the mobile app and the other where they're showing the faces of people calling in. A camera points at the setup, live streaming Mary and James.
And we have a match.
James cheers.
Rubius, say hello to your new best friend, Norberta.
A picture of a truly hideous dog with prominent spine ridges shows up on the screen. The hairy man on the other screen gasps.
She's beautiful.
Although Remus only has a few days left as a Pawpath employee, he's fully committed to making the event a success. Determined to contribute, he spent the evening mingling with guests, both human and animal, and snapping photos for the team's Instagram, fortified by a few shots of liquid courage. Now, with just 10 minutes left until midnight, the launch party is reaching its crescendo, the countdown. After that, the real party will begin. After thanking a pet influencer for attending, he turns and finds himself face to face with his boyfriend. Sirius Black has gone all out for the event. He's unfairly gorgeous in a shimmery silk button-down shirt, open just a button far enough to be a little scandalous, so that if he shifts just so, Remus can catch a glimpse of the flower inked over his heart. An euphemia flower, he'd told Remus. To top it all off, the shirt is tucked into tight leather pants. Obscene, really. He grins up at Remus, a devilish glint in his eye.
Still working hard, I see.
Remus allows himself to be taken by the hand and pulled forward into Sirius's space.
Well, I'm still a Pawpath employee until Monday.
Sirius tilts his head up, his eyes flitting over Remus's face like he's drinking him all in.
The Toronto Prophet better appreciate what they're getting. Pawpath won't be the same without you.
Well, Pawpath would still have me if my boyfriend hadn't decided to fire me.
Sirius laughs.
He sounds like a real idiot.
Remus can't help but smile back.
Well, he's cute enough to make up for it.
Sirius skates his hands up Remus's arm to rest on his shoulders. Remus settles his hands on Sirius's hips.
Please still come visit us. You can work from the office anytime you want. And now it won't be weird if you sleep over.
He says that as if Remus hasn't slept over 3 out of the last 4 nights. The rest of the team has been chill about it, but Remus will be relieved when there's no longer an overlap between sleeping at his boyfriend's house and his workplace.
Of course I will. You guys have the good coffee. Besides, Zeno has been staying at Pandora's basically since they got back. The apartment's a bit lonely.
They both glance over to where Zeno and Pandora are engaged in conversation with Cass and Marlene. Inexplicably, both Zeno and Pandora are wearing woven ponchos. Pandora must be saying something truly outlandish because Cass has a steadying hand on Marlene's arm, while Marlene vibrates with irritation. Both Pandora and Zeno seem entirely oblivious to Marlene's strife. Sirius cocks an eyebrow.
I'd have thought you liked the peace and quiet.
Well,
Remus hums.
Guess I've gotten used to the snoring.
Sirius scoffs and pinches him. Then his face goes pensive, so expressive. His face.
What is it?
Remus presses gently.
I was only wondering if maybe, not now obviously, but if at some point, you could see us moving in together.
Remus's breath hitches. He sort of had a feeling that's what Sirius was going to say. He thinks carefully about how to answer, watching the uncertainty play on Sirius's expressive face.
I think it's important that I keep my own space for a while. I've seen how messy breaking up with someone you live with is, and I want some time to get settled at my new job first.
Already Sirius is nodding, a bit too emphatically.
Yes, right, of course. Of course, obviously.
Remus moves his hands to Sirius's lower back, pulling him in closer.
But at some point, if things keep going well, which I think they will, then yes, I could see us moving in together.
He rests his forehead against Sirius's, and they both smile at each other, all sappy, like they aren't in a room filled with people.
Ace.
Sirius exhales, looking relieved.
In the meantime, stay over as often as you like. Lily practically lives here anyway, and Padfoot looks around for you when you're not here.
Now they glance over to where Padfoot and Kingsley are entertaining a group of dogs, both wearing sparkly little top hats. Suddenly, they're both jostled by a very excited James Potter throwing his arms around them.
That's a wrap on the live match,
he announces.
I'd call that a smashing success.
Too right.
Sirius beams at his friend.
You and Mary killed it. That was way more viewers than we anticipated.
Yeah, it was great.
James bounces with excitement.
Pete checked registrations, and we're already seeing a record spike. Now Mary will just film the countdown, and then it's a wrap, and we can get sloshed.
Hear, hear.
Sirius throws his arms around James, and the two of them share a hearty hug. Remus looks away, wanting to let them enjoy their moment. He sees Lily, who approaches him with 2 bottles of beer in hand. She hands one to Remus, and they clink their bottles together.
I'm so proud of them,
she says, face glowing with fondness. Remus smiles down at her. He feels overcome with how good everything feels right now. How right. Sirius and James disengage, and James's whole face lights up when he sees Lily.
There's my Lily Bell.
He swoops in and lifts her off the ground. She shrieks as she spun around, sloshing some of her beer. Sirius laughs and saunters back up to Remus.
There's my Mooney.
He hooks his fingers through Remus's belt loops and pulls him in closer. Then, he plucks Remus's beer from his hand and takes a deep swig before handing it back to him, eyes smoldering. Around them, the guests start counting down from 10.
Now for our victory kiss,
Sirius says, bringing his hands up to cup the back of Remus's neck. Remus pretends to look scandalized.
Kissing my boss at a work function in front of all these people seems like an HR nightmare.
Sirius pulls his face down until their lips are only a breath apart.
Darling, we don't have HR.
They kiss in the moment between the old year and the new. Outside, the Toronto skyline alights with glittering fireworks. Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk.